Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Hello again, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. 44 overs, that's all we got yesterday. But after being put in by Sri Lanka, England still motored along to 221 for 3. And my ecclesiastical brother, the Bishop of Rome, answered his critics with an unbeaten ton. He will start today on 103. And Harry Brook is with him on 8. I'm Tony Bishop, and with me, well, if Perth had a pope, it would probably be this man. It's Messi Jez.
Hello. And I have to say that it's still going to be cloudy today, but at least until tea time, I don't expect the light to affect us, and I don't expect any rain.
Fanta, do you start all your conversations like that, just with a quick weather update? Would you? I mean,
Well,
if you
that's
meant the
what's
king, would you
expected
do
of me,
that?
isn't it?
It is expected of you, Messi.
What do you do? Well, actually, Your Majesty, what I can tell you is there's a light sprinkling of a shower over Buckingham Palace around about 3 o'clock.
It's like, if I was the court jester, I'd try to make you laugh, but
Well,
I'm the weather cave, so I'll tell you about the weather.
Unlikely to ever be Pope. On the other hand, is this man. It's the bear.
I'm definitely not going to be the Pope, because God can fuck off as far as I'm concerned. There you go.
Well, there we go. There's a contentious start to the day.
Contentious start to
Crikey
the
Moses.
day, indeed.
Well, let's go back to Pope before we go right off the rails. One thing I noticed yesterday, Bear, was he seemed to get his rhythm from playing with Duckett. and Duckett motored things along so quickly. It just seemed to free Ollie Pope up. He just seemed a completely different player to the one we've seen scratching around in the first 2 tests.
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, the point is that he hasn't really hung around in the first 2 tests. He's virtually faced, 20 balls is probably the most he's faced so far, and he always looks a little bit scratchy when he comes in. He's not a natural number 3. And of course, batting with someone like Bucket Duckett, who bats so freely, is that it does give you license at the other end to just get into your game, and it does encourage you to be a bit more attacking at the same time as well, which England want. And that's why I think Crawley is such a big miss actually for this series, because Bazball hasn't really fired in the sense that Dan Lawrence A hasn't got many runs, but B is a bit like a rabbit in headlights, because he hasn't necessarily bought into the system, knows he's only there for 3 tests probably, and Crawley will be back. And Bazball really thrives on Duckett and Crawley going off like a train at the top. Usually one of them fails, but the other one goes
Duckett
off.
still managed to do that, Messrs, didn't he? And well, I mean, you mentioned Lawrence. Bear mentioned Lawrence there, and he's probably got to score an unbeaten double 100 now in the second innings to book a spot on the Pakistan trip. Do you think?
Oh no, he'll be on the Pakistan trip. He's established as a good backup. I don't think there's any doubt that he'll be with the team going to Pakistan, as will a few others, because after all they'll have 16, 17 people going there.
Well, if they're playing in
Pakistan.
Well, it depends where they're still deciding, waiting to find that one out. But Duckett, I think, was highly entertaining. Went along at a clip, coped with the ins and outs of the rain delays, and did it pretty well. Let's talk about the Sri Lankan bowling briefly, Bear. I mean, it wasn't great, was it? To be honest.
Well, of course, I didn't see a lot of it, did I? Because I was running around trying to fix computers. But
this is true.
To go at 5 and over pretty much all day in 40 overs, it isn't. Can't have been great. I mean, it was good conditions to bowl yesterday as well. England.
Well, this is what everyone says, but at the same time, you kind of think, you look up, and there is everything you would want as a bowler. If it had been Broad and Anderson, you'd have been thinking they could wait, but they wouldn't be able to wait to get out there. And yet, the ball, I mean, the occasional little bit of nibble, but really nothing to discomfort the England batsman at any real point. Was that the sort of the lack of not ability, but the lack of threat that Sri Lanka's pacers have generally, or
no?
Was it some freakery of the conditions?
No, I think
consistency.
I think that also comes down. That's precisely what Bazball is about. If you can get at the bowlers early, you can put them off their lines and lengths. Bowlers at the beginning of an innings. Bowlers want to bowl a few maidens, go for 1 or 2 and over, get the ball nipping around. If you start then attacking them and start hitting them for 4 early on, they don't know what to do. And that's the whole point of Bazball is to go on the offensive from the off, put the bowlers off their lines and lengths, and then they present you with more opportunities to score. And that's what England are very good at generally at the top of the order recently. Less so with Dan Lawrence, I'd say. He tends to leave, and I think that is the essence of what England have become, and it allows then everything to flow from there.
Well, the Sri Lankans are gathering on the boundary edge. Ollie Pope and Harry Brooker making their way down from the dressing room steps. I've got a quick question for Messrs. While they think about walking out, the umpires are sort of fist pumping or shaking hands. Joel Wilson, as ever, in dark glasses. Messrs, what size are Josh Hull's feet, and why would Shoaib Bashir be so interested in that?
Those are both questions to which the answer is simple.
Yes.
I've got no fucking idea.
Right, I'll tell you if you wish.
Yeah.
I can tell you I don't believe that Shoaib Bashir has a thing for men with big feet. I mean, he may do, but I think that's highly unlikely. They're size 15s are Josh Hull's feet.
Size 15.
Size 15s. Canoes for shoes, the lad, I'm sure. But left armour, that's going to interest an off spinner. So you've got the additional benefit of those big old 15 plates of meat thumping down on the track, just where Shoaib Bashir will be wanting to bowl. for an off-break
Well,
bowler.
maybe all fast bowlers should wear clown shoes so they mess up the pitch more for the spinners.
I don't know if our friend James Hillhouse is listening. Is he 15? I've sat next to his. I swear to God, were the studio ever to flood, and James, we'd be fine if James was here, because we'd either have his shoes as canoes to get out with, or at least for bailing the water out. I mean, they're enormous. Right. Well, anyway, the players are gathering in the middle. The oval's probably, what do we think? 3/4 full bare, something like that.
Something like that, yeah. I'm sure it'll pick up as the day goes on.
And
I would have thought it's already a sellout, and it's just a matter of people getting in.
yeah,
Saturday.
maybe one or two are thinking to themselves, we'll just take our time at the weekend. Bizarrely, it took me longer to get to the studio on a Saturday than it did yesterday. Possibly the pick of the bowlers from yesterday, although England found ways to dismiss themselves more than the venom of the Sri Lankan bowling. 44 and a 0.1 overs on the ball, so it's not an old ball yet. Neither is it new, but it might just be doing something. 2 slips in a gully. Hara Kamara is in, and it's defended by Harry Brook down towards gully. And the first ball of the morning is a dot, and we can jingle up 1 or 2 players. I think.
Test debut, aged only 19. Tons of pace when he first
Comes Kamara. He is bowling, and it's defended into the offside, but they'll take a sharp single. They might be able to come back for 2. They will. There's a man sort of forward of point, not quite cover, and there's a man at deep back of point, and it gave the pair plenty of time to jog really a couple, which they duly did. 223 for 3 then for England. It was a funny day yesterday. I mean, the last time they came in, what was it? Tea. It was about 194. Am I right? About 194 for 3 at tea. So they only added another 25, 30 odd before they all had to troop off again. To the great disgruntlement of a big healthy oval crowd who really felt, they couldn't quite understand why. It beats the outside edge. He's taken the outside edge. And they have an early breakthrough. Harry Brook, however, does not think he's out. He doesn't think he got an edge. I must admit, I thought he did.
Well,
and we will find out. It was a bit of a loose shot outside of off stump. It definitely shaped away from Harry Brook.
well, it was there to hit though, wasn't it? It was
Chandimal
a full.
thumped into his gloves.
It's one of these.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
We're not getting
Oh,
ball
he might
tracking
have
at
hit
the
the ground
moment.
now. I don't know if he did hit that.
I think he might have hit the ground. Yeah.
Third umpire is Pistol, Paul Rifle, a man from Box Hill in Sydney, or near Sydney in New South Wales.
Brook will be very annoyed.
Harry
if he
Brook
has
looks
that.
pretty confident. He's got a bit of a cheeky smile on his face. Ultra edge. The ball is going past.
didn't hit
Ultra
that.
edge doesn't even flinch. And Sri Lanka are a review down. I must admit, I would have given it, but
Well,
I'm
he
not
must have
there to
heard
hear.
something.
I'm
No,
not
no.
there to hear the snicks.
No, there's
What-
nothing.
Wasn't
Not
that
out.
given?
Well, guess what? It's the eternal symbol of Joel Wilson. His arms go across his chest. His record for today: reviews 1, reviews in Joel's favour 0. He could probably
no,
form a support
Sri
group
Lanka
with
don't-
Ollie Pope, can't he? Really, to be fair.
Yeah.
They don't do a review for that, Tony, because he gave it out.
Oh, absolutely right. Thank you very much.
It's an English review and we retain it.
Yeah.
We do. No one loses anything really as a result of it. Harry Brook was in absolutely no doubt. He immediately, with supreme confidence, just patted the base of his bat and he said, "Hey, never touch that." And he would have been right. So 223, 4-3. The run rate pretty much bang on 5, 4.99 if you want to be exactly accurate. And Lahira Kamara is going to continue with those 2 slips, full and defended by Brook towards cover, and there is no run. And with that, the run rate drops by a tiny percent to 4.97. Did you watch the Blast quarter-final last night, Bear? That was highly entertaining.
No.
Warwickshire and Gloucestershire.
No, by the time I got home, it's time to cook dinner, do shit, and then fall asleep on the sofa. In my usual. I woke up at 3:30 in the morning on the sofa. Which
In
is
that
not
order?
good. Yeah, kind of. And then I couldn't sleep.
Friday night with the bear. It's
Friday
the same
night at-
every week.
So
Friday night at
I
the
went
Bears
to bed
house.
for about 20 minutes, and I got up again for about another hour and a half.
Last ball of the first over of this morning, and up onto his toes goes Harry Brook, guides it down to deep backward point, takes a single, keeps the strike, and England move on, well, not without incident. There's a decent over by Kamara, but he's 2 for 84, it's 224 for 3. Messers, who's with us today?
Lots of friends with us.
Hooray.
Ashley Partridge says good morning, as does Dara Azizi. Mog says, Pope Jeremy. Yeah, but is he old and decrepit enough? I'm working on it, Mog. Hello, everyone, says Stephen Kelk, just passing by to say hello before parish duties envelop me. Jonathan Shawland is with us. And Dara says, for the weather update, Phoenix just broke the record for the most consecutive days over 38 degrees C.
Wow.
Apparently, we are at 106 days. That is fucking mad.
It was.
How do you live there?
Not easy. Well, it gets pretty warm where you are. Right, we're going to see our friend the fisherman yet to get himself a wicket, Asitha Fernando. Squat of stature, big of arse. And I like this fellow. I like his intent. He's probably moved the ball as much as anyone else, but none of the Sri Lankan bowlers, I think, yesterday are going to look at their performance and think they absolutely gave it their best shot. England found ways to get out. It was. Yeah. England found ways to get out more than the wizardry of the bowling. In comes Fernando. That does move away from Harry Brook, and he leaves it. Something you wouldn't find Ben Duckett doing at any stage, really, yesterday. But Harry Brook pops down the track, does a little bit of gardening. He's got most of the way down, actually. Do you know what the real Pope Francis, misses most about normal life, Messers?
Oh, tell me. Do tell me.
The real Pope, apparently, the thing he misses most about real life is not being able to go out for a pizza without being recognised. So obviously he's dedicated to his role.
You choose to stand for
Fernando.
Pope, get elected. No more pizzas.
Very true. Well, I don't know you have to give up pizza, but you do have to give up going out in public for the pizzas. That's left alone again by Brook. And there's no run. Decent start from Fernando. Not really attacking, more of a sort of a third stump line, though, that he's... fourth stump line that he's kind of working. And the ball is shaping away on both occasions. So Harry Brook was able to leave with the utmost confidence. If you think you're hearing a bit too much of me and I'm not bringing the bear into conversation, it's because he's not there. He's just...
It's worth mentioning the GPL is open and
Fernando in.
£134 to be won. Sorry.
Very much. I'll come on to that in a second. Rinse and repeat. Only 80 miles an hour. Slightly wider. Still swung away. Once again left by Harry Brook. Right, Messers. How much is in the GPL?
134 English smackaroos.
134 of the King's finest English pounds to be won. Guerrilla Cricket. Well, go to guerrillacricket.com. You just find competitions. It's very easy to do. You register. You simply have to estimate how many runs will be scored in the day. Remember, England started on what did I say? 221 for 3.
Yep.
221 for 3. That one's worked away down to backward point. They'll take a single. And Ollie Pope will get a bit more of a look in, which I don't think he's had yet today. 103 off exactly 103 balls. He'll be about to face his first ball of the morning. Yes, so you simply register. You can have as many guesses, estimates. Game of skill, remember, it's a game of skill. You've got to estimate how many runs have been scored in the day. If you get it on the nose, you win the pot. If more than one of you happen to get it on the nose, you share the pot. And if no one gets it on the nose, no need to worry. You can play again tomorrow. Because the whole total rolls over and just the pot gets bigger. Right,
Indeed.
Fernando, in he comes.
Oh.
Edge, that is taken,
No,
surely.
it's not. It went off the seam.
Went off the seam. I'm getting too excited. Ollie Pope.
You're trying to get him out here,
I'm
Tony.
not trying to get it
Yes,
out.
you are.
No, I'm not. No, my ecclesiastical... Why would I ever attempt to get my ecclesiastical brother, the Bishop of Rome, out
I mean,
You're ecclesiastical superior, so maybe it's a coup.
Well, hang on. Is he?
no, he's nowhere near it.
No. We're talking about degrees of seniority between the bishop and the pope. Obviously, the pope outranks me. You're right. It wasn't as near to it as I thought. I see the Fernando. He's constant. He's always doing the same thing. I know that one does as well, but that's cut beautifully by Pope. There is a man at deep backward point though,
Lahiru.
and they'll be able to come back. It's Lahiru who flings himself at it. So one quick opening bowler fields on behalf of the other. It's the end of that over. England have survived. Pope's off and running for the morning. It's 2:27 for 3, and Messrs.
We have a massive super chat from.
Yeah, I was just about to say, come
Oh,
on, peeps,
the
send
man's
us
a
some
prince.
Rooney.
So
Hold on.
here's a jingle.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
So Mog says he sent us 50 Australian dollars, which is about 25 quid. Says front loading this today on something useful rather than hookers and blow, blackjack and axes.
Hookers and blows,
thank
not such
you,
a
Mog.
bad
That's
idea.
great example. Yeah, but guerrilla cricket's better.
Doesn't that bring to mind the famous George Best quote? You know, I spent half of my money on drink and women, and the other half I just wasted.
Yeah. Good lad.
Right, there is a change in bowling. Oh, speaking of Mog and his generosity, this is Mog and his talent, because I love this jingle. As I might have mentioned.
Mr. Milan, Ratnayaka, teach us the world of cricket from Sri Lanka. Not a superpower, but maybe one day they will be.
It's all happening. I think we've got someone to view the studio. They're in for a shock. The Bear's up and running. Rathnayaka's in. Oh, down the track comes Harry Brook. He's launched this high. Has he launched it far enough? There's surely someone there. He's dropped it. Oh, it's Lahiru who was underneath it. He was able to get across. He's distraught on his knees. And Harry Brook, who's clearly deciding to take on the game here, is going to be fighting. Well, Ditch is going to work his way in. Are you okay on the driving seat there, Ditch? Okay, well, up in the air it went. If you can find the drop catch jingle, that would be a genius. Hero comes around from backward point. He seems to have it in his sights. Hard hands, out it pops, hits the ground. And Harry Brook, who's decided to take the game by the throat and not fanny about, has got himself a life. And poor old Rathnayaka.
And at the same time, the Bear has been ditched.
The Bear has been ditched. 4 ditch, very good.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
That's worked away towards leg. They take a single and ditch. It's like you have never been away.
I know,
The seamless
amazing.
nature with which you went straight to that jingle.
How did that happen?
It was superb. Quite a superb effort. Poor old Lahiru. That's going to haunt him. He's going to need to take 2 or 3 wickets today to put that one behind him. Harry Brooks survives. He's on 15. Ollie Pope just 2. He's only faced 2 balls this morning and he's got 2 runs from them. And England have moved on to 230 for 3, not without incident. 1 survived appeal because Brook wasn't out, and 1 very much dropped catch, which really should have been out. That's worked to leg by His Eminence the Pope, and there is no run.
Right, I finally worked out which pair of glasses I need for the jingle machine. It was pretty good.
Which pair of glasses did you say?
Yeah, I actually managed to pay that previous jingle with the wrong pair of glasses on, but you know, there we
Imagine
go.
how good it would have been with the right.
No one would have spotted that if you hadn't mentioned it.
I know.
Extraordinary. 230 for 3. Mr. Milano is going to be in. The very soldier-like edged and past second slip. It's going to go down to third man. Can ditch behind the third man jingle now. There is a challenge.
Ooh, I didn't.
It's gone for 4 anyway. Play whichever one you like. It
Okay.
doesn't matter. Genuine edge. I'm not sure you could say Pope guided that. It went slap between slip and second slip and gully. And away it went for 4. There's a very charming lady who's just standing right in front of Harry Brook, resplendent in an orange top, a couple of nice cups of coffee, and a charming white cardigan.
And an Aussie. So when it comes to
Oh, she's an Aussie!
cricket,
She's an Aussie!
yeah,
Well,
she used to go to the MCG
Oh, well, fantastic. That one's worked away backward of square. And they will take a single. She used to go to the MCG as well. What's your name, lovely Aussie lady? She's not going to tell us.
She's gone.
She's gone. She's
I
run
take
away.
it She's viewing the flat with a view to purchasing.
Indeed, that's exactly what she's doing. That's why I'm being so nice. 235.
Oh, you're always nice, Tony.
235 for 3. Well, she was very charming. I mean, we've had other people come and go, and they just look around. They look at whoever's in the commentary chair. I must say, I remember it when it's me, like we're some sort of weird creatures from outer space. But not that lady. She seemed very excited and engaged. Right, that's beaten the outside edge again. It goes through to Chandimal. There is no run. 87 miles an hour, noticeably a little bit quicker from Rathnayaka. It's 235 for 3. The run rate exactly 5. Messers again.
Well, a few more people checking in. Paul Coffey, Michael Bedford, Jake Grover says, all right, lads. It did occur to me there was some discussion on Discord last night amongst the people who haven't been around for 5 years, who haven't come across Ditch before. So given that we probably got a whole lot of new people on this morning, Ditch, I'm just wondering if you might briefly introduce yourself to those who might not already know you.
Well, yes, I suppose I started not right at the beginning of Test Match Sofa, but a couple of years into Test Match Sofa, I started.
Kamara's going to continue, beating the outside edge of a tentative little push from Pope. That was a good ball, got some movement, 82. Chance to redeem himself for that drop catch. Back to you, Ditch.
Largely because Dan Norcross had played cricket for me as a child, so that's how I got involved. And I kind of been here on and off ever since. Well, I had a big gap because somehow or another COVID just created a gap. I'd gotten married as well, things like that. Now I've got divorced again. I'm footloose and fancy free. So
bowling from the Vauxhall end, Fernando driven, cut really by Pope down towards backward point. They take a single. Score moves on to 236 for 3. Now, there's something you said there, Ditch, which we just can't let hang. Dan Norcross as a child.
Yeah,
give us a quick summary. What was he? Was he precocious?
He was very precocious.
Yeah.
He used to play.
Colour me surprised.
Yeah, he used to sit on the boundary, commentating on the OA Sunday thirds, doing an impression of John Arlott. So he kind of knew what he wanted to do from a very early age.
Somehow, none of this surprises me. Fernando in, and it's well defended by Harry Brook towards mid-off. There's no run.
He had a quite interesting cricketing transformation in his life at the OAs. He started off as the slowest blocker you've ever seen. I seem to remember very early days when he was about 17, him taking all afternoon. So we'd have started at 2:30 till 5 o'clock, and I think he was 51 not out. So he had got his 50. I was quite impressed because not many of us managed to get 50.
So what age was he though, Ditch, when he was sitting on the boundary edge commentating 17. In the style of John Arlott?
17, yeah, 16, 17.
Fernando in, left competently by Brook through to Chandimal. No run. I was, in my mind, I was thinking sort of 10, 12.
Oh no,
that would have been truly precocious.
Yeah, not as a little child. I didn't know him as a little child. I first met him when he was 16. He was playing for the school Colts B against Old Delaney Fives on Founders Day.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Did he have a glass of wine in his hand at that stage?
At that point, possibly not. Although most people will probably not believe that. But
I think there may be a baby in the building as well.
Yeah,
236 for 3. In comes Fernando. The two slips go down. Brook defends. Actually, they'll take a sharp single. Pushed into the onside.
Yeah, we used to. That was a very interesting match. We always made the opposition lose the toss, so that we could bat, so that most of our team could stay in the pub for the first hour or so.
How did you make them lose the toss?
Well, they were just told.
Was it a dodgy call?
They were just told, yeah. Or they could win the toss, but they had to put us in.
Oh,
we
okay.
always batted first. That was,
right.
That was the rule of that game.
It's going to be the last ball of Asitha Fernando's over.
Pope
wicketless for him. 63 against his name. Pope defends off the back foot, but Bristoley flicks it towards mid-wicket. They are going to have to come back for 2. They're going to have to hurry about their work. They do. And they move on to 239 for 3. 16 Fernando overs complete. And we can go back to Messers.
Just before we go to Messers, I was just going to say he managed to avoid the Nelson curse there.
Oh, yes, indeed.
The bear's back. Have you been? Oh well, I'll find out. It sounds to me like.
Mog says, surely Pope Frank misses the pitches most of all. Harry the Baddie says, sleepless in Coventry last night. Good excuse for doing nothing except for listening to Guerrilla Cricket.
Well, there's worse things to do.
And Mog says, no, in that Milan jingle, the mildly discordant turn the strings take when the topic of Sri Lanka being a superpower comes up. And Jay Grover says, Tony, thou being creepy as out. Oh, Leah says hello.
Why?
Yeah.
Right, Rathnayaka is going to continue. 2 slips in the gully. That's uppishly driven down to backward point. Lahiru Fields still probably mulling over that massive chance that slipped. Didn't slip through his fingers really, it's bounced out of his hand. But it really should have been taken. Harry Brook is... Well, again, he's reaching for that ball a little bit, Bear, isn't he? So that's why it was so uppish.
Well, I think England will be happy to get 350 on the ball. If they get more than that, I think they'll be happy. And the ball's doing enough, isn't it? I mean, considering it's 40 overs old, it's still nipping off the seam.
It's doing enough, but it's not doing it at an appreciable pace to
well, that's the
genuinely
bowler.
worry them. In comes Rathnayaka, left alone by His Eminence the Pope, and there is no run. Now, have you been going into sort of politician mode and coochie-cooing babies?
I was actually,
based on a vested interest that you want
Absolutely.
to be nice to the people who owned the baby.
Well, you know,
I thought that was I could hear that. I heard this baby crying, and I could just hear you coochie-cooing, and I know ulterior motive there. 240 for 3.
Got to sell the place.
Well, I was doing my best. The lady was very, very charming, I have to say, and she was
Australian.
She was. She's been to the MCG. She was playing along with me, describing what she was wearing. That one's flicked brilliantly off of his legs by Ollie Pope, slightly falling away, but he's worked it all the way along the ground through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And, you know...
an extraordinary shot, wasn't it?
I think that may be... Yeah.
Well, that's what...
I think maybe that's what Leah was saying was a bit creepy about what you were doing, Tony. Describing her
right.
Talking about her this random lady's cup.
Well, I was thinking of ways to be nice to someone rather than just have them stand there watch us like performing seals. So I was involving her, and she seemed to play along and have a thoroughly fine time doing it. Right, this one cut by Pope, doesn't get hold of that, very bottom edgy, he goes straight to cover. And what does he do? Well, of course he looks down at the bat, because it's entirely the bat's fault and nothing to do with the timing of the stroke. 244 for 3. 53 this partnership. Had some moments of fortune though, Bear.
Well, that's the way they play. They play high risk cricket, don't they? I mean, the score is rattling along at 5 and over. And, you know, today the weather looks like it might close in at some point tomorrow, and it looks like there's a few showers about. If England want to win this and get 6 out of 6 in England, they're going to have to kind of push it along.
They are indeed. In comes Rathnayaka. Worked away nicely backward off square. Single will be taken. I mean, the score moves on to 245 for 3. So you're thinking about 350, Bear, being a good
Well,
score?
no, I don't think they'll declare it 350, but I think if they get to 350, the way the ball's doing, haven't been stuck in, I think, you know, that's the first milestone that they'll want to get to, and if they can get beyond 400, they'll be really happy. And currently, with only 3 down at 240,
if you've been put in and you get to 400.
I mean, let's face it, they've got Ollie Pope who plays at the Oval, they've got Jamie Smith who plays at the Oval,
4.
Gus Atkinson plays at the Oval, who else plays at the
Dan
Oval?
Lawrence.
Dan Lawrence plays at the Oval,
Obviously,
yeah, but obviously
he might still do something in the second innings. Rathnayaka in, that's very bottom edgy by Pope, or inside edgy. Brook, beg your pardon, onto his toes. It's 245 for 3. It's the end of that over. The run rate is exactly 5. Brook 17, Ollie Pope 118. Messers.
So one very important message I got via WhatsApp from Brian in Brisbane. Delivery code is 7082. Bear
7082. Now, weirdly, I had some guy ask me for your date of birth the other day, Brian. Usually they ask me for mine, but they said apparently it's supposed to be your date of birth. So if you ask me for that, do you want to stick that in the WhatsApp just in case, because I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, he's saying his internet today is really crap, so he may not be able to communicate. Gunner
Fernando in,
form.
defended by Pope, out to mid-on, no run, sorry Messers, carry on.
And Jay Grover says Bishop is like a Republican politician. Weird. That's a bit cutting, Joe.
That's harsh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do not quite understand that, but there we go. I possibly, I could see myself as a politician. I very much doubt I'd see myself as a Republican politician, but there we go.
Well, they're the weird ones.
Not exclusively, but yes, possibly
Yeah.
more so than others, I suspect. That's nicely flicked away by Pope down towards, well, all the way, in fact, down to long on. There is no long on, and it's got him 4 runs. Fernando looks disgruntled.
I mean, this is precisely what I was saying at the top of the show, Tone. You know, England play like this to put the Oppo bowlers off their stride. No bowler likes getting hit at 5 and over. Team likes getting hit at 5 and over, especially in a test match. Trying to look for some control, and if the opposition takes that control out of you, it tends to make everyone go ragged pretty damn quick. If people go ragged,
Yes.
more runs get scored, and the quicker you get the runs on the board, and then they have to come out and bat. And they'll know that the pitch is nipping about, and they won't want to play this way, and suddenly they'll find themselves fall down for bugger all.
Fernando, that's quite full, driven straight towards a wide mid-off, and there's no run though. Only 83 miles an hour. It just seems a little bit samey, a little bit ploddy, a little bit military.
Well,
Even the movement there has been sort of gentle and somewhat predictable, or England are making it seem that
Well,
way.
England, I
mainly.
think England are making it seem that they have been beaten on the outside edge. Look, Brooke was given out. Caught,
He
caught
was.
behind, but he didn't hit it.
Brackets by Joel Wilson,
By Joel
brackets,
Wilson.
inevitable review.
It's
But
been
yeah,
a weird innings in that regard because you've had Duckett and Pope doing really well. Brooke and
Fernando's
Root almost
down leg.
struggling.
Chandimal dives, takes it pretty well. Obviously had a bit of a battering to his fingers yesterday. We saw him take his glove off, and
How come?
great big sausages were underneath, wrapped in all sorts of plaster. Sorry,
How
Beth.
come Chandimal has taken the gloves again instead of who was it? It was Midashan, wasn't it? Who
Well, because
was-
he's not playing, but
oh, is he?
yeah,
Oh, so Nishan Madushka is not playing.
Madushka's not playing, so that's one jingle we
So-
love down.
Okay, so who's taken his place then?
I can tell you the Sri Lankan change. Jaya Surya's out, Madushka's out. It's Kusal Mendis and Vishwa Fernando, the left armour, who is in. Up onto his toes goes Pope, defends towards cover, and there is no run. Only 82 miles an hour. It's all fairly gentle. I mean, let's face it, if we were facing it at club cricket level, you'd think there was anything but gentle. But,
yeah, you
but,
think it was
but
bloody quick.
it seems gentle enough here. 249 for 3. Fernando is bowling from the Vauxhall end, I think. I'm right in saying, yes, he is. A slip and a gully, point cover, extra cover, all in place on the offside, and he's working that off stump line. Pope defends towards cover, and there's no run. End of the over. 249 for 3, Messers.
My apologies for being a little behind on Blue Sky. Turku Kaveri, Woi Pom says, morning, didn't Derek Pringle wear giant clown shoes? I can't think of a more appropriate person to do so. And he also says, the Bishop needs to be sponsored by Specsavers, getting as many right as Joel, Blind Joel.
Well, yeah, problem there.
He also says, Mr. Ditch, long time between drinks, welcome back. Farong says, Saturday greetings to all, and I hope everyone's well. Not looking too good for the Asian Lions. Would appear the other Lions should knock up 500 plus. Yes.
What game's that?
No, that's this game. He's saying
Oh, right,
England
yeah.
Lions.
Probably my final over. So for this little session, Rathnayaka is going to bowl it. Harry Brook dabs it to the second of those slips, and there is no run.
Mr. Forthy is going to join us.
Yeah, we got lots of Forthy today. First couple of sessions. He's been volunteered for some extra duties as well. Hope he's realised that. I'm sure he has.
Yes, it. Thank you, Forthy.
Was it the camera on?
Yes, of course.
Schoolboy error. Schoolboy error.
Schoolboy error.
Right,
No, he
Rathnayaka.
fixed it straight away.
In comes Rathnayaka, waited for nicely by Brook, just angles the bat a little bit to steer it backward a square and jog an easy single. England move on to 250. Well, if you've been put in by the opposition on a morning that is dark and cloudy and broody and threatening, everything appearing to point to it being a great day for seam bowlers, and you've made your way to 250 for 3, I think you'd be thinking you're going pretty well, Bear.
You would indeed, and I think they are going pretty well. 250 for 3, you're not going to complain about that. You haven't been stuck in, are you?
No, you are not.
When you would have chosen to bowl yourself.
Absolutely, that's what Ollie Pope said he would have done. But he's got the bat in hand, and he's been using that bat to extremely good effect at his home ground, defended back to Yathnayaka by the Bishop of Rome, and there's no run. 250 for 3, England. It's just been frustrating for Sri Lanka. They just don't seem to have got the extra gear. They haven't got the extra change of pace. They've not found the movement that you just hope you would want as a with those conditions. They must be feeling a little bit crestfallen, really.
Well, yeah, you'd have thought so. Third test when you're 2-0 down is always tricky as well.
In comes Milan. He's still got his head up. Oh, he's beaten Pope. There's a big shout for an inside edge. Joel Wilson is shaking his head, saying no. Chandamal's arms are up. I don't know. It would have been. Was it? Do you think it was an inside edge or an outside edge?
Well, I think they were going for a catch, but then I think they think he missed it. And then it's a question of, was it going away, and therefore did it hit him outside the line? Was it going to hit the stumps a bit high? And they've decided not to review anything.
They have. The conversation was very much between Chandamal and Dhananjaya de Silva rather than Rathnayaka and Janandaya de Silva. So, yeah.
Even if it hit the pad, it was
brushed the thigh. It brushed the pad on the way through, and it was very, very high.
High up on the
well outside the off stump.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure it was outside the off stump in the end.
It was high.
It was definitely high.
But I think they were going for the catch, and I think they felt that they might have got an inside edge. So Rathnayaka will have to continue. Pope wristily flicks that very late, wristy late cut. I think we could describe that as. Round comes Luhira from backward point to field. They should have come back for 2. One would hope. Yeah, 252 for 3. Run rate still hovering around 5 at 4.96. England won't mind that. And we've had another look at that. Ditch is now back officially this time, as opposed to stand-in while Bear was in estate agent mode.
Yes.
Desirable. Desres. I could just see you living here.
Yeah,
how old's the little one?
Uh,
Plenty of space in the spare bedroom.
Absolutely. Perfect little room.
Fabulous
for nursery,
pubs and restaurants nearby. Swung a little bit. Pope drives, but drives straight to wide mid off, and there's no run. 252 for 3. Compact, bijou. Did you manage to get in any of those words?
No, I got in. It's a London flat. There's compromise, but I sold them on the fact that you don't have to pay $5,000 to put a loft extension in because you own the freehold, which is valuable.
We're looking at film, by the way. Mark Wood's injury. Now he's out until basically 2025. He's not going to play any part in the one days in the white ball series. He's not going to go to Pakistan or New Zealand, and the next cricket he will see is
I can't believe
next
that
year.
A little fucking niggle in the thigh puts you out.
I thought it was his elbow. No, it was his elbow.
What?
I think. Wasn't it his elbow, Messrs?
Well, no, it was a little thigh strain.
Well, yeah, it was a thigh strain when he left the.
But then they found an ongoing elbow problem.
For fuck's sake!
When he was
got
testing.
too many breakable.
Fernando
balls.
beats the outside edge again. It's the start of a new over. Actually, we shouldn't be doing this.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, I will duck
Catch
out.
you later. Hi, Forthy.
Cheers.
All right, Forthy.
Hello there. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Now, do you have a feed over there? Because we can't send
I've got
a feed.
a feed.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
But it is half a ball button.
That's all right, as long as you can see it. We have our computer decided to crap out yesterday, hence I wasn't really on a lot. I was trying to run around and hoping that a pram reset would work when I went to the Apple store, but they told me no. That's come into Harry Brook. I don't think he got up as high as he thought it was. Sort of collapsed on it, but managed to pull it out to a deep square leg and got himself a single.
It might be a little bit chaotic when we're all on slightly different feed speeds and that later on, but I'm sure we'll cope.
7062 7082. Sorry, that's our code for our Brian in Brisbane delivery.
Oh,
it's always a good thing.
Oh, always welcome.
Always welcome. Sita Fernando is going to continue to Pope, who cloths that a little bit, but gets enough of it over the infield, and it's going to go out towards the boundary. I think the skipper, Dan and Jai, is going to chase it down. He'll get that for 2. Moves on to 120. There's a fair bit of clothing and mishitting, but they seem to be finding the gaps. This is often the case when you're trying to be a little proactive, I think.
Yeah, I think the Sri Lankans will be getting a bit frustrated. England have had their luck, definitely had the luck this morning.
Yep. But that's what happens when you play aggressive. You get a bit of luck.
Yeah, indeed.
All good. Yeah, so it ended up, and then then Apple said, "Oh, we don't change batteries here." They said basically the battery is blown, i.e. is expanded. They sort of expand when they're fucked. That's defended up into the covers, and there's no run. The one problem with Apple is that their new sleek designs are obviously fucking all in one unit, so you can't replace the battery yourself. But generally, they do a reasonable price for a battery change on a MacBook Pro. You have to leave it with them for a while. But then they said, we bypass the battery, and because you can bypass the battery, but we still can get power in the machine. So if that's not working, it'll either be the MagSafe connector, which is where the charge goes in, or it'll be the logic board. Now, if it's the logic board, obviously that's a kaput machine. And if it's the other thing, we don't really have the parts for that anyway. As Ollie Pope guides that one down through 3rd slip, where there isn't one, because there's a sort of gully and 2 slips. And it makes its way down to the boundary, and it's 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
So then I phoned up my local sort of non-Mac repair people, Minko's Macs, who are sort of chain of Mac repairists in London. They got 4 different shops in London. And they quoted me 150 to 170 quid for a battery change. And they said, well, if it isn't that, if it's the logic board, 450 quid. And if it is the MagSafe connector, it'll be a battery change, 150 to 170. And the MagSafe charger, 150 to 170. So I said, what, 300, 340 quid if it's those two? It's like, yeah. I said, well, what's the point? I can get a new machine. So I went on eBay and immediately found a 2015 MacBook Pro. Similar spec. Ours was a 2013, £249.99. So we bought that. And that, my friends, is why we need your patrons. We never expend money on really expensive shit. We live on a fucking shoestring. Driven by Brooke. Not sure if he drove it into the ground or it was in the air straight to cover. We've got a pour on it and slowed it down. It didn't make it to the boundary. But it has been filled out in the deep. These unexpected expenses come up when you're trying to run a thing like this. I mean, everything in here is pretty much second hand, except for the one machine that we run video off, which we got a COVID loan on, so we owe on that too. So if we are to survive, please do patron us, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Super chatters, do the GPL, anything that helps us out, keeps us going.
Yeah.
For your pleasure. We enjoy doing it too, but we know that we have worldwide coverage, and we're a lifeline for some people. So please do patron us.
That's correct. And
we are also, and the reason we are really calling out for money is that, as you just heard, I've had someone around to view the flat. I am trying to sell the flat. I need to sell the flat because my daughter's off to university and I'm out of money and I'm skint and I can't sleep. Everything is quite stressful in life at the moment. And if we want to carry on, and you want us to carry on, please do support us. As I said, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
And I've just had another idea. It won't get us any funding straight away, but if you're thinking of writing a will at any time, just why not consider putting us in your will?
Yes, exactly. Like the old cat's home, but just call it Gorilla Cricket Home.
Where charities get most of their money from legacies in wills.
Yeah, it is true. Well, the Dan and Jai are speaking to the umpire about something. Maybe it's light. I don't know.
Having a bit of an old conflab. Now, if you want to, I will, for money, you have to send in a super chat. I will read a section from any book behind me. And I will also, I think any of us will sing a short extract from a song that we recognise as well for money. But we'll only do it for money.
Only do it for money. Significant money if you want me to sing.
Yeah. You can attempt. I can only attempt to sing, not actually sing.
That's fine. Just give us the money.
Brooke defends, but pulls his bat inside his pad as he props forward as that one angles away from him, from Ratnaika. And it's through to the keeper. There ain't no run.
Yeah, I might be able to do a halfway reasonable rendition of Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, but nothing else.
Good old rugby songs. You still coaching the rugby?
I not at the moment. I was last year for a bit, and I decided I couldn't really do a good enough job for the girls I was coaching because I couldn't get there every week. So I managed to persuade the club I was at to find a replacement for me. And I haven't actually done any coaching this season yet. I probably will get back into it at some point. But I've been so running around up and down here, there and everywhere recently that I haven't really had a chance to get involved.
Fair enough. Brooke comes down a track, has a big swish at that one, out to the covers, misses it completely. Goes through to Chanaway behind the stumps, and there's no run.
So, that's the first time I've had a break, actually, from rugby coaching, probably 30 years, I should think.
Wow.
But I will be back involved. I'll be going up to watch some rugby. I would have been going to watch some rugby this afternoon, but I'm here doing cricket commentary. So.
Well, what rugby's going on at the moment?
Well, it's the old boys have got their first game of the season.
Okay. It's defended by Brooke. Outside half of the back goes to Gully. No run. 261 for 3 England. Rattling along this morning. They've had scored 40 runs in the first half hour, essentially. 40 minutes. A run a minute. Should be up to around 320, 330 by lunch, unless they really put the foot down.
And last night I was watching rugby on the television. I was watching Scotland women play Wales women. Scotland won, and featuring for Scotland was Fiona McIntosh, who's the first ever female representative of Old Alanians to play international rugby.
Nice. Now that's a beautiful drive, but I think he's been caught.
Yes,
he has been caught.
He has.
Has he?
Well, I don't know. Yeah,
yes,
so.
he has. The wicket has gone up. Big drive by Brooke. Hit it well, but didn't keep it down. And it must have been a low skimmer along the ground. Well picked out by the man at cover. And Brooke, who's been a bit skittish, it has to say. I do like watching him bat. I wish he'd hang around a little bit longer. I think it was a bit toe-endy it was, and he was leaning. And actually, it wasn't that low. It was sort of waist high, going hard to the right of the man at cover, who didn't have to move too far. Just plucked it out of the air. And we have to say goodbye to Harry Brooke, who goes for 19.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Very interesting.
Thing about Harry Brooke is he just doesn't move his feet.
No.
So his balance must be wrong to play that shot. All he'd have to do is put his front foot
across. And that's what you'd see Rooty do. Rooty wouldn't bloody...
100%.
Yeah. I think what Brooke does, though, he does move his foot. He moves his front foot, but then he locks it, and then he doesn't move anything anymore.
Well, he kind of moves it down middle stump as well, rather than across.
He moves it a foot down the wicket, but he doesn't move it laterally.
No. And a lot of... The thing is, a lot of batsmen don't these days, do they? I mean, that's the preponderance of... short form white ball cricket. A lot of people play with their eyes these days, not with their feet as in the old way. I mean, it allows you to free up the arms more, score quicker. It also leads to more mistakes and more shots going in the air.
Sadly, we haven't got a statistician with us, but I'd quite like to get the stat here on how the scoring rate for batsmen other than Pope and Duckett in this innings, because it strikes me that all the rest of the batsmen have struggled quite, not really badly, but have been nowhere near as fluent as Duckett and Pope.
Well, to be fair, Pope hasn't been massively fluent.
Well, I mean, run
mishits, run rates, yeah, true.
The run rate for the others compared to Duckett and Pope, very slow, I think, probably 3 and over, maybe.
I can give you that.
Good man.
Duckett, 108 strike rate. Dan Lawrence, 23. Ollie Pope 102, Joe Root 27, Harry Brooke 48.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I guess once you get in, things change, don't they? Jamie Smith is the new batsman to crease. First ball is played out to the covers, and there is no run. He has a jingle that goes like this.
Hey there, Jamie Smith. Are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
So another wicket falls, 261 for 4. I would like that to be, as I said,
minimum of 350.
The minimum of 350, exactly. I think England's bowlers, if the conditions stay the same, so that's played up to mid-on, and there's no run, and I don't think they're going to really change that much today. I think England will fancy bowling out there anyway.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think they definitely will. I think... England had bowled first. England might be batting already.
Well, exactly that. And it'll be interesting to see whether Sri Lanka's batsmen have got tired minds after in the third test. Often happens, doesn't it? You know.
team's already lost the series, just wants to get out, even though they're playing.
One foot on the plane.
Yeah, that sort of scenario, and in a classic style that someone will get an innings and then it might all suddenly just collapse in a heap.
Although I suppose nowadays, I suppose nobody takes that much interest in it, but the Test League or whatever it's called, every match counts though, doesn't it? It's not just the series that count for the score.
No, every match counts. England will have shot up to 4th, I think, already before this test. So that's clipped out to deep mid wicket. That'll be a single. And
the thing is, they do all count, but count to what? Is anyone really interested in the ICC final trophy every 2 years?
Not really, but
not in a way it's played. No, as I say, I've been banging on for this about 5 years about having a summer tournament with either the top 8 or the top 4 teams actually playing a couple of mini series in one place would add a bit of spice to it. But that'd be a big commitment for the ICC and a country, but I think it could be quite amazing. It certainly would work in England, I think.
Jeremy Henderson has contributed, I don't know where he's from or anything about him, but he's contributed $40 as a special contribution to the replacement computer.
Thank you very much, Messi. That's defended by Jamie Smith, goes out to gully, and there is no run. Of course, this is Jamie Smith's home ground as well. He had a batted here, scored a shitload of runs.
There's a lot of Surrey boys in this side and around the edges of this side.
Well, yeah, they are kind of Man City of cricket, aren't they, really? The money, the glory boys. That's defended from the crease once more.
Yeah, I mean,
the covers, no run.
Somewhat surprising they haven't been completely taken over by some Middle Eastern nation as yet. But
I don't think they're so interested in cricket as they are in football.
No, probably not.
Annoyingly, Ivan Toney has now gone, having bought him in my original buy for my fantasy Premier League team.
He was good value as well.
He was good value, and they benched him, and he usually scores goals at the beginning of the season as well before he gets injured. So I thought that was a cunning buy at 7.5 point in. And then he was benched for 2 games and then sold. So I've still got him on my bench, and he's absolutely useless. Defended out into the covers, and there's no run.
Can you sell him?
Bit of an odd move, because not only is he like 28 or something, which is not the ideal time to go out there. It's usually 36. But to be honest, isn't he a big Christian?
Oh, I don't know. Could be troublesome if he is.
He's got crosses and things all over him, tattooed all over him.
Well, I wouldn't want to go to Saudi Arabia. You could pay me a shit. I mean, you can earn a lot of money as a footballer. You don't need to go to Saudi Arabia to earn stupid money. As is portended by Jordan Henderson, who is now defended out to the covers and no run. Finds himself not really playing at Ajax, having managed about 6 months in Saudi Arabia, all for a pot of gold. It's a bit poor, really, I think.
Brian in Brisbane is demanding the Super Chat jingle for Messi.
Okay, we can have that. We're going to play the long one.
YouTube comments, we're not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price.
These things we read for cash. These things we read for cash.
Jamie Smith gets on a mark as he pokes one out through point and gets himself a single. His first run.
I bet I'm a little bit behind. I'll just give you some. Is that the end of the over?
That is the end of the over.
Yes. Well, Ranjith Amarakun says, thank you for the live commentary. Thank you very much for listening, Ranjith. Dara Azizi says, Darren Stevens was a great exponent of putting bowlers off their stride. Disinterested handjob says, can the bear do science on the rules for aggression creating luck? Is there an equation? Quantum something?
No, I don't know that.
No. Mr. Handjob, we do not know the answer to your interesting query. Darren Bevan, does anyone know if the day will be extended to make up for lost time yesterday? We're going to have to in 1 second. Eco Stephen says, make the bear read the Tory graph.
Never.
Well, big enough for money, Bear. You'll read the Tory graph, surely.
Well, I have to buy a copy, which would be like
No, you can get it online.
I'd need gloves to go into a shop to buy the autograph. And I certainly won't read it online because it's behind a paywall.
Well, you could read the court circular. You know, Princess Beelzebub will be dining at the, the Victoria Tea Rooms or something, whatever they put in the court circular.
Well, yeah, maybe. On the back foot, Smith defends up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Oh, I can give you a very interesting bit of court circular in a minute. As most of you who've listened to me before know, that I'm a big man into family history. I've got a couple of great family history
yes,
stories.
Exactly. Crikey, we
can
missed these. Who are you related to now?
Well, so the most amazing one is let's see if the listeners can work out the two female American singers who are also cousins I am related to.
Oh, big drive by Smith. Misses it. It beats his outside edge, through the keeper, and there is no run.
See if you can get the two.
Swift.
Good God, how did you know that?
You're related to Taylor Swift?
I am related to Taylor Swift.
Well, she's got fucking shitloads of money. Can't you get in touch with her and tell her to give us a mill? That'll do.
She is about my 12th cousin, so we can have a go, though, I suppose. See if she's into cricket. She's more into American football, isn't she?
They're looking at ultra edge.
Mr. Handjob suggests Billie Eilish.
Not Billie Eilish, no.
You don't look like you'd be necessarily
Katy Perry?
related to Beyonce, but you never know.
Defending.
I think everybody's in slightly the wrong era for the other lady.
Joni
Mitchell?
No, that's
the era.
That's more the era, yeah.
Diana Ross? No, obviously.
Just slightly later than Joni Mitchell and Diana Ross.
Mid-70s. Yeah.
Debbie Harry?
No. More famous, actually, much more famous. Probably one of the most famous female artists in America.
What, mid-70s?
Mid-70s.
Well, 70s onwards, I would say. I think she's still around now, so.
Defended on the back foot by Smith up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Still very famous now.
Who did this? You're So Vain. Carly Simon?
Nope. More famous than that.
More famous?
I know. I mean, Carly Simon is famous, but much more famous than that.
Madonna?
No, not quite as famous as Madonna, and a little bit older.
On the famousometer.
I'm trying to think of American female singers.
What genre are we talking?
Country.
Country? Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton.
You're related to Dolly Parton. Oh my God.
Dolly Parton, Taylor Swift, and Dolly Parton and Taylor Swift are 7th cousins as well.
Oh my word. Driven by Smith up to mid-off. Can't quite beat him. Nicely driven.
So that wasn't really the point of my story. The story was brought up by talking about the royal family, wasn't it? And it turns out that Taylor Swift is related to King Charles, Lady Di, and Catherine Middleton. So basically, she's pretty much got the same genes as Will's and Catherine's children.
Pulled.
Well,
by
yes,
Smith gets himself a single, and he steals a strike again.
I worked out I was the 19th generation down from King Edward III, for example. But
you're my cousin. You're my cousin.
Well, we're all related somewhere, aren't we?
We're all related at that level, because there's a million grandparents once you get 19 generations back, unfortunately. So
yeah, but actually, it doesn't quite work like that if you've got posh relations, because
they're all inbred.
They're all inbred. So actually, when you get back to your 15th great grandparents,
well, that's true.
There are only a third of the one you'd normally expect. Yeah,
like a database where it all doubles up. So you'll just send the same email to the same person. There's a lot of debate which we've now resolved as to who it might be. Urethra Franklin from Mr. Handjob, Tina Turner from Jonathan Shawland, Janet and LaToya Jackson from Mr. Handjob, Mama Cass from Warren Davis, Joni Mitchell, which we already have, and Barbara Streisand from Jay Grover.
Yeah, we should have got voting on who people most thought it was, and charged a pound.
Yeah, and charged
a pound for an entry, and then split the winnings between. Whoever got the two names right. That would have been a good little competition, wouldn't it? Perhaps we can arrange another genealogical competition.
Well, you've got lots of genealogical answers to questions, haven't you?
I have many.
You're related to the royal family, aren't you? Well,
I am.
Yeah,
definitely.
Well, so am I. I'll tell you who my wife's first cousin once removed is. I think we've done this before. It's Kim Philby.
Oh, very good.
So, as I say to my family, I'm the only one without traitor's blood in my veins.
That is defended by Pope back to the bowler, and there is no run. He's going along handsomely at 133 of 131 deliveries.
Yeah, I have quite a lot of royal henchmen in my ancestry.
That sounds like the door tone. That could be the delivery.
Oh, It says here somewhere something about the codes that I should tell you about. Where does it say?
I think he's got the code.
We've got the code. It's a question of do they ask for the fucking date of birth. Oh, but he sent me that.
Okay.
Right, okay. I've got it just in case. I'll remember that just in case they ask me again.
Well done, Brian, in Brisbane. Fantastic work.
Indeed. Ratnaika is in. Cut! Oh! Cut! And again, it's kind of through the vacant and maybe over where the slips would be. Races down to the third man boundary. 4 more runs.
I think they should have second slip at fourth slip. He'd have been out about 3 times this morning.
It might have been a bit high.
It was actually a bit high, yeah.
Probably would have gone over a lot of them. But they got 2 slips and it keeps going around where no, I've only got 1 slip. Oh, look at that.
Ooh.
The lovely Greggs. Thank you very much, Brian, as always.
Well.
That'll keep us fed for the day. Pope moves on to 137.
If you can't send money, send food and drink.
Yep.
Always handy. Ratnaika, especially booze, is always good too. Defended back to the bowler and there's no run.
AJ suggests Karen Carpenter or Stevie Nicks. Well, we already know the answer, but do keep the suggestions coming in.
Yes.
They're always entertaining.
Yeah, and we might come across someone else that I am related to that I might recognise in the list of names. So.
How big is your family tree now? You've been doing this for years.
Oh, in my main database, I got about 60,000 people, I think.
Wow,
it's a lot. I have, and every single one of them has been typed in by my own fair hand.
But can you send out a group email pleading for money? Because half of them are rich, aren't they? That's defended out towards Gully, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think I'm related to the some of the Rothschilds, the Goldsmiths. There's money there, definitely.
There's definitely money.
We need to find some of them.
A family email saying, listen, I'm related to you very distantly, but look, I run a cricket internet show and we need money.
Yeah, we just
especially the Rothschilds, don't they? Don't they own Wormsley, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, I'm not in. I think that's a slightly different bit of Rothschilds than I'm related to. Well, I will be related because they're all related, but
yeah, exactly.
They're not quite. I won't be quite as closely related.
He was famously a tight ass, wasn't he? That's played out to the wicket, and there's no one didn't want to pay the bribe money for his son, who was stuck out. And famously, that was a TV show, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it got kidnapped by the mafia.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, well, you don't get rich by not being a tight ass. I think is the rule, isn't it?
Oh, it's a bit tight not paying for your grandson.
I know. I would have paid, but I guess if you're not rich, then your view about how you should spend your money is a bit different than if you are rich. I don't know.
Too many rich people with too much money that they have nothing to do with.
Yeah. I have some poor relatives as well, but they probably aren't any good for tapping up for sponsorship of Gorilla Cricket, so we'll have to see what we can do. I have some very interesting relatives as well.
The thing is, by the time you get 33 generations back, which is only about 1,000 years ago, that to the Norman Conquest, there are 8 billion.
Lovely. Vatican slice. Beautiful Vatican slice by Smith. It beats the keeper and goes down to the boundary. And it will be 4 runs.
2 + 2 is our man.
Oh, lovely. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, excellent. Coffee.
Oh, and it's rather hot, so it's made it here reasonably in time today.
So 8 billion is more than the number of people who are in the world at that time. So you do actually have...
they double up.
Yeah, they massively double up. Yeah, they have to.
Oh, this looks like tea. I don't drink tea.
Take it
Coffee.
back.
Or is that tea? I don't drink tea.
I don't know. What's this one?
This is driven at by Smith, and again it beats the outside edge, and it's through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Pokey Bumfinger says, my family tree is fucked up. I had 2 secret uncles I only discovered recently. In hindsight, I'm glad I never shagged anyone from their hometown.
Who was that? Where? What? Huh?
Pokey Bumfinger. And Mr. Handjob says, it's not a family tree, it's a full fucking forest.
Well, there you go. Yes, that's true. Has anyone who watch Chaos on Netflix?
No, I haven't watched that. Is it worth seeing?
Yeah, it is worth seeing. Mainly because Jeff Goldblum is always good at entertainment.
Oh, he's great. He's great, yeah.
Down the leg side and through the keeper as Smith just lets it go, and there's no run.
So Smith at the moment is falling into the slow scorers category in this match. So he's only got 7 off 17.
You start slowly, Smith. He did in the last match.
Yeah, he might catch up.
I'm sure he will. He's certainly capable of it. It's based. Jeff Goldblum basically plays Zeus, but it's all brought into modern time, and it's the story of the prophecy of him losing power or whatever. I can't remember what that story is in Greek mythology, or if it's even a real one, or they just made it up for the hell of it. That's played out towards point, and there's no run.
Yeah. If you're going to do a kind of updated Greek mythology thing, you'd think you'd actually use the Greek mythology. There's plenty of it, isn't there?
Well, I'm assuming it is, but I don't know Greek mythology so well. But it's quite entertaining.
It's a nice concept.
Nice chap, Goldblum. When I've heard him interviewed, seems like a nice. He's the only chap I know. He went on Adam Buxton and he said, "Oh yeah, no, I've listened to a few of your previous interviews." He said, "What? No one ever does that. Just prepare for the show. Celebrities don't bother."
He was the Fly, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was the Fly, yes. The Cronenberg film.
Yes. That's what first made him big, I presume. That's defended by Pope outside half at the back leading edge, maybe even out to cover, all on the ground, no run.
Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Lots of things. Always plays the kind of zany scientist a lot of the time.
Independence Day.
Independence Day, yes, that's correct.
Yes. A Zeus-like voice intervenes there.
Well, yeah.
I think we're due for a change after this ball.
Yes, we are indeed. Who's next? Fourthy, you're going to take over. Messers and me. That is played out through the covers, not particularly convincingly, but the man at cover couldn't quite dive and stop it. And therefore they got through for 2. Pope moves on to 139. Smith will take the next ball. Run rate is 4.84. England are 276 for 4. Ditch is going to take a little move out of here. I'm going to let you two carry on the Zoom, and I'm going to stay in the studio.
Thank you. Well, I thoroughly endorse your comments about Chaos. I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Just so original. It's by the same bloke who wrote The End of the Fucking World. And, it's got that same sort of energy to it as well.
Very good. Well, that's a strong recommendation. While I'm on the subject, did anyone see The Long Shadow, the Yorkshire Ripper series, which was... I only just caught up with it recently. It was excellent, actually. Really, really good. Very thought-provoking about values and the police force and all of those things and society in the 70s. It's not an easy watch. It's really good.
Yeah, they fucked that up, didn't they?
Yeah, 100%. What a mess. It's really good. It's really good. England 276 for 4. The run rate is 4.84. I am going off a screen which will not necessarily be synchronised with my colleagues. So, in the nature of guerrilla cricket, except a tiny bit of chaos to pick up on the same theme. Fernando is coming into the attack. His 7 overs so far have cost 29, so he's been reasonably economical by the standards of most of the Sri Lankan bowlers. Smith, who's 8 off 18, is facing up. He's the left armour. Fernando, huge appeal, but surely that was pitching outside leg.
Miles outside leg, going down as well, I said.
Indeed, so it's gone down. They've taken the run. I don't think it was a leg by, or was it?
I think so.
Okay, and they've moved to 277 for 4. I mean, by all means, pick a left-hander because it's good for variety, but I'm not sure that this particular left-hander, V Fernando, has really justified his place in the side.
His line's been all over the place, isn't it?
Yeah. His economy is actually not too bad, but he hasn't looked penetrative. He's coming in again now. And that one's a bigger appeal. That was fuller, and it's been given by the umpire. Now, did that one pitch line?
Well, that's your wicket for thing.
Exactly.
Yes,
I think you called that one out
Absolutely hexed it.
well, it's pitched in line. I think that's out, man. I think that.
Yeah,
question is whether it pitched outside. Pope has immediately
I wondered
reviewed.
about that.
Yeah, so Pope on 139, it's been given on the pitch, and that's the crucial thing. It was much fuller than the previous delivery. It did swing. It's going to be a bit borderline. You would imagine that had it not been given on the pitch, that it would be umpire's call. We're about to find out.
Oh, unlucky, my son. I've seen it before
I haven't
you.
quite got that yet. What's the story?
It's pitched marginally by the width of the seam outside leg stump and has been given non out.
Well, that is tough because it's actually, 1/3 of the ball at least, if not 2/5 is in line. I think that's very rough.
Oh, that is absolutely borderline, isn't it?
It is absolutely borderline. Seen it a lot of times though. It's happened to many a bowler.
Very, very lucky, but I feel morally that's out, to be honest.
Morally, maybe. Practically,
it's not a moral. It's not a moral game, as we know so well.
Well, exactly. Morally, England won the fucking Ashes, but let's not go there.
Exactly.
I think the morally ones is where there is legitimate doubt. That one is clear cut. It either is or isn't outside the leg stump.
Well,
that was outside the leg stump. Yeah.
Well, some of it was, and some of it wasn't. I think that's the problem.
Yeah,
anyway, it comes again. And that one is outside the leg stump, and it's flicked down to long leg by Pope, who's probably quite happy to get off strike. And away from bowling from Fernando. Having said how rubbish he's been, he's actually bowled rather well this over. So there you are.
It's amazing how a good gorilla kick up the arse can change people's heads.
Exactly so. But he's getting a bit of swing, and he's got his confidence. Janan Kaya, did I pronounce that right? Janan Kaya has he tends to be fairly philosophical about these things. He's got a fairly stoical grin on his face. He's going to be on a plane home in 3 days. It comes down the pitch, not altogether convincing. Smear down to the vacant gully area and takes the single. He moves on to 9.
Well,
they're having.
There seems to be good rapport between these two teams, I have to say.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah. A lot of that comes from the skippers as well. They set the tone. There might be a little bit of gasping ahead of time when someone sees a ball do something that I have yet to see. So I thought I heard a little explosion there from Messi. We're about to find out. Oh, I see why now. That was a massive Vatican slice. Huge inside edge. And it can't have missed the leg stump. Ollie Pope has used up
a lot of lives.
A lot of his cat's lives in this one over.
Fuck me, that was close. It's one of these, though.
Yeah, it has to be said that Sri Lanka hasn't been getting the luck of the draw.
No, I agree with that. I mean, usually the luck evens itself out, but not necessarily in a session. And this session, England have had all the luck, undoubtedly.
Whoa. Yes, that was close.
In again. This one pitches outside leg. He fiddles at it, Pope. And that is the end of the over. And the score, 283 for 4, over to Messi.
Mog says, the bear, fuck you, this thing I'm getting for free as shit. He also says, would it surprise anyone to know I find the whole Goldblum shtick fucking irritating? The thing I enjoyed most of this was probably the big sleep, actually. I really enjoyed the big sleep. It's going back a bit.
In answer to your question, Bob, no, it doesn't surprise us.
He's a bit handsy for my taste. I do like his charisma, but I want him at arm's length. And Jay says, I have no famous relatives, but the Yorkshire Ripper were arrested outside my old school in what became the Smokers' Channel, which is mint. Kate Ellen is with us. She says, hi, gorillas. Wicket, I needed to log in more. Oh,
Kamara.
no.
Kamara in again, and that's Smith. He plays that with a little more authority than Brook was doing because he actually moves his foot vaguely towards it in its direction, so it's a solid defensive shot. Much talk of Smith maybe moving up the order in time, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Well, he bats at 3 for Surrey, doesn't he? Someone said.
I believe he does. He definitely looks as if he knows how to handle himself with a bat in his hand. In comes Kamara again. That's a beautiful stroke, a beautiful cover drive, straight to the man at short cover, no run.
Yeah, he's finally got a test ton as well. He got a 90. I mean, he's another one with a test average that's quite high.
He is, and there have been players who have made hay during a summer when the opposition has been not of the highest rank. One thinks of someone like maybe Ravi Bopara, and then they get found out a little bit later.
Wow,
maybe
yeah.
But we'll see. You can only play what's in front of you. In comes Kamara, and that's defended by Smith in an orthodox fashion, straight back to the back bowler.
Yeah, Ravi scored.
It does seem a little discordant to see Jamie Smith with an average of 51.6 and Ollie Pope with an average of 35.8.
Well, he's got a higher average than Joe Root in that case, Jamie Smith.
Yes, yeah.
Once you start off, I mean, the mathematicians will be all over this. You know, the longer you play, the more accurate your average is. You can have wild averages. There is a test player who's got an average of 100, I think. In comes Kamara. Only played one innings, and I think he got 98 or something, and 2 in the other innings. And that's played down in that vacant area between gully and second slip for yet another 4.
Oh,
and that's Jamie.
All on the ground, no, never a chance.
Absolutely, yes. Sorry, I should have made that very clear. That was guided by Smith. He knew the gap was there, so it's a perfectly legitimate shot. But there have been at least 3 shots that have gone, well, maybe 2 this morning and 1 yesterday that gone to where a third slip would have been, that have been false shots. There again, you don't put a fielder there, they can't catch it. Been a little bit conservative with his field placings overall, one would think. Oh, they've plugged the gap now, of course they have. The horse has bolted. In comes Kamara to Smith once more. Very wide stance at the crease. And that's aerial, but
I think
through where a vacant 4th slip would have been. There's 3 of them.
I think it's more point. It's more point gully region, isn't it? There's more backward point, which probably is where he just took the man from to plug the gap.
I think that he's playing with them a little bit there. Dananger sees the funny side. Smith moves to 14. Yeah, it would have been a 5th slip, sort of first gully area, perhaps. They can't quite get it right. They're Sri Lankans, you've got to hand it to them. Put their head in their hands and they come up with a big smile on their face 9 times out of 10. Here comes Kamara. Tries the ramp, doesn't come off, misses it completely. Pope, who remains on a gross of 144 at the end of the over. Yes, the end of the over. It's drinks break, I think. All right.
I believe it is drinks break.
Yes, should be.
Well, I mean,
you have to accept that Sri Lankans are far more than most of us have had to put up with an awful lot of adversity over the last half a century. So that,
great point.
Just having this sort of shit happens, no great tragedy.
Well,
we got a super chat from Kate Eleanor.
We got a jingle for this.
Super chat. A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
So she's nominated Shelf 2 from the top, Book 3 left. Please read page 31. There you go. That's very specific for you. What's the book we're looking at, Forthy?
Well, I can't tell you because usually if I read a short passage, we can get to see if they can write in, hopefully give us some money. Here we are. Father Damien died on Palm Sunday. The people sat on the ground, beating their breasts in old Hawaiian fashion, swaying back and forth and wailing sadly. The leprosy had gone off him. There were no scabs or anything. He was a saint. I read it twice. Now, see if you can work out what book that's from.
That is no fucking idea.
It'd be rather difficult, I think.
Does it have anything to do with an explorer?
I'll tell you what it did do. It won the Booker Prize in 1993, so there's a clue for people.
Yeah, Jay Grover would be my best bet in terms of picking that, or Mog.
We'll see if we can get it.
Pokey says, official Ravi Papara club member.
Fan club member.
And Mog says, Damien of Molokai. That Damien? What was that in relation to?
The book? I don't know.
No, well, it's not.
Yeah, of course, Ravi scored in the series pre the Ashes. Got a couple of hundreds, didn't he, against the West Indies, and looked really good.
He got 300s.
Yeah, exactly. He gave it a lot of chat that he was going to batter the Australians, and then was dropped by the fourth test.
Yeah, that's right. I think Jonathan Trott came in to replace him.
Yes, he did. Yeah,
he got a ton at the Oval and got them over the line.
Yeah, that was 2009. That was the first year of Test match sofa.
Oh, right, okay. Good time to start.
Yeah, it was. That's why we did it.
That was probably an Ashes that we didn't deserve to win, to be fair, but we did.
Well, you won them, morally or otherwise. Yeah.
Well,
speaking of which, Leah shared a meme of Adam Gilchrist wearing a T-shirt with the words "moral victory" on it, with the word "moral" crossed out.
Wow.
Well, there's such a thing as a moral victory.
Well, I mean, this was, speaking of this, I mean, look, if England have got two scores basically to get to 288, and one of them is an enormous score. Ollie Pope, having not scored any runs in this series so far, is on 144. All the other wickets have reasonably fell cheap, apart from obviously Bucket Duckett, who plays how Bucket Duckett does, and scores quickly with lots of chances, but got to 84. So, I mean, there is life in his wicket, and they're still beating the bat now. I fear for the Sri Lankans when they come out to bat.
Yes, yeah. Mog was talking about the book. He says there was a beatified Damien from Hawaii that died from leprosy. Can't think what the book is, though, unless it was the one they made of a movie with David Wenham in it.
Don't think it was. David Wenham's a New Zealander, so. And
Jay
this
says.
is not
Jay suggests Hawaii by James Michener.
educated guess, but incorrect. It's a misleading quote. It's actually set in Glasgow, the book.
Oh, of course it is.
I was told to read page 36, so I did. Shall I review?
Kate Eleanor says, thanks guys, wailing and dropping to our knees. Awesome. And Muttley says, I'm loving these psychic reading challenges via Super Chat from 40.
We're in
stats,
again.
Man. Train
yes,
spotting.
We've started again, very close, but not. One of the other famous Glasgow books. In comes Fernando again, defended by Smith, out into the cover stop ball. Now, I'll tell you what it is, I think, because it's a hard one. It's Paddy Clark Ha 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 by Roddy Doyle, if you remember that one.
Oh.
It was quite big news about 30 years ago. I don't think people read it quite so much these days.
There's a doorbell, peeps. I don't know if that's more deliveries, which would be really nice.
Fernando in again. And it's a Smith, not entirely orthodoxly, smears it out for 2 runs through deep point. He moves on to 16. Just beginning to accelerate a little.
Darren Bevan says, did anyone know if the day will be extended due to yesterday's delays? Yes, our understanding is that as long as the light holds, we'll be going through to 7 o'clock tonight.
Oh, okay. Another full house. We're looking at the oval, which is looking very lovely.
We don't expect the lunch break to be until 1:15.
Play and a miss there by Smith. I think that he was probably playing for a bit of swing that wasn't there. Just went on that one. Either natural variation or a clever variation from Fernando.
And we still have another 83.5 overs due.
What,
so
today?
Yep.
Jeez, that's a lot of overs.
Well, I think 98 was the full target for the day. It won't happen.
Is the forecast due for... I think there's a little bit of rain around about 5 or 6, isn't there, due?
Yeah, possibly. But even if there's not rain, it may get considerably darker as
Okay,
concern,
and
I suspect.
that was a repeat of a ball, the fourth ball, same as the third ball, a play and a miss from Jamie Smith. And now suddenly it's not swinging, and Jamie Smith is playing for the swing, and it's not there, which of course, cricket being cricket, is the straight ball can be more dangerous than the swinging ball, if that's what you're expecting.
It's a bit mean, isn't it?
It's cricket. I must say, Dan and Jay, all we see of him, he's just laughing his head off. He's enjoying this. A leg slip has been posted, and Smith decides he's going to do something about this, takes 2 strides down the wicket, and plays a nice looking shot, but straight to the man who's there to cut it off at short cover.
Part 2 of the delivery has arrived. Thank you very much, Brian. The booze and the crisps have arrived too.
Oh,
lovely.
Fantastic stuff. Fantastic. I can well imagine it. I had a very, very nice chicken schnitzel for my dinner just now. Some sounds off from Messi in Perth. Last ball of the over. No problem. Who's Chris?
He's my housemate.
Right.
There's
not
a football match on at the moment, and he's a mad King Carlton supporter, so he's in a state of depression.
Meanwhile, Smith's out. He clipped that one straight to the man at short mid-wicket. There was a moment of disbelief, as there wasn't a huge amount of celebration. Smith can hardly believe that he's managed to pick the man out. He went aerial, but he didn't fully commit. He just, in the end, chipped it straight to short mid-wicket. He is out, and that is the 5th English wicket down for 288, I believe.
Yeah.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
I mean, he middled it. He nailed it. Just straight to the man.
He did indeed. And again, apart from Pope and Duckett, I don't think anyone's got to 20 yet. And we're on 290 for 5. So
funny looking scorecard.
It is very much so. Often the way though with big scores, isn't it? 1 or 2 people get big scores, maybe another middling score, and everyone will chips in 20, and before you know it, you're at 400. So we've
Chris
got
Wokes for the wicket.
Well, yeah, Chris Wokes will be in next, followed by Centurion. Gus Atkinson, one presumes.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
And do we know anything about Josh Hole's batting? That's the other question.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think one thing we can say is that this is exactly the right strategy. You can say, I wouldn't say that any of these players have given their wickets away. That's not the right expression. They've just tried to force the issue, knowing that they've lost some time on the first day, and they want to win the game. There would have been plenty of England sides in the past who would be 170 for 3, say, rather than 290 for 5.
They might well be 170 for 5. I mean, I do think there is.
Might be.
There's definitely stuff in this wicket. I mean, it's still doing shit.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I should say that the GPL now stands at £138. It won't close at lunchtime. It closes at 1 o'clock, irrespective of whenever lunch is. So
okay,
be aware of that.
It's time for spin. Dananjaya De Silva.
The skipper is going to have a little bowl, and he sounds like this.
He is a million miles from home. Says I won't let the pace attack cut through me. They need some more runs. Who could score some tons? De Silva maybe.
His first ball's a dot. His second ball is clipped for a single by Pope. And I haven't seen his third ball yet.
He's
bowling. Right. Well done. I assume there's no gasps off stage, so I assume not too much happens. It's clipped down to long on, who's about 10 yards in from the boundary, and I imagine that's Chris Wokes off the mark. Yes.
England closing on 300. As I said, I think if England get 350, they'll be reasonably happy.
Yes, you'd say so. Pope opens up his stance, and I think he was aiming for mid-on. It's ended up at mid-off, but no great alarms. We see Samath Jayasuriya looking pensive on the balcony. This has been an
have to say
accurate, but no appreciable spin, I would say. That's just turned around the corners mid-wicket by Pope, dot ball.
You'd have to say that I think Pope's found it a lot harder this morning than he did yesterday. And that's partly because I think Sri Lanka have bowled a bit better, but also I don't think the conditions are at all easier as things stand.
Oh, there's a classic Sri Lankan misfield, I'm afraid. That was played wide of the man at mid-off, and they've come back for 2, and at the end of the over, England are 294 for 5.
So I'm pleased to say that I've got a timestamp on when things are sent in. Jay Grover, just at 7:17, sorry, which would be 1:17 your time, said, sorry, 12:17 your time. Paddy Clark, ha. Just got it. And yes, that was just before you gave the answer. To which Mog says, that's not a real fucking book.
It's a real fucking book, all right. It's very good as well. I recommend it. It doesn't get read very much.
Mog says, I understand Carlton are tanking it. Yeah, they have been rather, although they've been recovering a bit. Ravian says, you guys are almost half an over behind the live TV feed. Come on, guys, catch up. Well, it's circumstances that are beyond our control at the moment, Ravi, and part of the delay is the fact that you get a delay in watching YouTube as well. So it's the delay 40 has plus the delay you get in receiving YouTube. There's very little we can do about that, I'm afraid.
Nothing I can do. The only thing we could do about it is if someone gave us a vast amount of money, it would solve all our problems and coordinate us up around the world. But until such time, you will have to get this free service, which is a little uncoordinated. Chris Wokes plays that very nicely to mid-wicket. And I think did they come through for the single? Yes, they did. He moves on to 2. Pope's got 150 in his sights. I'm never really sure how much of a milestone 150 is. It tends to get polite applause. I don't think he'll be nervous or anything. He's 147 off 147 balls.
Not about Popey is generally when he gets a ton, it's generally quite a big one.
Yes, it's feast or famine. He's like Mitch Marsh, isn't he? Mitch Marsh sort of perfected that. Under 10 or over 200 with Mitch Marsh kind of a thing. Oh, that's very nicely steered, but they've actually worked out where to put the man now. It's a third slip in glorious isolation. And Pope managed to pick him out all along the ground, let me stress. The run rate's just dipped a touch to 4.81. Wickets do tend to do that. There's a nice bit of fielding, attempted to run out just in case Hope was being a bit dozy, which he wasn't. Fernando, buoyed by the wicket, brought on by us, me in particular. And that's cut very nicely, this time wide of the man in isolation at third slip. Man comes round, the sweeper comes around the boundary, not very energetically, and Hope moves on to 149. How's the food? Nice?
Oh, well, I don't get a choice. I realised that Tone has put me on every single session this morning.
Tony?
Oh, it's all right.
He's a hard taskmaster.
It sure is. Oh, I've got low battery. That would be chaotic.
Yeah, I think that's penance for having to try and sort out the tech yesterday. Not being available. Although we did have a house full yesterday, so it didn't really matter.
Yeah. It did all right in the circumstances, I think.
Yeah, it is quite annoying not being able to have the normal setup. But I'm hoping that this new computer is actually going to be better than the old one.
Yeah,
that would be good.
That's what you always hope. And then you get the new computer, it's just like the old one and nothing's different. It's still the same software. Everything's
the same.
New TV. The TV channels are still just the same.
Yeah, but usually when Macs, you go up a couple of years, you can probably get the operating system a little bit higher.
So to Sonoma or something. In comes Fernando for the 5th ball of the over. It's nicely played wide of the man in the covers. By
although in between
100, that is his 150.
Oh, well done. We have a jingle for 150. I'm not sure we do. I think we do. Yeah, we do.
You shall not shift me. You shall not shift me. I have made it to 150, and you shall not shift me.
It's not my favourite jingle, but it exists. I'm
Yeah.
glad it does.
Speaking of jingles, Mog's going through something of an existential crisis. He says, I'm now faced with the realisation that Hull is actually playing and regret doing an even more shit jingle than usual in expectation of him never being heard of again.
Well, you'll be glad to know then that our man, Mr. Perko, sent one in or two.
Last ball, dot ball. So that's the end of the over.
So that shall get paid. We're going to have a switcheroo now? I think we should have a switcheroo.
Yeah, we can do.
It's supposed to be me. Okay. Is there one more ball in the over? No, there is.
No, I don't think. I was just going to say one final observation, which is that he ought to go on and get a 200 now. There's been quite a lot of really good batsmen like Mark Waugh, Colin Cowdery, who've never got a 200, so just make sure he gets it. He probably won't get any chances.
He's already got one, though, hasn't he?
He has already got one, I think. Yeah, defended behind square on the offside, and there is no run. Fastest 150 in Test match cricket at the Oval, and Ollie Pope is there. He has the fastest, followed by Travis Head on 163, Ian Both on 174, and KP on 176. Thank you very much, boys. Tone, you're supposed to be joining us, mate.
He knows he's coming.
Oh, okay. All right. So we'll do that. And here is Tone. Well, England have given away wickets this morning, but I don't think they'll be that disappointed. We've still got, 3/4 of an hour to go. We've scored 80 runs pretty much, bar 2. With 3/4 of an hour to go, we can get to around about 330, 340 by lunch. All good, all well and good. Is that another wicket? Yeah. It is. This time it's... they keep getting caught at cover and mid-wicket. Wokes has come down a wicket this time and hit aerial straight at cover. There's acres of space either side of him, but no, he decided to pick out the man. So we're going to give him this one, actually.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
The first thing I learned from Gorilla Cricket is shit takes wickets. Shit takes wickets, inducing a poor shot that don't clear the tickets. Yeah, shit takes wickets. Shit takes wickets.
Don't know if it was that shit, but it wasn't great.
I mean, if you're being picky, you would say that possibly we should be looking at 450. We're going to be looking at 350.
Yeah, and
possibly enough, but
I still think
frustrating.
I'd be very interested to see how it goes when Sri Lanka starts to bat, but very.
Can you put it up to your actual mouth? It's a lip mic. That's how it's supposed to go.
Right. I just still think that England have only really had 2 batsmen who've really found out how to bat on this pitch.
Well, exactly, and that could be good for England's bowlers, really. If it's the same for the Sri Lankan batsmen and they don't actually get so many scores big, then they could be rolled for 150, 200. In which case, 350 will easily be enough. The Centurion, hero of the last test, is out to bat.
Another man on his home ground.
Yeah, who gets a leading edge up to mid-off with his first ball.
He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
Played up too long on. Next ball, and it'll be a single. Turn the volume down. I can hear it. Getting a replay in the background. 300 is up for England. 300 for 6. Chris Wokes just got 2 of 4. I think England will be, they won't be happy with 300, but being stuck in is always a good thing to get to that many runs. Pope tries a big smear down the ground, gets a thick outside after the bat, goes out through vacant point to the man in the deep. It'll be a single.
Yeah, I just wonder what it is about Pope and Duckett's techniques or methods or whatever it is that makes them basically be scoring twice as fast as everybody else in the team.
Well, they're just being proactive, aren't they? And to be fair, they've got away with it because there's been some shit shots that could have got them out any time. They've been, ridden their luck today. It's just defended out in the offside and there is no run. And other players haven't, had the luck. I mean, that shot by Wokes, that shot by Brooke, that shot by Jamie Smith, if they'd have closed the face just a fraction more, opened it a fraction more, they'd have missed the fielder and got 4 runs. That's the way it goes. That's kind of why you hit it on the deck, but this England side choose not to. They choose to try and score quickly.
Yeah, and he was definitely trying to get, he was miles down the wicket when he smashed that at cover, wasn't he?
And it's really good bowling conditions. I think England want to get the runs on the board and have a good bowl at Sri Lanka today. I think they want at least a session and a half.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, I think they'll be more than happy to get to 350 and have a bowl.
I think they probably will. I think they'd like 400, but doesn't look the way it is. And however you get the runs, it doesn't really matter. I mean, Pope's got half of them. 153 he moves on to with that cut down to backward point for a single.
Yeah, he has more than half the score. Pretty good. 153 out of 302.
Yeah, exactly that. Fernando has gone for 42 and he's 10 overs, so he's going under the run rate.
Yeah, good. He's bowled well actually this morning. He has bowled well. Haven't had a huge amount of luck. In general, though, in this innings, quite a lot of the Sri Lankans haven't bowled very well.
Atkinson faces up and gets behind that, defends back down the track, and there's no run. Do you think he thinks he's a batsman now, having got a ton?
Yeah, that looked like a batsman's shot, didn't it?
He's entitled to a certain extent,
well,
isn't he?
He looked like he had a pretty sound technique, actually, to be fair, in that first test. Doesn't mind. He certainly didn't mind the pull shot, did he? I mean, he's not a typical tail ender, and he's scared of short stuff and quick stuff. He got him right behind it, smashed a couple of beauty. He hit 3 or 4 sixes.
He's not going to get too much threatening short stuff.
No.
I'm not sure it's in the armoury of the Sri Lankan
Lahiri is
attack.
probably the only one who probably could. That's across Atkinson. He has a big drive and it misses it. It's through to the keeper and there's no run.
Yeah, I think that might be where ball line. He should be playing that straight back to mid on, and he's playing right across that to somewhere extra cover with the ball coming across him. It's not a very good shot when you're first in, and you're basically playing across the line, aren't you? That's a difficult shot.
Yeah, but people like that. I used to like that when left arms bolt. I mean, it's tempting, isn't it? You bowl full across because it allows you to free the arms, and it's full enough to drive, and that's the point of it, really. Oh, now that one probably pitched outside leg.
Yeah, I think so.
Crashed into the thigh. Knee roll really of Atkinson.
But when I was watching him,
run.
When I was watching him in the last test, I thought he very good picker of length, and he would be back if he needed to be back. He'd be forward driving if he needed to be forward, and if it was a very good length, he was playing it very sensibly.
I think there was
an inside edge on that one. There was.
I thought it hit his knee pad, knee roll, but it didn't. Fernando in again. Oh, that one's across. That's a good double. A little bit of extra pace there as well. From Vishwa Fernando.
Did he tell
beats the batsman?
Might give him the benefit of the doubt, and he was just taking the bat away.
They're bowling now like I bet they wish they'd done on the first morning. Interestingly enough, with the older ball, which seems to be doing that a little bit more.
Well, maybe the overhead's better. It's quite humid today. It's a little bit warmer. Light's a little bit better, so I don't think they'll be going off with bad light today.
No.
That's nice. Oh, burst through the hands of cover. Hit hard by Atkinson at cover. Burst through. Angelo Matthews chases it down, and they'll just get the one run. And Atkinson steals the strike.
Right, a few messages. Mr. D. Handjob saying, I'm now faced with the realisation that Hull is actually playing and regret doing an even more shit jingle than the usual in expectation of him never being heard of again.
Well, we've had that one. But
well, sorry about that.
Good to hear again.
Jamar is saying, hey Tony. Michael Bedford saying, I disagree in the possible terms that Gorilla's test news is delivered via a runner holding a cleft stick. Yeah, apparently we're half an over behind some feeds. We're not our feed, that's the only thing I can tell you. And ours is normally pretty much on the money, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the internet slows things down. But Forthy was even behind us.
That could be why.
So it makes it even worse. Around the wicket, De Silva to the right-handed Atkinson.
Yeah, but you just have to
no run.
Just have to pause your feed for a moment or two till you get the picture to line up with our commentary.
Well, there you go.
I have to do that myself when I'm listening to Gorilla Cricket from home.
Reverse sweep in the air, but over the top of the slips, lands safely in no man's land down towards third man. They'll probably get back for 2. Reverse sweep.
These days, tail enders are quite happy to try reverse sweeps, aren't they?
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
Mad for it.
Jeff Boycott would not be happy.
Boycott wouldn't even know how to play that shot.
No, he wouldn't.
I can't imagine Boycott ever played a reverse sweep.
No. Certainly wouldn't have done. Took fucking forever to get anywhere, Boycott. Jesus. Dan and Jada Silva round the wicket on the back foot goes Atkinson and knocks it out to the leg side. Thinks about a run and is there, and they go through for a quick single.
There are one or two older cricketers who you think of as not scoring very quickly and would surprise you with their feats that they had when they were a bit younger. Mike Brearley is one that comes to mind, who is one of very few men to score 300 runs in a first-class match in a single day.
Just blocked up to mid-off by Pope. They go through for a quick single. Score moves on. 307 for 6.
Was that the end of the over? Yes, it was. Yes, no, he's got 2 balls left.
What are we looking at? Average speed.
He's a bit slower today.
He's a bit quicker today.
Oh, a bit quicker.
Oh, that was yesterday. Down the track comes
gone.
Gus Atkinson. It's gone way up in the sky. There is a man out there. It is caught. England decided to give their wickets away quickly this morning. Gus Atkinson has just given his away. 5 off 11 for him. As he tries to smash that out the ground. And having scored 100 in the last game, he comes down to earth with a 5 off 12. And we have to say goodbye to Gus. Not quite the pitch of the ball. Toe ended it.
Yeah, it very much seems that the faster England try and score, the slower they score.
Well, I don't think going into full-on lemming mode was in the script, and just let Ollie Pope stay there on his own.
Yeah.
But there we go. They are obviously trying to advance the game. They do know that they've lost a chunk of play, and they're just trying to get ahead of it.
And they may well lose some more play as well over the coming days. So, they lost pretty much half a day yesterday in the end.
Ollie Pope might just be starting to think, hang on, I'd like a double ton here. I need someone to stay around and let me get there.
I don't think so.
But we shall see. Right, well, I can tell you Brian in Brisbane is saying, have to nip out to watch the Tour of Britain go past the end of my street. Not a huge cycling fan, but grateful they're here because the council found money to fix the potholes. Well, there you go.
Wow.
Don't you drive a bus though, Brian, as well, if I remember rightly? That must be an advantage if you've no potholes to trundle over. And by the way, I had the cheese and ham toasty. It was fantastic, and thank you very much.
Yeah, I had one of those too. Very, very nice indeed. Thank you very much indeed.
Pokey, 390 for insurance purposes. Not quite sure what that was.
Runs,
I shall stop.
Well, is this Josh Hull? He's certainly not someone that doesn't look familiar to me. So I'm assuming that we have Josh Hull at the crease, who's going to get a premiere of his jingle. His first ball, he defends out to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
This guy is really fucking tall. It's time to hand Josh Hull the ball. How many wickets will he take? How many games until he breaks?
Ooh, how many games till he breaks? Has he broken down yet in his career?
Not that we're aware of, no.
I don't think he's played enough cricket to have broken
Yeah,
down.
Well,
exactly.
that's a good question.
Are we sure that's him?
Yes.
No, it's Ollie
Stone, because I was going to say, it didn't look like a left-hander to me there.
Didn't quite look tall enough or big enough feet either, but you know.
Okay.
Didn't have big feet, wasn't a left-hander. Other than that, clearly our man.
And he's now in on the act. He's going to go out, and Pope finally goes. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Ollie Pope's now giving it away. Finally, on 154, trying to pull. Probably not a bad shot to play, but he's picked out the man in the deep, and
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
well, I think England should just try and get on with it now and get another 20.
Well, I think that's
30.
what they are doing.
Well, clearly, but I mean,
But it's mice on traps time.
yeah.
So England have lost 8 wickets,
No,
and I'm not.
they came out 3 down.
No, in the whole match.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that Sri Lanka have taken a wicket. Have they? Have we not just thrown all 8 away?
I think we've probably thrown all 8 away.
Yeah.
Here's your man.
Ah, right. Well, we played Ollie's jingle. We've played Hull's jingle already, so
Canoe feet.
yeah. Well,
You
I
could
suppose
play-
he's
you could
got
play
the-
the other Hull
I can
jingle.
play the other Hull jingle, can't I? The one that
Well, Mog's got one as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
1 minute and 36 seconds long, Mog.
Well, you better
no.
Or were they all? Oh, wait.
That was it.
Oh,
It might be just. Jeff's done a long version and a short version.
I'm not playing long versions.
Well, I'm just telling you.
I know.
So far as I know, we had 2 jingles effectively, a long version and a short version from Jeff, and a very short, snappy one from Mog.
No, he didn't get out of the middle, did he, Pope? And he knew straight away he'd hit it to the fielder. He was upset with himself.
Yeah, an easy 200 on there, and he just gave it away.
Well, he has ridden his luck a little bit, to be fair.
He could have.
He could have been out
gone
3
many
or 4
hours
times
ago.
this morning. Yeah, exactly. That's well battered.
Well, they do say you wait till both sides are batted, and
Well,
never been
exactly
truer
that.
than here, is it?
No, indeed. I think that. Oh well, Josh Hull doesn't move his feet and just pokes at one outside his off stump, misses it through the keeper, and there's no one. What do we know about Josh Hull's batting?
Not a lot. There isn't much to tell, I think.
Okay.
I can have a look for you once I've
he's a tall man.
read the latest messages.
I presume.
I'll look up his batting.
I presume he will be told get on with it, like everybody else. Only Shoaib Bashir's come after this. Maybe a couple of genuine rabbits.
Paul Higginbottom said the fuck off jingle got me in trouble at work. It's much louder than the others.
Sorry. Tell them it's the radio. Tell them we don't abide by Ofcom. That's defended up to mid-off and there's no run.
Oh, and I did think that was the end of the over. It wasn't. Oh, he survived too.
Yep.
His plates of meat don't look that huge, but then I suppose
He's
that's
a big
because
man.
it's in proportion with the rest of the lad.
They do look pretty big.
Yes.
When you look at side on, they're pretty big. Well, he's got a setup, leans on the front foot, baseball style with the bat. Can he give it a big heave-ho? A couple of sixes would be nice. Well, instead he nearly edges one through to the keeper.
Yes, not very much batting. I can give you his first-class stats. He's played 10 matches, 13 innings, 5 not-outs. He's got 30 runs with a high score of 15 and an average of 3.75.
Sorted. Just who you need coming in. Well, 307 for 8. Be a bit of a disappointment for England. They came out 221 for 3. They scored nearly 100 runs, but lost 5 wickets in the process, and all the good batsmen have kind of given it away. As that one's outside the off stump, probably there to hit, but this time he decides not to flash the bat at it, and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
He's list A. He's played 9 matches, had 1 innings, and scored 3 runs not out, so he doesn't have an average.
It's really his list A bowling that has probably got him most notice, particularly that over in the final last year for Leicestershire. He bowled the death over, I think.
Yeah, he's got 17 wickets at 24.23 in list A.
Don't look so hard at his first class record, because that doesn't look so good.
Defended into the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, you would. Yes, 16 wickets at 62.75.
Exactly.
Hardly a recommendation for being picked for England for a test match, but you never know.
No.
Ray Liverpool. Hi guys, congratulations to the Pope. Well, he's gone now, Ray, but yes, you're right, he played superbly. That calls for a 2-time Tony jingle, says Muttley. I'm not quite sure why. I don't have feet, Blackett's plural, says Muttley. Jason Toy, Vaughan free jingle time. Leah says, I'm pleased to see that Tony is wearing the correct Eat, Sleep, etc. shirt today. Yeah, I've got my cricket one on today. Oh, this fabulously named Auxiliadora Fernandez says the batsmen are not batting long enough to get long jingles. Well, that's a very fair observation.
Indeed. Defended back down a track by Ollie Pope. Is it Ollie Stone even? And there is no run.
Bear, can you keep an eye on Blue Sky, because I can't see it from here?
Okay.
Thank you.
That's swept hard by Ollie Stone. And there is no one behind square. And the scoreboard moves on to by 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Yeah, no, we've had that one. We haven't had much. The last thing we had on there was the picture of Gilchrist with a moral victory T-shirt on with the moral crossed out. Is that driven? It is by Stone. Not very well timed. He's got a big smile on his face, and mid-wicket fields it. There's no run.
I'm definitely going to have to get myself a pair of bifocals to do this, because I can either see my phone and read stats, or I can see the television and look at the cricket, but I
Well,
can't do both.
Just turned around a corner by Ollie Stone, and that's good running as they got back for 2.
Looks a bit like a football score, doesn't it, when you see it? Ollie Stone 6, Hull 0.
Yeah. Well, the last 46 balls have accrued only 25 runs and 4 wickets, and England have rather given it away from a very strong position. But clearly they were looking to push on. They think they've lost time. They probably think that whilst they would like 400, this could well be close to enough. It'll put the game more in the balance, to be fair. You could have batted them out of the game in the first innings with where they were. They've chosen not to. Down the track, or not down the track, Ollie Stone actually keeps his shape nicely after really not actually getting to the pitch of the ball. But he got back for 2 by keeping his shape. He managed to bunt it over the top of the bowler and keep his shape enough that he got it into the right position and not into any fielder's hand.
Quick GPL alert on £138, and it is closing in 9 minutes. So GorillaCricket.com/competition. You'll just go to our webpage, you'll find it. £1 to go. How many runs going to be scored in the day? If you get it on the nose, you win the pot. Get stuck in. 9 minutes you've got left to do that.
Indeed, we've just seen Wokes, who is playing around with balls. Probably he gets to decide, as senior man, which is the ball they're going to use as their new ball. He's got 2 to choose from.
Let me see whom else. Michael Bedford wants to know where Paul Higginbotham works. Higginbotham works. Remember, he was the chap who said he was in trouble because of the fuck off jingle. Says, I'm fascinated to know where you work. The Vatican, a chapel of rest. Could be dark. Might be a library. Might be just a quiet office.
Yeah, could be. What are you doing there on Saturday? That's down the leg side, and Ollie Stone has a waft, misses it by a mile. Vishal Fernando shoves it down there, and there is no run.
Yeah, Aylstone, not Ollie Stone, we should call him. Then it would really sound like a football score.
Wealdstone.
Oh, Wealdstone, yeah.
Yeah. England 314 for 8. I presume we're doing this session through till 12:15.
Well, 1:15.
1:15.
As far as I know, I haven't seen any confirmation on session times.
That's onto the pads once more. Ollie Stone gets it off the pad.
Well,
theoretically, long leg for a single.
Theoretically, presumably, we can go till 7:30 if the light.
No, they'll go till 7. That's what they did in the last test for Lost Light.
Oh, only to 7. Oh.
Well, they could have gone to 7:30, but they ran out of light to do it.
Ah, yeah.
So yesterday the plan would have been 7:30, but clearly the light defeated them and they went off. Much to the chagrin of the crowd, who felt that England weren't discomforted. England were quite happy batting and seeming to enjoy themselves.
Exactly.
And everyone got robbed a little bit, we felt.
Driven by Josh Hull. There's his first runs in Test cricket. There should be 2. He's not got enough of it to get it down to the boundary, but got on top of it, drove it through the covers. Gets back for 2. That'll make him feel better.
Yeah, he's only got to get another 2 and he'll be above his first class average.
Absolutely. A little bit on the up. Not great timing, but found a gap. Seems he's got long reach. He should be able to get on top of most things.
He still held the pose a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He obviously fancied that shot himself.
Seems they've been working on his batting furiously in the last week, knowing that he's going to be in the side. He's got very much the baseball sort of stance with a bat very high backlift. Punches that straight to cover, and there's no run.
He looks a little bit, with the helmet on and everything else, he looks just a little bit like Lawrence.
A little bit. He also looks a bit, well, maybe it's just the height, but he looks like Cameron Greenish actually under the helmet.
Mm-hmm. But cricketers look so different with the helmet on than they do once they take the helmet off.
Yes, very much so. Vishal Fernando, he's gone 2 for 46. He's in his 13th over. Driven again by Hull, but this time can't beat mid-off. Cleared the front foot a little bit. A bit ungainly. No run. Bashir's in next, of course. He can certainly give it a heave-ho, but not much more. And I presume that's all he'll do.
Well, again, he's going to be happy with Vishal Fernando bowling. He'll be saying, go on, Vishal, you keep carrying on, mate.
Yep, and then
work those footmarks for me.
Yep, Josh can make them even bigger, and plenty of turn. Excellent.
Yeah. Certainly a bit soggy, the outfield. Big heave by Hull. misses it through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, because ideally what you want is two left-handers that don't bowl in quite the same place, because that makes the patch much bigger, doesn't it?
Yes, exactly that. Well, that's the end of that over. Over to you, Tony.
Yeah, 317 for 8. Jamar the Statsman says, declare England you've got enough to play with. I will have a quick look to see if anyone is with us on the artist formerly known as Twitter, now X. Oh, crikey, I don't think Cleopatra in that picture is the Cleopatra of ancient Egypt. Goodness me, where did she pop up from? Warren says, or maybe Ditch is related to Shelley. Oh, Shelley as in the Wicket Queen.
Yes.
Is Ditch the new Shelley, says Warren. Quite right.
Which Shelley is this?
Collapses on, says Farong.
Percy Bish I am related to.
Percy, oh well, are you?
Yeah, somehow, can't quite remember how.
Tiger, etc.
And yeah, I have a few authors in my relatives. Charles Lutwidge Dodgson, if you know who he is.
No idea.
That's Charles Dickens, isn't it?
That is Charles.
Yeah.
No. No. Lewis Carroll.
Lewis Carroll. I was close.
You were close. Yeah, Lewis Carroll.
He was a god squatter, wasn't he?
Yes.
Asita Fernando is in on the back foot. Ollie Stone punches that nicely out to deep point. Should only be one. Is only one.
And he used to go on holiday in North Wales, I discovered when I was on holiday with my daughter there earlier this month, last month.
Lewis Carroll?
Yeah, Lewis Carroll, yeah, used to. And apparently a lot of the things that are in Alice in Wonderland and stuff are things in North Wales.
Oh.
Well, probably mad people.
Places and stuff. Yeah.
Mad Hatter.
Mad Hatter.
Yeah. So,
Cheshire Cat. Josh Hull is facing up to Asita Fernando.
You get the impression he's just anxious to release those arms and power the ball somewhere.
Yeah.
In fact, it's a pretty. There's no slip. Well, there is. There's a gully really, but no slip, and everyone else is pretty much pushed back. So they're encouraging him to have a crack, aren't they? Or giving him the single.
Asita Fernando's in. It's pulled and it's aerial and he's out. He didn't really get on top of that. Didn't like it. And Josh Hull goes for 2. It was a pretty poor attempt at a pull. He almost stopped on a shot, I think, and it just looped up to the man who was at square leg. And England have basically just given it all away this morning. I guess we'll find out whether it's going to pay off or not when they get to bowl, but they could have quite easily got 400, 450 from where they were, but they decided to push on, giving away a lot of wickets, and Josh Hull is the next man to go.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here.
97 for 6, if you want to look at it in that way, for today.
Well, I will say, if England have Sri Lanka at 97 for 6, they'll be very happy.
Wow, yeah, I mean, the one thing they will be keen on, I'm sure England are looking at those conditions and going, hello, it seems to be doing far more than on the first day.
Yeah.
But it is an older ball, and we have seen, actually, throughout this series, the ball seems to acquire a new life.
Well,
sort of 30, 40 overs in.
I think part of that is if you let the bowlers bowl at you, and I think Sri Lanka aren't going to play like England. They're not going to try and do that, and I think you'll find that the new ball probably does zip a little bit off the seam. I think the wicket's still pretty fresh. It's dank overheads. If you're going to get anything, you'd kind of like it with the new ball.
Now this could be interesting with Bashir in, because with last man, it means they're going to add time on anyway.
Yeah, we're either
nine wickets down. So
we're either going to get an early or a late lunch, aren't we?
Yeah, so this could again be a bit of rota juggling.
If they take a wicket now, they might come out for 5 minutes. There's only a 10-minute turnover, isn't it? And there's 15 minutes till lunch. That's horrible down the leg side. Slow ball bouncer. Attempted pull by Bashir, misses it completely through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if you've got these extended sessions, whether the normal rules about 10 minutes apply or not. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, could be true. Should do though.
It should. I agree. It should.
It's playing conditions, isn't it? So literally, it'd be an over. They come out for an over and then go off again for lunch. I mean, the crowd might say just fuck off and go and have lunch, but
something happened in the last test, didn't it? And they didn't come back out when, in theory, they should have done for tea.
I can't remember. Well, that's agricultural at best. Is that out? No, it must have bounced
On the
before it
bounce,
got out
yeah,
there.
as well.
Pulled by Bashir. One bounce out to the man at long leg. He'll get a single. Well, Ollie Stone's just got to give it some Humpty now, hasn't he? Anyway, because Bashir won't last that long. One wouldn't have thought.
No. So far, what one's seen of Bashir batting, he's not a man who's going to stay a very long time.
No. I'm sure they'll improve him as he plays hopefully a long English career. Round the wicket. Oh, top edged. He's just going to go. Oh, there is a fly slip, but he can't get round quick enough, and that's a valuable 4 runs for England. Which we'll give a jingle for. 6.
I think it was 6.
Well, we're going to wait and see.
If it's any consolation, Joel's got no more idea than you have.
No, he doesn't seem to.
Not got an idea.
He doesn't know what to give. I don't think we know what to give.
Well, I've given it 4.
Waiting for the replay, are we? Here it comes.
Oh, it was 6.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, we'll have that. Only just, but it creeps over the boundary, over the keeper's head. And they have got a fly slip in for exactly that. So clearly there's a bit of a strategy here.
It's been quite a useful position for the Sri Lankans in this series, fly slip.
Yep. Around the wicket. Gets so far outside leg stump. Kind of telegraphed it a bit too early to the bowler. He was quite easily able to follow him. Outside leg stump, and it's just defended by Ollie Stone. There's no run.
The estimable Jay Grover has pulled me up quite rightly to tell me that Tiger was, of course, William Blake, not Percy Bysshe Shelley. So I stand fully corrected in my fearful symmetry. Jamar the Statsman, aren't you listening to me, England? Declare! Well, 9 down. I think that's not going to happen now.
we're going to decide to declare when we're 10 wickets down, man.
Michael Bedford, The Tempest by Shakespeare. The Tempest by Shakespeare. It's Ariel, and he's out. Very good. It was Ariel, and he's out. Pokebum from Garawful, not even getting a cheeky 30 runs out of it. Yeah, it's been... well, they'd passed 100 for the morning. They're now on 104 for the loss of... 6 wickets, yeah.
Judging by the scoring rates, Stone should have been much further up the order because he is in the group of 3 now.
Overrun a ball.
Yeah.
Well, he's had a big smear, and that's it. England are out. Are they out? Yes, they are out. Caught by Lahira at mid-off. He come down the track, tried to smear it over the top. Got a big, thick toe end outside edge. Went straight up in the air. Lahira has caught it. Now, this is interesting. It's 13:01. Theoretically, they should come out for 1 over. Will it be lunch, or will they come out?
Well, Ben Stokes isn't sure, is he?
No, he looks a bit confused.
Looking
by
perplexed.
That. He's looking a bit annoyed. I'd imagine you'd be a bit annoyed. I think England have given away too much this morning. I imagine Hendo's going apoplectic over in Wimbledon.
Yeah.
Because England really have given it away. They're better batsmen than that. But they will say 325 lost time, wicket that looks useful to the bowlers may well be enough. But I still think 400 would have been a better score to get. Put more pressure on them, take the time out of the game. But they had decided to go at it this morning, and pretty much everyone has given their wicket away in a sort of slap happy way.
I think they might be going to have an over because they're not all there. So if a couple of batsmen rushed off to get their pads on.
Well, yeah, I think Dhananjaya is checking whether that's the case.
The whole team's not there, is it?
Well, yeah, they should come out for 4 minutes, basically, according to the clock at the Oval.
I've got some interesting breaking news, by the way. Andrew Flintoff's been appointed Lions head coach.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, very interesting move, and good for him.
Yeah, that's a really good plan. He's already got a team ready for it, hasn't he?
Well, he's good. Fantastic viewing.
Yeah.
I
didn't see the last one, unfortunately.
I won't spoil it for you.
Yeah, don't mention it because I
tugs the heartstrings.
Yeah, it's a really good series. Probably good for him as well, actually. Get himself out there again. He kind of shied away from the media, didn't he? I mean, his face looks like fucked up. And
Cricinfo is officially calling it the innings break, not lunch. So therefore, I think we may get a 10-minute turnaround and an over for England to.
Well, exactly that. I
have a crack and see what happens.
Then presumably, if England take a wicket in the first over, that will be lunch.
Yeah.
Well, yes. There we go. The one thing we can be sure of then is that there absolutely won't be 2 wickets.
No.
No.
There will
At least not before lunch. Right, Ashley Partridge, Bashir can bat now.
Well,
no,
he can't.
No, says Ashley Partridge. Fair enough. You're probably right. To himself, in fact. Wasn't Tiger Tiger a book by Alfred Bester? Says Mr. D. Handjob.
No idea.
It was also a club, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a club. You're absolutely right. What something handle I can see and fear thy fearful symmetry.
I didn't realise
Forests
that
of the
Pope had
Night.
got dropped early on.
Yep.
By Lahiri. Oh dear, that's cost them dear.
Oh, my memory had that as Brooke, so he did get away with that, didn't he?
Yes, very much so. Well, you know, England won't be.
He also
overly
got that
happy.
inside edge, didn't he? And it was, I mean, so nearly Vatican sliced, which
Yes.
would have been highly appropriate for him, onto his off stump. I mean, how it missed, it was the original coat of paint. But all of that said, with the pressure of the captaincy, everyone saying, including how bad his batting was, and the captaincy wasn't suiting his batting, and he's lost his form, which he had. It's amazing how the home comforts of the Oval, and all of a sudden he's a different player.
Yeah.
And he has batted superbly. Take that innings out of England's score, and you'd be looking at something pretty sorry for itself, wouldn't you?
You certainly would, and that makes you think. I mean, this is England have given the wickets away, but I think there is enough in the pitch, and if Sri Lanka play as they have done, I think the odd one will nick the edge, and they'll get caught in the slips, which England haven't done. They've been caught in the deep or fucking cover or whatever. But I do think there's probably one with your name on it if you just try and play normal cricket, and I think that was also in England's mind. I think they thought that the ball was doing enough, that just hanging around was not going to get you so many runs, and wickets would eventually fall. And
well, all the players, having built the foundation, Smith, Brooke, Wokes, the players you would normally be counting on to a certain extent to bring you the quick runs to sort of drive the nail into the Sri Lankan coffin, all fell in the process of doing it, which does suggest that's something for the bowlers. They found it today and they didn't find it yesterday.
Yeah, I've just been looking up Ollie Pope's stats. It looks as though his average at the Oval, first class this is very nearly double his first class average. So he obviously likes playing at the Oval.
80, it's 80 at the Oval. It was over 100.
Well, it'll be a bit more than 80
It
now.
will
won't
now,
it?
with,
So,
yeah,
but
150
not
odd
a
to
massive
his name.
amount more. And his first class average is 46.7.
isn't too bad.
Not quite double, but getting on that way.
Test average is what, 35, 36 now?
Bear, can you check our Blue Sky? Leah says there's got a great song for you. Can you see what it is on Blue Sky?
It's not come up in my notifications.
We're checking, but not finding.
That hasn't arrived.
I can tell you, Leah. Might be somewhere in the ether between Germany and Sydenham.
Yeah, Pope's average before this test, I'm assuming this is before this test, was 34, and I'll put him getting up to nearly 36, that 150 odd, given that he's had 85 innings.
Jamar the Statsman says, is England bowling? Well, they're about to, Jamar. We think that with the extended session time because of yesterday's bad light, they were going to play to 1:15. The final wicket fell at about a minute or 2 minutes past 1, which gave them time to go off, do the innings break change around, and still come back for an over. So we think there may be just one over, during which, if that is the case, only one wicket can fall, because were a wicket to fall, they would be going off for lunch anyway. So
Yes.
that's what we think is happening. We'll find out if we're right very soon.
And in other cricket news, from Belfast Island, Ireland women are 167 for 5 off 35 of their 50 overs, playing England women. I didn't even know there was a game today.
Well, yeah. Of course, they're building a new stadium in Dublin, aren't they? It's not going to be ready till 2029 or something, but which seems quite incredible, considering that they managed to build an ODI wicket in New York in the spring. I guess it was a collapsible one, which is maybe what Dublin should do, but I think they want a permanent structure, don't they?
Not sure you'd have had Rathnayaka as the pick of the bowlers at the start of play, but there he is, 3 for 56 for him.
Yep.
That was a fabulous effort in the end. A couple of cheeky overs, a couple of cheeky wickets for De Silva, as England were mice throwing themselves on traps by that stage, but nonetheless, you've still got to get them.
Yeah, England looked a bit slap happy, end of summer happy, didn't they? Well, I thought Flintoff was doing a team talk this morning, and probably handing the cap over to Josh Hull, wasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, I think this was yesterday, but
is there no football today?
No, it's international break. Isn't
oh, thank God for that, because
England are playing Ireland tonight.
England playing Ireland tonight. So we in that are we? I noticed that Scotland somehow managed to get into the A part of the Nations League. England in the B part of the Nations League. Scotland ahead of us.
Well, we're in Group 2 apparently. I don't know what that means.
What that means?
UEFA Nations League Group 2.
Hendo and I were chatting last night about various sports and following them. I said, the Nations League has kind of passed me by a little bit. If I've got Watford to worry about, Middlesex to worry about, England to worry about at cricket, and Hampton and Richmond at football as well. I'm struggling to concern myself overly.
Exactly that. I mean, it's one of those things you kind of supposed to make footy a little bit more competitive rather than just boring friendlies. Although a lot of teams kind of treat them like that until you get to the latter stages, because there's obviously a quarter, a semi, and a final, and it's a trophy to win. I don't think it's taken completely seriously until you get to the latter stages, though.
Jamal wants to know if England might bowl a spinner. I don't think they need to for the over before lunch. I would imagine it will be Wokes who's most likely to bowl the over, just to see what they can get.
You wouldn't sneakily
movement in the air.
Give Josh Hull his first over just
No,
before lunch?
I wouldn't do it.
I think that might be putting undue pressure on the lad, but that wouldn't be a reason for this England setup not to give it a go.
It will be Wokes who will have that over. Who will he open with? Atkinson will be at the other end, I'd imagine.
But we suspect he may not get to
an
bowl.
over.
If we're right, it's 1:15.
3 massive rugby games today as well, I hadn't realised. England women take on France women at 2:30. I imagine that's at Twickenham, but it might not be. And South Africa play... South Africa play New Zealand at 4 o'clock. And Argentina take on Australia at 8 o'clock. So if you're a rugby fan...
All women?
No, those two are men. That's the Southern Hemisphere competition, the last two.
Australia are pretty shit these days, aren't they? Did Argentina beat them, or was it South Africa or someone they beat last year, didn't they?
Argentina beat New Zealand, and then they got thumped by them the following week. It's a strange competition, though. They play each other... I think they play each other twice in each venue, but it's like they do double headers to cut down the travel.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, we were right about who's going to open. It is Chris Wokes.
Yeah, it is indeed. I'll give him a jingle. Oh, that's a good one, a jingle. It's bowling. Time to go under on the wickets.
And he's a Twitter fan. On the
You mentioned you made a few quid on that in the last test, didn't you?
Yeah. And I always try for a, stupid bet when I make a couple of bets and end up losing it. I'm always trying to chase. If I win, I always try and get a slightly better odds bet in at some point.
Yeah, that's always fatal, of course. That's not the way to do it.
Of course it's not, but I've made good money over the last couple of years. So
I can show you a stakes plan with your methodology of being able to pick pretty much more than half the results, that a staking plan that would work quite nicely with your way of betting there.
I'm quite happy the way I'm doing it. I like splurging every once in a while.
Yeah.
Right, the fall of the first wicket, they're giving me 20.5 runs. Yeah, reasonable. Not great. But Chris Wokes is going to face up Dimmoth Ratney.
Look at that field.
What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips and a gully.
2 short legs.
2 short legs.
That's short.
And that's not Ben Duckett.
That's short cover.
Karen Ratney faces up to the first ball. There's a little bit of movement and gets right behind it and defends it, and there's no run. So who is opening the batting with him? Is it Patton Masanka? They haven't showed us, have they? I really don't know who's opening up at the other end for Sri Lanka. And until they show me on the screen, I won't know.
It says Pathan Nasanka with Dimath Karunaratne.
Yep, Kusal will be 3 then.
And this car should drive very smoothly.
Wokes is in to bowl, and that goes off his hip, and there's the first run. Josh Hull was a man on the 45. What sort of leg slip? Is he any good at catching? I don't know. Useful to have someone who can actually catch the ball there.
He's got 4 first-class catches in his 10 matches.
Yeah, and they get off the mark, 1 for none.
One rather feels he's not a slipper anyway.
No, most bowlers aren't. Karunaratne has played 94 test matches and averaged 40.8. He's got 16 tons, best of 244 versus Bangladesh at Palakelly. So he's no mug with a bat.
That was a bizarre thing, wasn't it? The Bangladeshis won a series, only their second series they've ever won, and then sacked their coach. What was all that about?
What? They're the one in Pakistan?
I think it was previous history performance. They didn't think that had quite accounted for previous disappointments.
You know, Wokes is in. Oh, appeal for LBW.
Outside leg stump, maybe.
Yeah, pitched outside leg, probably. Which is what they're all thinking.
Don't, Ollie, don't do it, Ollie.
No.
He's not going to this
Tempting.
time.
Yeah. Presumably, if you can get that ball through once, you can probably get it through again.
Yeah, that was a crowd pleaser appeal, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly looked like it was going on to hit the stumps. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's pitched outside leg. Maybe a little bit high as well.
Yeah.
Only just outside leg, but clearly just outside the line. Needs to get that one to nip back from about middle, or even just inside the stumps. Oh, fenced that. Horrible shot by Karunaratne. Through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Terrific delivery, though. Got some extra lift there.
You see, I don't think England will be unhappy at being able to bowl.
That took off.
It did. Really rather fenced that by Karunaratne. Scrambled team.
It just shows the difference in pace between the England bowlers and
Well, yeah,
Sri
Wokes
Lankans.
isn't that quick though, is he? I mean,
But he's that bit quick, little bit quicker than any of the Sri Lankans, isn't
do you
he?
think? I'm not sure.
Well,
I mean, they're
I don't
all
know,
around,
really.
roughly around the same. That one is left alone, through to the keeper, and there's no run.
It's only 80, that one.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, there's only 80.
Yeah, pitched outside leg.
Well, outside. Not like the one we had earlier that
No.
England got away with by a fraction of a millimetre.
Having a laugh with Duckett, Dolly Pope.
You didn't seriously think of reviewing that one, did you, Skip?
They all knew it had pitched outside. Wokes, last ball, we think, before lunch. It's full on the stumps, defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. 1 for none, Sri Lanka, and now I think they're just going to walk off and have lunch.
Cricket is such a ridiculous
great for
game.
this sort of thing, isn't it? Yeah, indeed, that is lunch. So it's lunch on day 2, and England all bowled out for 325 in the end. Rather gave it all away this morning. Got themselves 100 runs, probably got themselves in an okay position, probably should have gone on to get 400 and been a bit more circumspect about it, but I think conditions for bowling are still pretty damn good, to be honest. It's not particularly warm, although it's not cold. It's a little bit humid, it's dank, pitch is still a bit green, and it looks like good bowling conditions, so England will hope to cash in on that. Maybe Sri Lanka can stick up something worthwhile. They trailed by 324 runs, didn't lose that wicket in that over before lunch. And anything to add? Any last social media?
Well,
before we,
Pope and Duckett completely dominate 85, the rest of the team, out of that 325.
Yes, it's true. Off and away with some scores, eh?
Yeah, so Duckett and Pope both scored more than the rest of the team put together.
Yeah. So there you go.
Which it actually isn't usually the way England score. They usually have lots of kind of 40s and 50s, don't they?
Michael Bedford was just going the rugby today. England women are playing at Gloucester.
Oh, it's at Gloucester.
This afternoon, apparently. That was I think most people had assumed it probably was lunch and have gone off for theirs. Let me see if anything's happening in the wonderful world of X. No. I think the last comment there was
Leah,
just telling us about Shelley.
Yeah, Blue Sky, we did get that thing through eventually. Tiger Tiger, a song by Slough Feg.
Slough, of course.
Never
World
heard of
famous
it.
Slough Feg.
Exactly. Enable external media.
Bob Dylan, the Rolling Stones, the Beatles, the Eagles, Slough Feg. They just trip off the tongue together. Right, anyway, I'm going to go and have a cup of coffee.
Yeah, cool. We're going to continue on with our podcast from yesterday, and we will see you shortly.
Boring that.
Yeah, I think so. You've already got the Series 1. When that's a time to experiment, traditionally, and I'm sure England will take it. What I think we really should have a chat about as well today is the just that 8,000 crowd. Day 4, Test match on the line, best part of a full day of Test cricket, and yet, Gus Atkinson's fifer, and yet, 8,000 people were there. Lords only a third full. It seems, though, that the MCC have held their hands up and said we really do need to look at our pricing policy going forwards. My only worry is they might also start to think that certain tests are only valid as 4-day games, and that it will open that can of worms again. It's going to happen with Zimbabwe, it happened with Ireland. You do worry if they start to go, our 5th days are economically viable anymore.
Well, I mean,
Thoughts?
not just 5th days, but 4th days, really. I mean, I think I said at the beginning of this whole summer, without trying to disrespect West Indies or Sri Lanka, but based on their batting lineups that they were bringing and their lack of experience in the conditions, and the way that England play, it was more than likely that most of the games could be over in 3.5 days, and that's been pretty true, especially when you consider that if you do lose any time to rain or bad light, it's now made up at the end of the day. So you lose a lot, and that might force you into a 5th day, or something.
Or
like
longer
that.
sessions the next day. I hate that. Plays havoc with my rotors.
Well, but yes, exactly, and you get that, and it's long overdue. I mean, if this is the wake-up call that MCC Lords required, then all well and good. Because, I mean, I was I wasn't watching it that closely, I think, on the Sunday and initially, and I was aware that it wasn't a particularly big crowd, but I wasn't aware that it was quite as bad as that. And when you say 8,000 or 9,000, I'm actually surprised it was that many. It really didn't look like that. It literally looked like a smattering of people.
The cheapest ticket price on the day was £95. The tickets available.
Yeah. Well, that's crazy. That's crazy. I mean,
That's crazy if you want to get people through the door.
But I think, you see, this is the difficulty. I mean, and it makes you wonder whether they should, if they know that they're playing. It's difficult to say because in some circumstances England could be the weaker team. But if they know that England are playing a weaker team and they're still playing, baseball type cricket, then it's. I wonder whether they should be selling in advance for the 4th day because. It's not necessarily going to go to that. And the thing is, if people, and I think this point was made by Lords, was that we've already got people coming who've paid 95 quid or more.
They did say that, yeah. Guy Lavender.
I mean, I've never really understood this. I mean, it struck me as a sort of similar to the argument that how sometimes you'll get on a train and there's standing room only, or even sitting in the corridor room only. Say it's like sort of intercity train, and then sort of first class has got about 3 people in it, and of course they won't let you overflow all the people who haven't got access to a seat by putting them in first class because it would upset the first class passengers. And it seems to me that's a bit like what we've got here. You can't. Obviously, there would have been complaints potentially from those people who paid 95 quid because everyone gets so irate with the idea of anyone getting anything more than they've got in this day and age that it would have been, it would have been difficult. So I understand that they said that, and I did even say that, I think, when I came on Sunday. So I think it's a good thing long term, because it is unsustainable. You don't. I think someone was saying they paid 30 odd quid for day 4 in at Old Trafford or something, and I think, well, yeah, that's about right, isn't it? I mean,
well, I've got a little table here which is quite interesting, which is the admission prices. Lord's days 1 to 3, 65 to 150 pounds, and no reductions for day 4.
Yep.
Trent Bridge 45 to 90 pounds days 1 to 3, and a 25% reduction on every price bracket for day 4. Edgbaston 65 to 120 pounds, and apparently didn't answer the query that this was from the Times. Old Trafford 35 to 115 days 1 to 3, but reduced prices ranging from 29 to 75 for day 4. And then Lords, as we say, between 80 and 150, and the Oval 75 and 110, but no day 4 reductions. And what Guy Lavender said, and it's interesting, therefore, it's the 2 London grounds that appear to be coining it the most with the least flexibility, which I think tells its own story, but there we go.
Well, they're in the capital. There's more people.
London waiting and all that. I get that.
I guess that's how they feel they can do it. I do find it a bit odd that they don't want to reduce prices on days, and especially when you see what things go.
Because members have paid, they've gone through the ballot, and they don't want to do that. But I think you've just got to adjust what you ask people to pay in the ballot as well. They say you don't get hamstrung by that. What he said was, Guy Lavender, who's the CEO of MCC for now, although I thought he was off to Cheltenham Racecourse.
Maybe
he might be leaving anyway, and he is current CEO. He said, we will be paying particular attention to the structure of 4th day tickets in our pricing reviews, given the way Test cricket is now being played, which had an ominous ring to it for me. I mean, I know he's talking about getting ahead of the game early, driving the story of the game forward, getting runs on the board, etc. Giving yourself time to ball teams out, very much the way England play. The Ireland test last year was scheduled a 4-day test. Obviously, the Zimbabwe done was that. I think the calls potentially for 4-day tests are going to get a bit louder. But he did say we will be paying particular attention to the structure of 4th day tickets in our pricing reviews, given the way Test cricket is now being played. So, I mean, I think you had a fantastic opportunity at Lords for children free, anything to get people along to the game. And it was utterly missed. And it was a fantastic day's cricket. OK, there was no day 5. And yes, it was about England ultimately driving towards what seemed a pretty inevitable win, given that the total set for Sri Lanka to chase was so huge. But you've excluded a lot of people from the chance to experience a fun day in great weather of Test cricket by being just too greedy and too inflexible. And that, I think, is a bit of a tragedy.
Well, I think also that we kind of need a breakdown of that 9,000 or 8,000 or whatever the actual.
It was 8,000 tickets plus 3,000 members. So I guess in the ground potentially you had 12,000.
Oh, really? I mean, well, that seems a lot more than it looked like. But also the other thing you have to ask yourself is, of those numbers, how many of them had actually booked in advance, and how many did turn up and buy tickets on the day? Because if it was a really small number that came on the day, then you would have thought that they would have known how low the crowd was going to be from the point of view of those that had already booked their tickets, and they might have adjusted their prices based on that. I mean, I think it seems they're being wise after the event, aren't they? And I think because in London they generally do sell out or get close to selling out in most Test matches, I think they're just complacent, and I think they probably thought that people would flood in and pay these ridiculous prices. But actually, the very fact that people in London are now even saying no, this is too much. I've been saying it for years. I mean, I won't go to Test matches in London anymore because I just don't think it's value for money. Really, I really don't. I think they're asking too much, and I'm not wealthy, but I'm not poor, and it's just a case of how much do you pay for, an individual thing, and if you can do other things and it doesn't cost you, or it doesn't cost you as much, then you're possibly going to do those things. So
do you have a limit of what you pay there? Do you have a sort of amount in mind that you go, I would go for this amount, but I wouldn't pay more?
Well, certainly 75 quid seems a lot to me, to be honest. Just to go along, and that's the bottom price. I certainly wouldn't pay 120, 130 quid for a test match. I mean,
don't forget, if you want families, you've got to get your family there.
Well,
so
exactly.
travel
B,
costs.
you've
You've got to eat.
And then, you're looking at 400, 500, 600 quid for a day at a test match. Quite frankly, I stated before, kind of prefer my sport on TV. I like my replays.
Yes, you are an armchair fan there.
Absolutely, and I like being able to see everything from behind a bowler's arm. I don't want to sit at a square leg.
I've kind of, I watch a lot of cricket, and I watch a lot of live cricket at county level. But I used to always go to test matches. I'd put myself in the ballots. As a member, I'd normally get tickets. But I started to feel I was being not ripped off, but I definitely felt I was being overcharged.
Yeah.
And that sort of happened to pretty much coincide at the same time with the fact that I actually get a lot of pleasure out of talking to other people via the medium of guerrilla commentary. so now I definitely sort of lean much more towards the fun I have commentating and with over actually attending. But it's not like I don't support live cricket, because I massively do support a lot of live cricket.
That's the other thing. You go to a test match and you've only got one of your friends to listen to your nonsense, whereas if you commentate on guerrilla cricket, you've got thousands. So it's kind of,
maybe I could just have a mini. I think I should have a mini Jay Grover doll. I just sit next to me when I go to cricket. I could just natter to the Jay Grover doll.
Absolutely.
If you're listening, Jay, that would be great.
And he wouldn't be able to tweet you for, an individual thing, and if you can do other things and it doesn't cost you, or it doesn't cost you as much, then you're possibly going to do those things. So
do you have a limit of what you pay there? Do you have a sort of amount in mind that you go, I would go for this amount, but I wouldn't pay more?
Well, certainly 75 quid seems a lot to me, to be honest. Just to go along, and that's the bottom price. I certainly wouldn't pay 120, 130 quid for a test match.
Don't forget, if you want families, you've got to get your family there.
Well, exactly.
You've got to eat.
And then, you're looking at 400, 500, 600 quid for a day at a test match. Quite frankly, I stated before, kind of prefer my sport on TV. I like my replays.
Yes, you are an armchair fan there.
Absolutely, and I like being able to see everything from behind a bowler's arm. I don't want to sit at a square leg.
I've kind of, I watch a lot of cricket, and I watch a lot of live cricket at county level. But I used to always go to test matches. I'd put myself in the ballots. As a member, I'd normally get tickets. But I started to feel I was being not ripped off, but I definitely felt I was being overcharged.
Yeah.
And that sort of happened to pretty much coincide at the same time with the fact that I actually get a lot of pleasure out of talking to other people via the medium of guerrilla commentary. so now I definitely sort of lean much more towards the fun I have commentating and with over actually attending. But it's not like I don't support live cricket, because I massively do support a lot of live cricket.
That's the other thing. You go to a test match and you've only got one of your friends to listen to your nonsense, whereas if you commentate on guerrilla cricket, you've got thousands. So it's kind of,
maybe I could just have a mini. I think I should have a mini Jay Grover doll. I just sit next to me when I go to cricket. I could just natter to the Jay Grover doll.
Absolutely.
If you're listening, Jay, that would be great.
And he wouldn't be able to tweet you back.
Probably not. Says, fuck off, get me a beer or something.
Sorry, I just want to say one other thing. I mean, you talk about the cost of, the peripheral costs apart from, actually paying for your ticket. But I mean, when you have to pay something like £8 for a pint of beer, I know in London you're paying about £6 in most pubs, and I think it's just madness, isn't it? I mean,
one thing you would say for Lords, though, to their credit, they are more free and easier on the drink you can take into the ground.
Well, you can take
Where-
2 bottles of wine or something.
Yeah, yeah. Whereas the Oval, the bloody Gestapo that they have on the door at the Oval. An old friend of mine went in and he lovingly bought some tapenade back from Australia. He was so looking forward to having that on whatever, natural wholemeal bready. But they nicked it off him, so he can't bring that in.
Not surprised.
I mean, he bought it all the way from Australia, and the Surrey Gestapo had it off him at the gates of the Oval. I thought that was a bit harsh.
I think the sort of in-person experience or live experience, much as you can love the atmosphere and it can be a brilliant day and it stays in the memory. I just think the things around getting to any sort of sporting event these days is just so inconvenient for the customer or the crowd. It's I find it with football now. You can't just walk up to a terrace and hand over a tenner and get into the ground. You have to go to about 3 different windows to pick up a ticket that you've already tried to download on your phone, and the Q code won't work, and it's like the whole day you end up spending more time just so you're trying to get to the game.
Indeed. Right, I've got a question for the bear.
Okay.
What?
Give it to me.
What?
Rather than getting there and enjoying it, So I think that's just the way. You're not so keen to put up with it. You're not so keen to be, treated like that. I think.
No.
Anyway, that's a whole different subject.
No, but I'm with you. I know what you mean. Right, the question for the bear was, what record fell in the last round of championship matches, and what has it got to do with Abraham Lincoln?
That's a really silly question to ask the bear, isn't it? Because he doesn't really keep up with county cricket, so I'm not going to know the answer to that one.
All right. As an extra clue, it was in the notes in your handout pack.
He doesn't read those either, does he? I mean, let's be honest. The bear does absolutely no. The only prep the bear does is switching on the machinery, basically.
Sometimes. All right, I'm going to tell you. Young Farhan Ahmed, younger brother of Rayan. He's 16 and 192 days. He became the youngest bowler to take 10 wickets in a match in Britain or anywhere outside of South Asia. And he was 148 days younger than W.G. Grace was when he set the record, I think, in 1865. And W.G. Grace set the record just 2 months after the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. So that is how long that record has stood. And it struck me as it's interesting that the Ahmed family has got another younger brother who I think has bowled pretty well for the Lions, hasn't he? Endo as well. He bowled pretty well, I think, at Worcester.
The Alleghi as well?
He's off break. He's an offie.
Oh, okay.
So you've got a family. They seem to have moved away from Rayan, though, don't they?
A little bit, but then he doesn't. I mean, he doesn't get a lot of bowling, does he, for Leicestershire, seemingly?
No, that's the problem.
I mean, the bear's saying there is he a leggy like Rayan, and I have to say that when I first heard about him, I thought he was a quick bowler because I thought our friend Cato at Wisdom was at the Lions game, and he was tweeting stuff about how good this guy was. And I looked him up, and I must have looked up the wrong Ahmed. And I read him.
You don't know your Ahmed from your elbow, do you?
I don't. Indeed, I don't. And I thought he was a quick bowler, and then I got into a discussion with Cato a little bit later, and because I noticed that he'd bowled 39 overs for Nottinghamshire against Surrey, and I thought, blimey, are they trying to flog him like Jock Archer in New Zealand? And so I got in touch with Cato, and he said, no, he's an offie. Oh God, well that explains it.
He bowled 50 overs. He took 7 for 140. And he bowled 50 overs. Surrey rattled up 520 odd. And then he took 3 for 77 off 26. Liam Patterson-White also took a 5 for. He took 5 for 96. Much to Gary. I remember when we have the conversations with Gary about spinners that could be playing for England, he always gets put forward by Gary as being the next big hope. But what? So that long-standing record of the Good Doctor finally being put away is just one of his records, another one of his records gone. But it also is kind of interesting because spinners did better perhaps than other bowlers in the last round of championship games because the Kookaburra was back. And thus there were an awful lot of games which never seemed anything like a draw, but not all of them. There were other games which were comparatively low scoring, and I wondered what made the difference. So I know Middlesex's game at Yorkshire, Yorkshire rattled up about 600 and something for not that many. And then Middlesex just cruised to 500, the upper reaches of 500. So, if you got those two, unless you really engineer something, it's always going to be a draw. Obviously, the Surrey-Notts game. But then there were other games that didn't seem to follow that pattern. Was it weather? I guess the interesting question is the Kookaburra experiment. Has it been a success? And sort of, if it forces you to look at different bowling options in less, not making wickets easy for seamers with things that absolutely help them, and looking for other solutions to take wickets in tough conditions. From the bigger picture of becoming successful in Test cricket, it might not be such a bad thing. What do you reckon there?
The UEFA Champions League is now on Prime. Stream Tuesday's must-watch match live, included with your Prime subscription at no additional cost. For more information, visit amazon.co.uk/prime.
How do custom orders work on Kraken? Imagine I'm a music producer, dialing in my newest track. Need more bass? Crank it. Vocals not popping? Double it up. Want a bigger sound? Hit that reverb. Hard. That's custom orders on Kraken. Complete control over your crypto trades. Go to kraken.com and see what crypto can be. Don't invest unless you're prepared to lose all the money you invest. This is a high-risk investment and you should not expect to be protected if something goes wrong.
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? You look at other ways of getting wickets, but they still pile up 600 runs. Ideally, you want to look at getting wickets in other directions and still keep them down to 300, 320. If that's the change of ball and situation, because presumably, again, Ash's fucking myopia, we're looking at what's going to happen to English bowlers when we go to Australia and they bowl on pretty flat wickets with a Kookaburra ball, and how are we going to take wickets? This is part of the whole reason for the experimentation. However, the wickets are different, the conditions are different, and therefore, is it really that useful? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know whether it is or it isn't. It's an experiment. But
yeah, I tend to go along with you, Bear. It's all a little bit haphazard, isn't it? I don't know how many games they've used for this year.
Two rounds at the very beginning. So the first two games, when something's afoot when Middlesex are making regular scores of 500 plus. You think, hello, what's going on here? And then it's these last two. So they've kind of done it in a way that they've set the players the challenge in a way of how do you cope with a Kookaburra in April when a shiny Duke ball with a proud seam is going to be nipping all over the place. Suddenly it isn't. But also then come the end of the season when the pitches are harder, drier, more baked, going into September. Then it's the next two rounds. So we've still got, I think the next round's going to be the Kookaburra as well. The downside... Sorry, go on.
That'll be 4 out of, 14 county games that play now? That will have been played with the Kookaburra.
The downside, from a sort of competitiveness perspective, I suppose, is that when teams need to be really doing everything they can to get a result, it's made that much more difficult to get that result as you get to the sharp end of the season. So, from the purely selfish perspective of supporting a team that you want to win, it's not necessarily such a good thing. I think in the bigger picture, it probably is a good thing, because you start to see new skills and that players have to learn, and they're going to need them to play international cricket.
Yeah, but the one thing that everyone knows about the Kookaburra is you need pace. I mean, it's not a thing you can really teach anyone. I mean, that's why they're going for the Josh Holes, and they, got other people, and Potts is not so, in vogue, because England are just searching out the way they're going to take wickets in Australia with a Kookaburra, because it doesn't do much, is to up the pace, and batsmen make mistakes because the ball's coming to them slightly quicker. It doesn't seem to me like that's any sort of rocket science. The Kookaburra does shit for about 10 overs and that's it. And then it's wobble seam, try and get it to reverse, bang it into the pitch, keep it tight and bowl a little bit quicker, and hope that you can nibble out some, And that takes a little bit of skill, but I don't know how you can learn that in England, I mean, that's...
you've got
Australia.
You want to bowl the right length in Australia, haven't you?
Yeah.
And it's probably going to be a different length from what you bowl here. And I think that, are we just trying to find reasons why our bowlers aren't just quite good enough? In the sense that, well, Josh Hazlewood, he's a decent pace, but he's not express, is he? But he's a hell of a dangerous bowler, and he's a dangerous bowler because he's so repetitive. He puts it in the same place, in the same way that someone like Glenn McGrath did. I mean, Cummins isn't he can be very quick, but he doesn't always rely on his pace. He can swing the ball, he can seam the ball. The only man of express pace really is Stark, isn't it? I think that England are going to have a massive problem when they go to Australia, because all this talk about bowlers, but the batting is, to my mind, it has a pretty soft underbelly. Even if they try to play in the Bazball manner, which served them pretty well in the last home series. But we're so reliant on certain players, and if we're looking at pace, we're so reliant on the level of fitness of these guys. We've got a 5-test series in Australia, and we've got to, we're hoping that Jofra Archer will come back, but we don't know. Mark Wood, can break down after 2 test matches. Ollie Stone, he's had 4 stress fractures. I think he bowled well. At Lords, but I think also he has a tendency at times to go for quite a few runs, and he could, when the Australian batting lineup could get after him and put him under pressure. So really, I think England potentially could go down under with a really, really strong bowling lineup, but it's it's incredibly fragile.
Very breakable.
Get a pneumonia.
It was 3 out of 4 games were drawn.
I think that's the problem. So, in a way,
You're breaking up a bit there. Now you're back, but you just broke up for a little bit. You're dead right, and that, England, that's always been England's problem in Australia. I'm not so worried about the batting, though. I think there's a pretty solid middle order, and if the top order can play Bazballian and get away with some top order runs, even if it's 80 for the first wicket sort of thing in, 12 overs or something, which will probably be the way they'll go against the newer ball. Try and put Hazlewood and someone like Cummins or Stark, and will Stark be in the next Ashes? I don't know. I mean, he's 36 now. I mean, will he be in the next Ashes? I don't know.
He's not having getting a tap on the shoulder like Jimmy did.
They've got problems. We're talking about the Ashes in fucking 18 months or whatever. But, at the top of the order, they've lost Warner. They've tried sticking Smith up there. Smith isn't on the heights that he was 3 or 4 years ago. Don't think Marnus Labuschagne is as good as everyone says he is. He's just really ponderously slow. Doesn't particularly score runs at a great rate. And then they've got Khawaja, who's come towards the end of his career. He's old as well. And then there's a lot of places up for grabs in their lineup as well, really. So, I mean, they're not going to be the most experienced. I mean, their bowling attack will probably be their best option when they're in Australia. The question is, will Australia's batting be any good by the time we get over there? That'd be an interesting one.
Well, there's a couple of things. I mean, definitely last orders now because time is rocking on. We're into drinking overtime.
I didn't even get a second liqueur.
Well, I was quietly. I was lining them up for you. Have a look on the bar next to you. They're all there. What was I going to say? Oh, I know. There was a couple of things that are just very quickly. One of which I think we should probably be the subject of next week's podcast discussion. But quickly, I think we should acknowledge Bangladesh's first ever win in Pakistan. A little of extra frisson of historical and political significance to that as well.
East versus West.
Well, yeah. I mean, remember, it used to be eastern region of Pakistan, didn't it? Bangladesh, till the War of Independence in the early 70s, was it? It was partitioned when India was partitioned. Bangladesh was sort of chucked in as the eastern region of Pakistan, and they'd never won in Pakistan, but now they have. Not only have they not won, they've won 2 tests back to back in Rawalpindi, which, had we not been so focused on other things, probably would have been worthy of greater note, Hendo, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say. Is that a result of a burgeoning Bangladeshi strength, or is that an example of Pakistan fading a little bit? Again, I mean, I looked at the Pakistan team and it's much changed from when I last looked at it. I mean, I think in this last test we had no Shaheen. Am I right? Shaheen Shah Afridi was missing, I think. So there were 1 or 2 unfamiliar names in there. I mean, there was no. Got his name now. Never mind. I'll come back to it. But it was. You know, there were different names in there. Babar Azam, of course, is going through that period in his cricketing career where nothing is really going for him. You know, I think it's now. I think when I was on Ajit's podcast, it was 14 innings without 50, so it must now be 16 innings without 50. But a lot of people saying, well, you know, he was overrated and he's not that good. And well, no, I don't agree with you. I think he's a fantastic player. I think you know, he's just having that period where things are you know, difficult for him. Every one of the, if you want to call them the big four, has had those moments, those periods. And if you're you know, your major batsman, your man with most presence, is not making himself felt, that can have an effect on those around him. I mean, Mohammed Rizwan has been brilliant. I think he's still kept up his standards, but you know, around him there hasn't been enough. You know, and it's quite interesting because, you know, you would think England going to Pakistan next month, and you know, everyone was amazed that England did so well last time they were there, which was the first time they played in Pakistan for some time. But now with those results, you think England are going to be massive favourites, and if they don't come back with, you know, a series win, you would think you might wonder about England really as well. But yeah, it's difficult. I mean, teams can just sort of, you know, Pakistan I think are they bottom but one of the World Test Championships?
Yeah, they are struggling.
And you know, I see poor Odati tweeting out every now and again, and you know, I imagine he's trying to be generous to Bangladesh, but it must be quite sort of upsetting for him to see what's going on. But I did read something about this notion of a whole bunch of sort of big name Pakistani players who were being signed up as mentors, and you know, on vast salaries. You know, and was that the right way to go? I mean, you know, can they really do that much for the players? Maybe the players should be getting better salaries. So maybe there's a sort of certain amount of bitterness in the camp about about where the money is going and how it's being spent.
Something doesn't feel right. I grant you that.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to get our teeth on, don't we, Bear? Probably.
Yeah, sure, that's not a bad shout for the.
Certainly ahead of the Pakistan series. I'm sure he'll come and have a drink with it.
But also let's not knock Bangladesh. I mean,
no, fantastic.
They talk about they've got a very weak domestic system, but they're still doing it. And people like Mushfiqur Rahim, who've got a big 190 in that first test. I mean, that was the surprise. The first test, especially. It looked like a game that was destined for a draw until the final morning, really. And Pakistan just fell apart. And Mahdi Hassan has bowled extremely well. He's done fantastic. And maybe, I felt that Pakistan in that first test, they were worried about the weather, and they maybe declared in their first innings a little early. So that it kind of reminded me a little bit of England in Adelaide in 2006-07 when Flintoff could have batted Australia out of the game.
Play the match, not the weather, as somebody once famously said.
Well, it wasn't in that case. It wasn't so much the weather. It was just trying to show attacking intent and getting Australia in on the second night. But anything can happen on the last day, as we saw at Adelaide and as we saw in that first game at Bangladesh. So I think it's maybe Pakistan aren't quite as bad as we think, but I mean,
we'll find out.
Is low. We will find out.
Yeah, 6:30 in the morning starts as well. Right, last orders has gone. We are about to shut up the shutters and close down the pub. I've got one final question though for both of you. We won't go into a full preview now, obviously, of the ODIs and T20s against Australia, although there are some really interesting selections on both sides to make that interesting. But Brendan McCullum across both formats now, good thing or a bad thing? Bear.
Well, I think it's probably a good thing. I just didn't think he wanted to do it. I thought that was part of the reason why he took the test thing in the first place. So I don't know why they've convinced him, and I don't know how long it'll last. And it might
because possibly a good deputy, and possibly the fact that there was a list of people that allegedly were interested. I'm not sure that any of them genuinely were, and I think the runners and riders rather fell away. Either because of what they were prepared to pay.
I think Trott was genuinely interested.
What do you reckon, Hendo?
I was surprised, put it that way, and I go along with Bear that you felt that he didn't want to because it was too much of a time commitment. I imagine that the offer, financial, I mean, that's being very cynical, but I imagine the offer must have been very good for him to decide to do that. I mean, I don't know what Brendan McCullum's family situation is, but I would be surprised if, generally speaking, Ponting is one of those who says he doesn't want that sort of job because it takes up too much time away from his family. And so if you have got a young family, then I think that sort of bears upon you.
You mentioned a
and we are back. Post-lunch. Wow. England having rather thrown it away this morning. Although I suspect probably having enough runs. They'll regret it if Sri Lanka get 400 then. But we shall see if that's the case. I've gone under for the fall of the first wicket.
Philosophical question, Bear. Will they regret it? Because doesn't it just... We're back to the age-old question, aren't we?
What, attack or play normally?
Well, you can't say play aggressively but don't get out.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, everyone did give it away. And there was some good catching. And, on other days, some of those shots, even though they were aerial, would have gone 2 or 3 yards wide of the player and everything would have been cushy.
Yeah, and I do think there was a bit of muddled thinking. I think that there was pointless every tail ender coming on and having a slog. I think that is true, and Pope was well in, and he could have said, just back me up. I mean, there's nothing in the rules of baseball that say you can't do that.
No, but then Pope got himself out as well, so...
He did?
He slapped a pull down long leg's throat. We are going to have for the other end. I played all the other jingles just before lunch, so I'm going to just play the new bowler.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
Well, he only gets 4 slips in a gully, not the 5 slips in a gully that Wokes had. He's going to bowl at Patton Nasanka. His first ball, ooh, rears up on him. That's a bit different from Sri Lanka. That was quick and bouncy. And it bounced just, but I think it came off the glove. I mean, he got it down just about. It bounced up into Duckett's face. He's got it on the. Is there a bit of blood there? They're all looking at him.
I don't know, because Fox Sports in Australia is still showing some podium from some motorbike Grand Prix or something. Have you got some coverage there, Messi, in WA?
Yeah, I have on KO, yes.
You're on Fox, so I'll have a little fish around, but you'll have to talk amongst yourselves because I have nothing to watch at the moment.
Yeah, he looks. He might have cut him inside his mouth. It looks like it hit him on the cheek, and his cheek's been smashed into his teeth by it.
Yeah,
yes.
It did look a little bit like that. It bounced long before him. Let's have a look. There's the replay. Yeah, it just bounced off the ground. He didn't get anywhere near it with his hands, and he turned his face on it, and it hit him in the face. Looks like there's a little bit of blood on the inside, but he's a strong lad. Next ball will hit the pads from Nasanka. There's definitely a little bit of pace in Atkinson, faster than anything we've seen in the game so far.
Yeah.
That's cut hard though. It's short and it's wide and gets the treatment. And the first boundary for Patton Nasanka is one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No one deep at point. Even though he got quite half the bat and was aerial for a little while, it was safe. Everyone's behind the stumps. Pretty much in a catching position with your 4 slips and a gully. Needs to slightly straighter line. You found anything?
No.
Ooh.
I'm watching the. Well, I won't tell you what I'm watching.
Motorbikes. Inside half of the bat to mid wicket. There's no one. Well, you can tell us what's going on.
I think
that.
you're on the wrong channel, Borthy. I think they've changed channels.
Well, they have, and I've gone down to the one that says England versus Sri Lanka and got motorsport, but I'll see what else is happening. Sorry, you don't need to know this.
It'll probably come back shortly, won't it?
Yeah, most likely.
Got their timing slightly wrong with lunch, and have to finish the programme that they've put out. And that one is straighter again and gets behind it. There's Nasanka. There's just play out short leg where Dan Lawrence is fielding, and there is no run. I think Dan Lawrence should come out in the next innings and just be totally carefree.
Yeah, I thought it's not the worst idea, is it? Because whatever he's doing at the moment is not working. It's just a question of whether they give him a free pass because he's not an opener.
I think they should. Yeah, I mean, he is just a stopgap, and he had him in the squad, and they said, "Here, have a go." They know he's not an opener. Atkinson in again, defended by Nasanka, out into the offside. They scoot through for a quick single, and they make it. I think that was the last ball of the over. 141 clicks, so 8 miles an hour. And that's noticeably quicker than anyone else. 5 off his first over, though. Nasanka is 6, and Croner and he had to get off the mark.
So there were a couple of comments during the lunch break. Okay, says, who edited this and let it loop? There's a section of the that podcast where there's a repeat of about 2 minutes.
I think it's not the edit, because the edit goes out as live. It's something that the player does. Because I've noticed it on all our podcasts.
Surely I've heard this before.
Yeah.
Am I going nuts?
It does it all the time, and I don't know why it does it. It's certainly not in the edit. I haven't, because I don't cut it at all. I just basically put it out as live, top and turn it with intro with what's names, jingles.
George McPherson says, embarrassing batting from England, losing 7 for 64. Wasn't great. Ashley Partridge says Sri Lanka need to bat deep today.
Yeah, they certainly do.
They do.
Well, Wokes is in, first ball to Nasanka after lunch, and it's down the leg side. There's no run.
Yes, well, certainly there seems to be a sense that is there hubris in the England camp? Do they deserve a bit of a black eye, as someone's put it, for taking mother cricket for granted? I just don't see it that way.
No, I don't either. It's all the old fuddy-duddies thinking. 40.
That's how I see it.
Exactly. Wokes is in. Now it's defended into the leg side. There isn't anyone at mid-wicket. Everyone is around the back. They got leg gully, leg slip. Nasanka heads off for a second. And now they're probably going to get it because it's a very poor throw from Dan Lawrence. He had to chase it down from short leg. And then he luzzed it in quite hard and stupidly at the bowler, who couldn't field it properly because it was horrible on the bounce.
There's a lot of people yesterday saying, "Duck it! Oh dear, what's he done there?" But what he's done there? He's got 86 as an opener on a tricky day's.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, he's playing for the team, not for himself, really, isn't he? I mean, he's prepared to just go out all in, and you know what, 84, 86, whatever he was, he got. You know, fuck it. Got 86 or 84.
So I just have to say one thing. Speaking on behalf of those who, you know, sometimes my age is regarded as old. I don't, but some people.
I don't see it that way at all, Miss.
Well, but fuddy-duddiness is not necessarily directly related with being old.
That's true.
Know some young fuddy-duddies.
There are definitely young fuddy-duddies, don't you worry. The next ball was onto the hip of Nasanka, who plays that quite nicely. I mean, there literally is no one out in the deep. There's a leg slip, leg gully. It goes past him, and of course there is no long leg because he's up there, and so it will be 4 runs. And well, Nasanka's got 12 off 11. Karen O'Atney's yet to get off the mark.
I've got perfectly good coverage of Scotland versus Australia, where it seems to be permanently misty, but so far
completely squared up.
That's probably taken over the cricket channel, has it? Yeah.
That's completely squared up Nasanka, but he's got an edge that's gone through the 4 slips and a gully somehow. Made its way down to the 3rd man boundary. 4 more.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And Nasanka doing what England did, getting a little bit lucky.
Well, the luck always evens itself out.
Can you not find a dodgy feed on the internet you can watch?
I could. That's the next resort. I might have a go at that. But oh, hang on, that program's coming to an end. See what happens next.
There's a site that someone gave me that has it all on, and if you use, as that's defending the leg side and there's no run, I don't suppose you have the Brave browser, do you?
I do not, no.
If you use Brave.
Oh dear. Well, look, that program is finished, so I'll let you know in a couple of minutes whether we're in.
There's one to keep hold of anyway, and get yourself Brave browser, because it always
Brave browser, okay.
Because it always has the boxing on if you're a boxing man.
It's on one of your channels, Forthy, because on the top right-hand corner of my screen it says Fox Live. So you've just got to find the right channel.
There's only about 500 of them.
That's gone somewhere. Behind square. No, out to deep cover. And it got back for 2. And that's the end of the over, I think.
Okay. So Ashley Partridge says, how many overs are there today? Well, they scheduled a total of 98 overs today. There's another 68 supposedly remaining. Normal practices will probably be lucky to see all of those, even if the weather does hold up. And Mog says, meanwhile, annoying wunderkind Cooper Connolly has made his debut for Australia against Scotland. Annoying because he's West Australian, or because he's young, or because he's blonde.
Well, good news, by the way, I'm back in, so all
there you go.
Hey.
I can't find that anyway. It's way back in some chat.
Is it? Right, okay.
But it's already
anyhow, it's sometimes those things are not good for your security on your computer, particularly if you're not on a Mac.
Well, that is also true. Another thing that Macs are particularly good at is not getting particularly infected, it has to be said. Although it is a bit more pronounced these days. Attempted cut there from Nasanka, just misses the bat, goes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
There was a good bit of bounce on that one, actually.
Yeah.
Beat him Yeah, went way over the shoulder of his bat, and Jamie Smith took it shoulder height, so that's encouraging for him then.
Indeed, into the leg side, and there is no run. I think I got under 20.5 for the fall of the first wicket, which is a bit annoying. I've got half a run to play with.
Well, that worked twice for you in the last match.
Well, it did, yeah.
Are you up or down over the series?
About evens. I do it all with a bit of horse race.
Most punters say that too.
Are you up or down over your life?
Obviously down, but not by much. I put 30 quid in about 2 years ago, and I'm on 300 quid now. So that 30 quid has lasted quite well.
Is it gut or mathematics you do it off?
Defended into the offside, there's no run. With cricket, it's a lot about gut. I mean, my cricket bets are generally over and under on wickets, and generally under. So I'll go whole spells and not bat. I don't tend to bet against England, which is,
yeah,
because that's too hearty. But when there's an opposition side in like Sri Lanka or West Indies, you try and get under as much as you can. Especially when it's going wrong, occasionally it does go wrong, and occasionally I do go over. That's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run.
You just do sport?
Yeah.
Politics?
No, I don't do politics. I do basically cricket, because only when I'm watching. I don't really bet on it when I'm not watching it, because I like to see what I'm betting on.
Yeah.
I bet on the GGs, really small stakes, just because I get bored sometimes, and you can bet on that endlessly. And the idea of form is bollocks with horses, I reckon. That's defended into the offside, straight to cover, and there's no run. And horses are wildly unpredictable. Never bet on a favourite. I always bet on races with 3 place each ways. Try and find a horse over a 5-1.
Yeah.
And just literally go on the form on the betting app, which will give you the last 6 race results, distance they ran, class, and their weight. And go each way on that. I don't know, 3 out of 5 you'll get your each way, and then 1 in 6 you might get a winner. That's defended again out to cover, and there's no run, which generally ends up being around about evens. It's just a bit of fun.
It's a bit of fun.
Farong says so. Duckett, Pope, and Sundries equals 247. Rest of the mob equals shite.
Yeah, that's about right.
It is a peculiarly distorted scorecard, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
There's no one has scored. Let's have a quick look. No one scored between 19 and 86. There's a big gap. And then no one scored between 86 and 154.
Yeah, it's very, very strange. Well, Wokes is continuing. He's gone for 14 in his 2 overs so far. He's beaten a bat and been hit for 4. He's going to bowl at Patton Masanko, who's on 20. He scored all the runs, basically, 20 off 16. And that one, just nudged into the leg side, wide of the leg slip. And he'll get himself a single behind square on the leg side. Been playing with fire a little bit.
In and out. How things come in and out. It wouldn't have had a leg slip 10 years ago. No one had a leg slip. It was regarded as 1950s. You had a short leg, for sure. I've actually got both in here, but short legs are beginning to fade a bit, and leg slips are back in.
Yeah. Well, everyone plays it off their hip, and everyone wants to score, don't they? And actually, quite difficult to keep it down.
We had city mid on and city mid off when I was a schoolboy.
Yes. We've still got 4 slips and a gully in for Karen Aratney. There's a backward point, there's a short leg, there's a leg slip, there's a straightish mid wicket, who's pretty short. Backward point has actually come into cover now. And Wokes is going to bowl at Karen Aratney, none off 8. And he just drops it into the offside. Ooh! And there you go, through for the quick single, and they're going to get a buzzer as well.
All right.
That's thrown past Jamie Smith for a single.
Did you see the league table of universities was out today? There.
No, I didn't.
Warwick is. Where would you think Warwick ended up?
5 or 6.
It's 8th, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's a
Good one.
Yeah, no, it is a good one. The Red Brick Universities, what do they call them? I can't even remember what the...
I always think of Bristol as about 3rd or 4th. It was about 17th.
Well, it used to be. That's driven nicely by Karen Aratney. All the way up to long off, and he'll get himself 4 runs. And Sri Lanka going along nicely. Yeah, Sri Lanka, I mean, Bristol was always the posh place that people who didn't get into Cambridge and Oxford went to, along with sort of Exeter.
Yeah, both my sisters went there.
Yeah.
One who was captain of the Bristol University Tiddlywinks team, which was varsity champions, I think.
Bloody hell.
I reckon Tiddlywinks is the sort of sport I could get into.
But like, my daughter put it down as a choice, but she didn't want to go there because it's just full of poshos. That one swings in a little bit, it's defended by Karen Aratney out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Does have that reputation. Actually, Oxford was 1st and Cambridge 3rd, but sandwiched between the two was
Imperial?
St Andrews.
Ah.
Really?
Where's Imperial on the list?
I think they're 4th.
Yeah.
The two big London ones were 4th and 5th, I think. I haven't got it in front of me.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to get into Imperial. Wokes is going to come into bold. Karen Aratney. Oh, fished out again, beaten on the outside edge through to the keeper, and there's no run. Trying to force a shot off his off stump.
And what about the Bears' alma mater?
Manchester. Well, I imagine it's in top 10. It's pretty good. Well, UMIST I went to, which isn't Manchester, and it's probably not on the list.
Yeah, it's funny when you look at it now, because I'm used to the old polytechnics, but I saw Coventry was there, and well, there's no university in Coventry. Well, there is now. They get rebranded, don't they? It's the old Lanchester Polytechnic.
Wokes it again, defended by Karen Aratney, out to the leg side, and there is no run.
We have TAFEs, which are the old polytechnics in Australia.
Well, we used to have institutes of technology, which all became universities too. I went to what was then the West Australian Institute of Technology. It's now Curtin University. It's fucking huge.
That sounds like something, like Massachusetts. That sounds like something above a university.
Yeah. Oh, no, they were very much sort of second tier. They used to be. I think they're all much for muchness now.
Sorry, do you want to read some messages?
Dave Wood says, just a thought about about a secondary GPL predicting the amount of overs bowled in a day. I think the existing GPL's enough work for very little return, to be honest, Dave.
Indeed. That's driven up towards mid-on. There isn't a mid-on because England have got a very attacking field, and they just get a single. Sri Lanka moving on quite nicely here. 29 for none in what? Fifth over?
Gary's already got himself all upset by that LBW getting overturned this morning, or not being upheld or whatever. We don't want to get him started on predicting overs. He'll lose his mind.
Oh, fuck.
What was he getting upset about?
That LBW that was overturned, that was, 45% outside the...
Oh, right, yeah, well,
No, according to the rules, that's the way it is.
Exactly.
Yes.
Defended by Nasanka, inside half of the bat, squirts past short leg, out towards the deep, they'll get a single. 30 comes up for Sri Lanka. They're balling their way.
You just ride your luck on this pitch a bit, don't you? Lots of thick inside edges and balls just falling short and all of that, and you just ride your luck, and that's what Sri Lanka are doing right now.
Yeah. Moggs clarified why he finds Cooper Connolly annoying. It's because he's got a punchable face. That's all.
Driven at by Karen Aratney, fresh air shot. Could have easily been an edge, but it wasn't. Through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Interesting question, what constitutes a punchable face? I think we all know one when we see one, but it's quite hard to describe.
It's more to do with the character of the person, isn't it? That makes the face punchable.
Yeah, it's more character driven. You're dead right. But sometimes you'll see a portrait of a sort of medieval monarch or something. You think, well, you've got a punchable face.
That's nicely clipped by Karen Aratney into the wide open spaces on the leg side. Yeah, may have have enough to get to the boundary if anyone can chase it. No, it's not. It's going to stop. And poor old Dan Lawrence is chasing all these balls from short leg, and that's going to be 3 runs.
Mog will be pleased that Cooper Connolly's just been whacked for 6 over mid-on. Good as a punch. I think the other thing about punchable people is that one has to be careful, because sometimes the traits that I dislike in someone else, I realise are the ones that I don't like about myself.
Yeah. Well, you know.
That's a really good point, actually, Missy. Sometimes I think I've got a formula for who I like and don't like in life. Like, I don't like Oasis because they're just boring and go on about drugs. And then I realise there are other stars in the music firmament who share all those characteristics that I absolutely love.
Exactly.
So I'm a hypocrite.
Dropped into the offside for a single. Surely Warky Mark from the Fool calls into that factory.
Well, exactly. Yes. He had speed for breakfast in his entire life.
Speed for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I think, along with loads of other shit.
I think he's a genius. So what can you say? I'm a hypocrite.
Yeah, well, I would disagree with you on that one. I know a lot of people think that.
I think most of us are in some respect. Pokey Bumfinger says, I'm a proper gambler, gave it up 20 years ago, but have made a couple of fan cricket bets over the years. I'm so glad I got out before online gambling. Yeah, it's pernicious, isn't it?
Yeah, it can be. Flashed out again by Karen Ratney off the back foot. Again, it whistles past his outside edge. He's lucky not to get anything on it, and it goes through the keeper and there's no run. Crawley's in the dressing room. Presumably he'll be back for Pakistan. Broke his finger, but that should be healing up quite nicely. He's a young lad.
I understand the urge. Yeah, go, Messi.
Oh, Mog says he backed 3 winners today, including one called Cimmerillion. So I had no choice but to get on.
That's it. I treat gambling as fun, not as oh god, the fucking light meters are out. It's looking a bit darker down here. They're going to take them off. Please don't take them off. It doesn't look like
I noticed Stokes watching it with an iPad screen right in front of him, and I agreed with you very much when you were talking on the Bear and the Bishop about the fact that you like to stay home and watch your cricket because you got your replays and all that sort of thing going on.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really interesting.
And you're always behind the bowler's arm. You get a clear view of what's going on.
Yeah.
And you're dry and you're not hot or wet.
There's lots of drunk people not around me. That's defended in the offside. And there's no one. Although I was drunk around a lot of other people when I was in here at certain times.
I was going to say, being a guerrilla cricket doesn't guarantee one of that.
And you've got expert commentary from people like ourselves.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah, the cloud is a little bit greyer, but it seems lighter than it was yesterday. Wokes in again, back foot push into the offside. Oh, they're gone for a single. If that hits, that's out. That is out. That's, oh my god. Patton Nasanka has just run himself. No, it was Karen Ratney must have run himself out. It was the right hand in Nasanka just dropped it into the offside. And there was a bit of yes, no after you, Claude. And stupidly, that stop in the middle of the wicket, it was never a single. It was virtually straight at the man.
It's a great throw. I think he only had 1.5 stumps to aim at. It's Ollie Stone, isn't it?
Yeah. Hit the stumps. He's out by about 2 yards. Is Karen Ratney, and that, I'm afraid, is a bit of a giveaway by Sri Lanka.
Yep.
We'll give it to one of these.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
Really threw that away. I mean, I think that is throwing it away.
That is very much so.
there's I suppose every run out is, and everyone makes a mistake every now and again. But there's no run there.
Pokey says, what's the bottom uni? Trinity Lampeter or University of East London? And
well,
Class 100 says, hey guys, watching all the way from South Africa.
Very nice. There was only the top 50 that got published, so God knows what's in the lower reaches.
There's a lot of universities.
There are a hell of a lot, yeah. It's interesting that you put your money on Silmarillion there, Mog. My son's read the Silmarillion. and he said, "Don't bother."
Yeah, I started reading it, and it's just basically
disappointing.
It's a tome of made-up history.
Yeah, well,
that's what most fiction is, Bear.
Well, yeah, but in the sense that it's kind of just like it's almost like anecdotal, isn't it? It's not.
Well, it's like all the boring. At least with a boring history book, you think, well, this happened once.
Yes,
this is boring history that never happened.
Yeah, and it's
it
reads more of as a list of history rather than as a book, as a work of fiction.
Yeah,
that's pretty boring. You've shattered my illusions, though, Bear. I mean, the way you painted in the past, you've never read a book that didn't have a lot of pictures in it, basically.
I used to read a lot when I was a kid. I just haven't read a lot as an adult. You know, kids came along and that was that. Wife came along, kids came along. Less time to read.
My problem is a lot of half-read books, because I'll start another one before I finish one and then forget I'm halfway through the previous one.
Having a look at bloody light meters again, I think.
For crying out loud. It's a bit ridiculous. Put it away.
Coming off?
I don't think they're coming off.
No, I think they're okay. I'm in one book club, and then what I discovered was that we were gradually evolving down to lowest common denominator books. They were getting shorter, they were getting easier to read because that suited everyone. So I started up what we've called a slightly harder book club for people who prefer to actually read good books now. So
Intellectual Snobs Book Club.
No,
Sorry,
not that.
One way of putting it.
Janet and John
Sorry,
series 2.
That was very nice. I take that back.
You're projecting or something.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Absolutely. I'm very good at that.
Well, you can't not finish the over for a start. We were in an over, and it's Wokes is bowling it.
Wokes is bowling. Is he going to bowl spin?
I don't know. I mean, I just saw Jamie Smith up at the stumps. Exactly that.
Yeah.
Yes.
He'll have to finish the over bowling spin.
Oh, for fuck's
This
sake!
could be excellent. This could be fun.
This is nonsense. I'm sorry.
Wokes might suddenly have a whole new career for the next 5 years when they discover he can turn the ball square.
Gee,
Oh,
Patel.
that's fucked.
He is going to bowl
Sorry.
spin. Well, this is quite interesting. This is going to be one of those questions for someone in some random quiz. That one is short and bunted out to deep mid wicket. I would say fuck it. I'm going to bowl quick. If you want to take us off, take us off. As we've mentioned several times now in this Test match, I think if it's beholden to the umpires to decide when you go off, I think it's a bit shit. You know, they've taken it out of the hands of the batsmen and they now put it in the hands of the bowlers. The bowlers are too scared to bloody actually do anything about it and don't want to go off, in which case you're just basically giving the opposition the upper hand as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, that's horrible delivery, short and wide.
Whole new entry for Wokes on his Crick Info page now.
Well, exactly.
Bowling type.
That's because he's not a spinner.
Well, exactly, and that's filthy. This is just fucking waste of time. And it shouldn't be allowed in the middle of an over. I should take them off. That's short pull down to long leg. And it'll be 4 runs.
This is like sort of...
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I mean...
the term spirit of cricket comes to me at the moment, because this is against that. It's bullshit.
It is very much bullshit.
Nice quick arm ball now.
Well, that's just, kind of bowled straight on, punched out into the covers. They think of 1, they think about 2, but it's not there. And that's the end of the over. So then presumably they're going to go to bloody Bashir, which is wrong. You know, I mean, fine, he wants to bowl, but England don't want to be bowling Bashir in the 7th over or whatever, 8th over.
Well, word you had changed, so we can leave Ditchforthy and Tony to do the ranting.
Well, that's true. We can do.
No, you can't ditch me because I'm reading out special comments.
Yes, I know. We're not ditching you.
Okay, right.
You're on with Ditch.
And now suddenly it's bright enough and Gus Atkinson is going to continue. No, this is fucking ridiculous.
Okay,
I'm out of here. I'll see you shortly.
See ya.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Bear. Confusion of ditches. Hello, Ditch.
Good afternoon. Yes, well, it's all exciting stuff. Oh, Stokesy's not very pleased at all about that. That's ridiculous, he said. Put his hands on his head. Now what's happening? Oh, he's fielding, so No.
Well, it only lasted 4 balls, so let's not get too carried away.
Atkinson's bowled. So the lights got better, has it? Must have done. The lights got better because Atkinson is bowling. And he bowls that first ball of the over. Don't know who's meant to be doing commentary. Who's on commentary?
That's one for future trivia quizzes, isn't it? That really
There's no run there off that ball, by the way. It's just blocked.
Right.
Hello, Tony.
I think, Tony, are you on commentary, Tone?
I am. This has all got a sort of a strange sort of end of term feel about it.
Yeah.
England's fielding, I mean, the space of after lunch, 2 lots of buzzers, a run out that should never have been, but a fantastic throw by Ollie Stone.
After those
to get the 1 wicket, as Atkinson is in, that's sweetly driven away past Wokes, who's at short extra, and they will be able to come back for 2. Apparently there's clouds descending ditch, and so we saw Wokes bowling off spin, sort of, at least
for 4 balls, and then it got light again. I mean, that's just showing the umpires are a bunch of...
Well, I mean, it has. I mean, we've actually seen that here. It's darkened and got lighter.
Yeah, absolutely.
But mid-over, you know, would you have bowled Bashir, or would you have just said chuck the ball to Atkinson and said, well, if he takes us off, he takes us off. Atkinson, it is who is bowling. That's been flicked away down to fine leg. Bashir's not going to get anywhere near that, and it's just weird cricket going on here. 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Judging by the dross that Atkinson's been bowling this over, we probably should have had Bashir on.
Yeah, I mean, after the heady heights of Lords, perhaps with Gus Atkinson there might be a hint of I don't know, after the Lord Mayor's show. Yeah.
He doesn't get a lot of bowling at Surrey,
from the home of cricket to the Surrey Council estate, and it's just not quite the same, is it? As this one's worked away around the corner, they'll take another single. 46 for 1.
I'm never quite sure what the Lord Mayor's show is or was, but we know.
Although there always was one. There always was one. I'm not sure when. No, it does exist. Or I think it still does.
November. Yeah, of course it does. It celebrates the new Lord Mayor. It's always in November, early November.
Oh, well, they
have a big kind of Nottingham Hill Carnival equivalent thing. Yeah, in the City of London.
Oh, you know more.
We don't bother with that sort of
floats and all sorts of stuff, and it's always on the BBC.
47 for 1 in this extraordinary game, anyway. As Atkinson is going to be right arm over. Still 4 slips. That's a better ball, and it hurries Kusal Mendis, but he does drop the ball on it and will get himself a single.
I think it's kind of a parade, and then it's in the morning on a Saturday in November, and then when the parade finishes, all the great and good have a posh lunch, you know, and raise lots of money for charity.
That's very contemporary.
Yeah, it's been going on for hundreds of years, but it's been contemporised a bit.
Does the Lord Mayor get something? Has he awarded his chain or his or her chain?
I think so. It's a celebration of him becoming Lord Mayor.
Or her
nowadays.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, there've been a few hers, I think.
It's going to be the last ball of this Atkinson over. He's bowling from the pavilion end, and he is worked away just around the corner, but there is now a man at very short fine leg. There will be no run. We're in the process of an extraordinary period of weirdness cricket. Goodness me. Anyway, Fourthie, tell us.
Hello there, Blast 100. Hey guys, watching all the way from South Africa. You're very welcome, Blast 100, and thanks for all those exciting emojis you added. Mr. Handjob TAFE, Technical and Further Education. Leah, Pokebump Finger. I don't know what the worst US university is, but should I read that out?
That'll be Trump University, won't it?
Are you editing? You're deciding it's self-editing midway, mid-flow.
I think that's probably something I won't read out. Bible College, Alabama feels like a strong contender. Jeff Perkins, some have punchable faces, other adorable ears. No, other shootable ears, not adorable. And Sandra Richardson, it says, steamy out there, isn't it? Good revelry, and some emojis.
Shootable ears.
Yeah, he's the shootable shootable ears, the shootable ears man, aka Mr. Tangerine Man. Has definitely been imploding in the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Right, Chris Wokes will continue.
What's he bowling now?
Oh, what he's bowling? He's over the wicket, back to normal. The sun's come out after that very brief period of heavy cloud cover and darkness. It's way too off, but there is no
run. Yeah, I mean, if you try and analyse the madness there, you've got one umpire with his sunglasses on, who's telling you how dark it is. They took the reading, of course, on the first morning before lunch, which became, and it was quite gloomy. They then went again off, of course, on the end of towards the end of the first day. That was curtains for the day. As up onto his toes goes Kusal Mendes, dabs towards short mid wicket. Bashir fields, no run. But that, of course, then becomes the light meter measure for the match. But I don't think any of us expected Chris Woakes to be hauled up mid-over and said, well, if you want to carry on bowling, Chris, you're going to have to bowl a few slow pies, which he duly delivered and went for plenty. It's 48 for 1. Woakes is in, and that is defended by Kusal Mendes. And it's somehow telling that after those overthrows and general sense of malaise, really, England not really quite seeming to be at it, even though the fielding positions were aggressive and of course they're on top. It just didn't quite seem to be the feel that they were, they just seemed to be carry on in the lackadaisical way that they batted somehow.
Yeah. Tony, don't you think it was kind of a very clever bit of cricket that lulled Sri Lanka into a full sense of security that England were fielding so badly they thought they'd
take that single. In comes Woakes, that's full, and it's flicked beautifully by Kusal out towards deep mid wicket. That's going to go all the way. It's an excellent shot, slightly over pitched by Woakes, and duly dealt with.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his late seasons.
So the 50 comes up for Sri Lanka. They move on to 52 for 1, and that won the run out courtesy of what was a fantastically sharp piece of fielding amidst some other drossy fielding by Ollie Stone. Had one stump to aim at and absolutely flattened it. In comes Woakes, back foot defended, dabbed really towards gully. 4 slips in a gully still, a short cover as well, but not enough to trouble Kusal, who's looked solid enough. There are some dark, broody clouds, aren't there, over that? Well, it used to be the OCS stand. I'm not quite sure what it's called these days. The Vauxhall end, anyway. The lights are shining pretty brightly.
Yeah, although the ground staff are busy tucking into a kebab or something.
Oh, that passes Kusal's outside edge. Now that was prime Chris Woakes. Nipped in and then away off the pitch. Just shaped in and nipped away. Too good for Kusal. It's the end of the over. It's 52 for 1.
We've got
that
another
one a
question,
run out.
actually, Rick, which is what constitutes seam and what constitutes spin. If Chris Woakes says, yes, I'm going to take 3 paces up, but you might be one of those players who's capable of bowling at 80 miles an hour off 3. What happens if he looks like he's bowling spin, but then bowls it quite fast?
Well, based on the length that he was pitching it and the absolute absence of anything resembling turn, I think he was basically just slowing down and bowling off less paces.
Yeah, no, I think he was trying.
He was trying. I think
to
he was.
turn it. He did try and you could see
You did see some finger action
on it, didn't you? But he wasn't turning it, and he bowled way too short because he doesn't know how to get it pitched up when he's bowling spin. But
Patham Nissanka's still going very nicely, thank you. He's on 37, I think, and has been batting quite well. England, as I said, don't really think have been at it with the ball. That is nicely played by Nissanka. He goes up onto his toes, angles the bat, steers it away. It's past point, and off it goes for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I've forgotten that jingle. We get a bit of everything. Get a bit of the Ramones, a bit of XTC.
Yeah,
it's quite a mashup.
So Sri Lanka racing along at England-esque speed here, over 5 and over.
Well, they are. I mean, of course, time taken out the game yesterday. We're playing extra time today. We had the longer. We also had the extraordinary end of the morning session, which if you're just joining us, I'll catch you up on in just a moment. As Atkinson, that's very full. Tempted Yorker.
Surely.
Well, Joel says no. I think there was bat involved. I'm with you, Ditch. If there was no bat,
if there's no bat, it's plum.
That looked in front. Gus Ollie Pope says
Ollie Pope is rubbish, so he's going to make
says,
a mistake here now and
I've
not
got 'em all.
review it, and it will be out.
I've got them all wrong so far. Don't ask me. What do you think, Gus? And I don't think Gus looks convinced.
No,
and we are going to move on. Right, we're going to have a look here. It was an attempted Yorker, and
right
he just plays
to
it
the middle of the bat.
Yeah, that would be the reason. Well done, Ollie. Of course, unfortunately, if you decline the reviews, no one actually remembers that you declined the review. What they'll remember is you asked for the review and then got it wrong. Declined reviews that would have been correct was probably a trackable stat to try and defend poor old Ollie Pope. The bat's dropped on that. Quick single taken out towards short point, and there is no run.
That has to rate as one of the most ridiculous appeals by a bowler I think I've ever seen.
Well, bat and boot.
I suppose he thought maybe it hit the boot before the bat, but it actually just hit the middle of the bat.
Do you ever wonder, out of all your old girlfriends?
Well, hang on, which one of us, and who are you talking to?
Well, I'm talking to anyone really. Which ones would have ended up you could have stayed married to, and which ones you could have stayed divorced to? We would have ended up divorcing.
It's a question as up onto the toes goes Kusal Mendes. This is a very deep question, Forthy. Am I suddenly on a psychiatrist's couch?
No,
is Sagir on early?
You made the point about not reviewing and people don't remember it, and that's what sparked the thought.
You leapt from that to ex-girlfriends who you possibly shouldn't have been exed.
Well, I've got a fertile imagination. What can I say?
Well, what a question.
It's an interesting thought.
It's probably a 50-50 split, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, probably.
As in comes Atkinson. Oh, that's slashed. If you're going to slash hard. Where is it actually? The cameraman has no idea. I thought he slashed it up over slip. Either way, it's behind the boundary somewhere. We're going to have to wait and see and tell you where. It's gone for 4 runs for sure. I think that flashed over slips, and I don't think the camera was quick enough to catch it. We'll find now. Let's have a look. Yeah. It was up and over that ring of slips. It pitches and rolls some way short of the boundary. It's the classic, if you're going to flash hard, Ditch.
Yep. And he did flash hard.
Oh, hang on. That didn't...
No, I think it bounced and then went... Oh,
I think it did.
They're not reviewing
it. Atkinson, who's not bowled particularly well. That one he does hurry up. Kusal, though, has to get up onto his toes and jump up to really make sure that he played it down into the ground, which he duly did.
Time for
it's 61 for 1. Atkinson none for 30 off 5. Well, you can work out the maths of that. That ain't too economical. And we can go back to Forthy's positing about ex-girlfriends.
Yeah, well, not that on this occasion, but Batty has sent in a super chat, £2, and the request is please play the Richie Benno Dark jingle. So while you're having I'll read some other stuff. D. Handjob, the Silmarillion isn't meant to be a novel, it's literally a history. P. Bumfinger, Silmarillion is more a reference book than a novel. There's some good bits in it. There are some good bits in it as well, and fortunately my son said there's about 30 pages that are worth reading. P. Bumfinger, literary snap. Kate Eleanor George, yes, complacency. D. Handjob, and bits of the Silmarillion are pretty freaking grim dark, as the publishers say these days.
Chris Wokes is continuing. He's going at 6 and over as well. Not that England mind too much. They've got some runs to play with. This is defended on the back foot this time by Nisanka out towards short cover. Thank you for that super chat.
Super chat.
And I think we do have the...
yeah, we played it yesterday. We've got 2 of them apparently.
Yeah, I think I know the one you mean, and I will play it, but it's quite long. It's 24 seconds worth. So I'll see if I can fit it in at the end of this over for you, Hattie, seeing as you so kindly donated good money to hear it again. Wokes, over the wicket he comes. That's worked off his legs by Nisanka. Bashir goes off in chase. They'll take a pretty comfortable 2. And it seems as in literally no time at all, Sri Lanka, from 1 without loss at lunch, have added 62 in the afternoon session. And they're positively motoring.
Bashir's a bit of a funny chap in the field. He's got quite long legs, so you'd think he'd get to the ball quite quickly. But he seems always to be kind of running in treacle as he chases after the ball and not really catch it up very quickly. But I'm not quite sure.
Running in diving boots in a treacle vat. Wokes will continue. Full, that's driven sweetly, that's driven through cover, and that, I would imagine, Well, it's being hunted down with real determination by... Is that Ollie Stone?
He might have saved
I
that.
think it was Ollie Stone by Jeff. Careful, Ollie. He's very breakable. And I think he may have just...
probably want to have a look at it.
Saved England a run there. Unless they ran 4. Let's have a look.
Wow.
First of all, rather overpitched by Chris Wokes. You could tell the batsman thought it was 4 because he never even bothered running for ages. He held the pose. He was convinced it was going to go. Ollie Stone, I think, has saved that.
You can see why he gets so many injuries.
We see him put in the dive. He flicks back the ball. There's nothing touching that Rothsay sponge.
Let go of it now.
Let goes at the right time. Then he dabbles the sponge, which he flies over. I'm sure Mrs. Stone, if she's watching, is going, "Oh, Ollie boy, be careful." It should have been 3. So, yeah, 66 for 1. Well done, Ollie Stone. Magnificent
Amazing.
commitment to the cause. Wokes in, down leg. That's a horrible ball. And it's flicked away, gets the treatment it deserves, and it's 4 more. And this is pretty poor from England, I've got to say.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Now, I heard somebody say earlier, mentioned the words disrespecting the cricket. I don't know if it's that quite, but it just feels sloppy, chaps. Is it me, or is it appearing that way to you too?
Oh, well, it's sloppy, in my opinion, very sloppy. And I think if you're getting whacked around like this, I know they want an attacking field, but, we haven't got that big a number of runs on the board.
Edged! Taken! Wokes has his man, and Ditch and I will
eat our words.
This enormous pie in front of us with the word humble written on.
Hubris.
Big mouthful each.
Call it what you will.
Saul Mendes has gone. Wokes has got the wumble.
The game, he's out.
Yeah, he's gone. Well, it was a terrific delivery. It was the ball. It took the edge. It was straight to, I think, is that Harry Brook at second slip? Yes, it was. He wasn't going to miss it. England had 2. And Kusal Mendes has to go, I'm afraid, for 14.
I'd like to claim that as my wicket with the reversed commentator's curse.
All right, here we go. We'll play that one, I think.
On your bike, mate.
Yeah, as you were saying, 40, disrespecting, lackadaisical, not quite at it, not going well. Oh, he's got him.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he's gone. Of course he has. Well, that tells us, doesn't it? I'm sorry for ever doubting you, Chris Wokes. Were this Australia? Were this India? Yes.
I did the same thing this morning with Fernando. I said, "You sure pick a left-hander for variation, but not this left-hander." Oh, he's got a wicket.
Vishpa. Well, the beauty of 2 left-arm bowlers in the game is going to help the off-spinner. And especially, as we were saying, 40, one of them's got size 15 feet.
Yeah, that's going to make a big patch, isn't it? A big patch.
Got to get him on, of course.
Literally going to make some inroads.
Mobility, speed, silthness, lightning fast are just a few things you would never say these days about the new man at the crease. But he can certainly bat a bit. It's this chap.
Run into ball, or he comes into bat.
With that said, he'll probably put the first ball away and run a massively quick 3. But we won't mind. Right, so
yeah, that jingle needs changing now. It's not run into bowl, it should be walk into bowl.
Walk into bowl. 4 slips, a gully at least. I think we had a fairly short cover and a mid-off and a mid-on. And I think, did he have a short leg as well? Chris Wokes, I think he does.
Yes,
we'll let
so.
you know.
Yeah,
Yes, he does. Forward short leg. In comes Wokes. That moves away from Matthews, who's happy to leave it into the gloves of Smith, who tosses it to the man who took the catch at second slip, Harry Brook. And it's 74-2. Mendes gone for 14 off the 13. 255 is what they trail by. 40.
Well, there's various requests to sort the camera out to Tony from
that's me.
Nutley and Tony.
Sorry, boys.
And Michael Bedford says, Lord Mayor of London, sounds like Puss in Boots. My master is the Marquis of Carabas. Enigmatic. And Stephen Kelk says, afternoon all. Tony, Coventry's favourite son-in-law. And D. Handjob says, girlfriend? What's a girlfriend? Oh, come now. Come.
Two shot and one zoom.
It'd be fine with Dark Jingle, the Richie Benno Dark Jingle.
There we go. That should be. Oh, hang on. No. Why am I seeing me? Where's tech support when you need it? I need. Oh, I know. Now I've got to be honest. So right. Well, never mind all of that, because whilst I'm trying to solve that problem, fourthly, now all I can see is me, not you. So I'm going to shout for the Bears' help. But in the meantime, we are going to see the first ball in Test cricket of the 6'7", size 15-footed Josh Hull of Leicestershire. He's going to be bowling it from.
Who the hell is he?
Let's give him his brief on, because he's literally about to bowl from the pavilion end. Left arm over to Patham Nissanka. And he is driven on the bounce straight to a short extra cover where Chris Wokes fields. Possibly a tad floaty for his first ball and a few nerves there, Dick.
Yeah, I think maybe. He seems to have got his entry to the oval band on his wrist as well.
What do you think he had to? Doesn't quite feel part of the group yet. He's had to buy a ticket.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm joking. He's got something on his wrist anyway.
Well, Nissanka certainly was of the mindset. Right, let's give the young lad a welcome. But he drove that one straight to cover. That swings in beautifully. And Josh Hull doesn't need many steps to be under his grill, or in fact over his grill. Let's actually count them just out of minutes. That did swing. It did swing in. It was defended in front of off stump. Patham Nissanka looked for a single, but Hull 1, 2, 3 steps, and he was pretty much under his nose, or as I say, in front of his nose.
Flavour of a left-handed Gus Fraser about him from first couple of balls I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'm not sure he has the Fraser-esque trudge back to his mark. He's keen to get on with things. That swings in as well, and is well defended by Nissanka. He's definitely getting the ball to move in. Got to say that for the lad, and he's doing that very well indeed.
I think the Aussies would be complaining about this wristband thing as being distracting.
All the South Africans.
Yeah, all the South Africans.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Oh yeah, he's making some nice, juicy little holes quite close to the stumps with those big plates of meat there.
Constantly being described by more than one person as of good, solid farming stock, which of course he is. In he's going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Nissanka, who drives. This time he has driven him. It was over-pitched. It was driven away through mid-off, and that's the first runs he'll concede. Won't be the last. That's just the way the world turns, I'm afraid. And it's 50 for Patham Nissanka.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Well, he's made.
Sorry,
Just 'cause you got to 50.
51. 51 on 40 balls, 7 fours. Strike rate of best part of 130. He's batted quite superbly. This one nearly, might have heard Ditch, sharp intake of breath. It's worked its way around the corner, but not really under control. Goes down to long leg where Shoaib Bashir is fielding. Nissanka will take a single, so he's conceded 5. Let me see, he's been driven pretty firmly but straight to extra cover on the first one. He's then really got the ball to move in and kept the batsman honest without really threatening, and then overpitched his 4th, well and truly driven away through mid-off, and then was just tickled round the corner. Now he's got Angelo Matthews to bowl out. He's only faced 1 ball, and he forces already quite tall Matthews up onto his toes, but he plays it down towards point and will take a single and keep the strike. So 6 off his first over in Test cricket. Showed enough promise. It's 76 for 2. 40.
Jeff Perkins, shameless self-duplication by Tony. Diana Patterson, possibly the new studio can be in an old people's home where we can get some continual support. Pokey Bumfinger, two-tone, and Stephen Kelk. Does Joshua Hull ask to get paid in jelly?
What? Just for being young? Was that? Have I missed something there? Joshua Hull.
I'm faithfully passing on the comments.
Yes. Well, it was Dean Headley who's his cricket coach at Stanford School, described him as farmer strong stock.
You know that thing people always say about the word salary? Oh, did you know that it means salt originally, and Roman soldiers got paid in salt? How can Romans... No one wants to get paid in salt.
Defended by Matthews.
You did want to get paid in salt because it was very valuable at the time, and and it was quite easy to carry around because you didn't have to have large volumes of it, you know. And it was...
Why didn't they just pay them? Why did they give them salt as an intermediary measure?
Well, I suppose because salt had a fixed value and didn't go up and down, unlike, you know, the inflation of whatever currency.
The value of your salt may go up as well as down. As we wait for Wokes, full up onto his toes goes Matthews. But there's two men on the onside, one at short leg and one at short mid wicket. England continuing to attack.
You'd only have had to sell the salt, and who would you have sold it to?
No, you'd have just given a small packet of salt to whichever girl you were fancying that night, and they would have had a very good evening for a packet of salt. Seems
so. Salt was the currency.
Yeah, well, they would. Yeah, salt was the currency, kind of, I guess.
What would you? Right, you'd have to be careful what you did with the salt, as this one is flicked, but flicked straight to forward short leg. Who is that? Would be Dan Lawrence. Poor old Dan Lawrence. Had a shocking game with the bat. Ollie Pope, of course, now his captain's far too important to take up that station, and so poor old Dan Lawrence is the man who has that job.
Is Lawrence going to survive in the England team once it reverts to normal at the top?
I mean, if you're on holiday and you're planning an amorous encounter, the last thing you want is any salt in your sort of underwear or swimming trunks, isn't it?
Yeah, but they weren't on holiday, were they? They were
going
going around, you know...
rather edgily defended out towards point and take a single. Sorry, Ditch.
They were going around killing people and stuff, you know.
Well, yeah.
Actually, they probably wouldn't have had to pay for the women because they would have just taken them anyway, coming to think of it.
Right. Possibly we should move on then from that. This particular line of discussion. 52 for Pathum Nissanka.
After they'd done their pillage.
Well, apparently the Latin word salarium literally means salt money, and salarium was the money paid to Roman soldiers that they used to purchase salt and other essential and valuable items, it says here.
Yeah.
So the salt was not just used to sort of sprinkle on whatever food they'd got. I mean, presumably it was used for other things, was it?
Yeah, well, because the main use for salt was making food last, wasn't it?
Ah, that makes sense. Right, Wokes in, down leg, horrible ball, flicked at by Nissanka, and he doesn't get anything on it, and it goes through to Jamie Smith. 80 miles an hour, possibly a tad weary. He's in his 7th over, is Chris Wokes. But he did find that ball, the perfect ball, to nip away and take the edge of Kusal Mendes' bat to give England their second wicket. Very, very healthy crowd now at the Oval. There's not too many empty seats to be seen, and the view we've currently got, which is looking down from the Kalahari stand, I think, across to...
From the Kalahari Desert.
The Finn, not the Kalahari. Kalahari, isn't it? Or the Gaddafi stand, as we were calling it yesterday, as this one is defended by Nissanka to mid-on. No run. Again, just 81 miles an hour. Josh Hull, yes, it's the end of the over. It's 77 for 2, so I still am conscious that I need to play the very dark.
The batty's saying, Richie, please need a good laugh, so she's not letting it go.
Okay, no, well, and quite, nor should you, Hattie.
Stephen Kelk says it was a 90s cultural reference concerning Rod Holland jelly.
I've got it. Right, here you go.
It really is very, very dark out there. You can't necessarily see it at home on your TV screens, but it is very dark. Very dark indeed. Bill? Tony? Bill? Tony? But it's just me then.
I remember another one where it's kind of like a submarine-y sort of noise going ping, ping in the background. So
that's
that
the
may
short
be
version.
the one.
Yeah, that's the short one, that one, I think.
Hull, in he comes. Again, he's slanting it across the right-handed Matthews, who drives him, doesn't really get hold of it.
But Tony, I think we should have switched.
Oh, should we? Who's doing what from here?
Ping pong ball.
You're on. Messers is supposed to be joining us, and he's obviously here because he's never late. And the bear should be coming in immediately. I think. Yep, the bear should be on, and I shall disappear.
like John
I have
Lewis.
a word of explanation about salarium too.
Yes, apparently, I was looking this up. It's a myth taken root in 1771, which an incorrect assertion in an Italian-Latin dictionary, and it's been misinterpreted ever since.
It's money used to buy salt rather than
Yes.
salt itself.
Well, or is it? Because apparently even that's something to do with Roman salt production taxes. Very interesting. Hull in again for second ball of the over to Nisanka, and that's fairly straight. It's on line and length ball, defended by Nisanka. Dot ball, not a bad start from Hull. Doesn't seem to have, the nerves don't seem to have overwhelmed him. A slightly wobbly first ball, and he did get crashed for a 4, but looks okay, wouldn't you say? Is it just you, Messi, at the moment?
Yeah, I bet it's just coming in. Yeah, bowling about 80 to 85 miles an hour, which is quite acceptable.
Yes.
Nothing extraordinary
Steady.
about him.
Nothing extraordinary. But nor should we expect it, because there was nothing in his career so far which suggested he was going to rip. We're not looking at Frank Tyson or something coming in from there. That's cut by Nisanka, and that will go all the way.
It's
and if there's no one in the studio, there is.
It's
And me.
Hello, Bear. Welcome.
Well, I kind of think there ought to be something extraordinary if you're going to jump the queue with someone who's only taken 2 wickets in the whole of the County Championship this season.
Well, obviously, it's not his fault, obviously, but
not his
he's
fault, obviously.
thrust into the limelight from the backing dancers.
Yeah, someone saw his video and said, "We'll give him a go." Yes.
Well, what I don't get
is
that we're all led to believe he was fast, but he's not particularly fast.
No, he's not particularly fast. He's actually getting quite a. That was a good ball, that last one. It just very gently, but still shaped back in. He's reasonably accurate, and he's like one ball and over at the moment is going for 4. So much as you'd expect from a solid county player, I would say.
Yeah.
Just happens to be 6'7" and left-handed.
Yeah. I do really wish England was looking at bowlers to beat India with next summer rather than worrying about Australia too much.
Well, I think they'll be the same bowlers that they'll beat India with, that they'll beat Australia, or they'll want to take to Australia. I mean, that's, I think out of I mean, there's a big stable now, isn't it? I mean, if Ollie Stone's fit, if Joffre's available, if Woody's available, Wokes will still be available. Exactly, Potts will still be around.
Tucked away wider with Mickett for a quick single there. Sorry, carry on.
Gus Atkinson will still be around. There's 7 or 8 bowlers you can think of who are in and around the frame anyway, who will be definitely in the frame to bowl at India anyway. So I think it's a bit of a myth that they're looking entirely towards Australia. They're trying to find people who are a little bit quicker who can stick in the test team. And I don't think that matters whether it's home or away. I think they're just looking at pace, because they think that's the way to go, and I think it is the way to go. You've got to have a bit of control with it at the same time, though.
They're 2-0 up in the series. Have a look at the guy. I mean, some would say don't throw away test caps like they're from Woolworths. Other people would say worth a look, I suppose. So I can see the argument for it. He's something different. He's 6'7" and he's left-handed, but he's not a bad bowler.
No, he's not the worst.
No, not the worst at all. And that one was fuller and wider, and Matthews couldn't get it away. End of the over. Sri Lanka doing pretty well. 83 for 2.
Oh, we're going to have a change in the bowling. Go for it.
More on salaries. Mog says, keep in mind that most legionaries and praetorians got loaded up with sesterces, etc., not just salt. Salt being the origin of salary isn't necessarily a proven fact. We agree.
No, apparently not.
And Perko says, for ploughing into the land around Carthage. Very handy for adding insult to injury down Carthage way, says Mog. Diana Patterson says, after the salary discussion, I think the old people's home is essential. Michael Bedford said salt was valuable because it was regarded as indispensable for cooking by the Romans. And Mog says, please read insult as insult.
Insult to injury. Very, very good. Very good. Ollie Stone time. He's back into the attack. And he affected that excellent run out. Let's see how his bowling is looking. He's quite wiry, and that's that's not a good start. Short and wide, and that's been clipped wide of the man at point. He's being chased down, and successfully so. I think that's Chris Wokes. Oh no, is that Gus Atkinson? Couldn't quite see under the cap. Anyway,
Gus.
they'll come back
I
for
think it's
3,
Wokes,
no doubt.
yeah.
No, it's Gus Atkinson.
It is Atkinson.
Let's give him a jingle for the bowler.
Very nice. Stone in again to Angelo Matthews. Right arm over the wicket, defended out to the man short cover, stop ball.
I've had 3 bets on the cricket and I've lost them all pretty much. I should lose this one in about 6 months' time. England can't seem to bowl straight and consider anyone. 1 bet on the GGs, made all my money back plus profit. Like it.
No.
You're a walking advert for the bookies.
I am. That's why they should fucking sponsor us. Mind you, we have to even have Racing Ryan, our man, Mr. Shortland. I think it's Mr. Shortland, isn't it?
No, it's
in again, Ollie Stone, defended by Angelo Matthews. He's looking a little like a right-handed Bruce Reid, if you remember him, for Australia.
Yes, I remember Bruce.
A little
Reid.
less lanky.
Yeah.
Little less beanpoley, but some similarity. And I just thought that Angelo Matthews is beginning to look like a rather plump Courtney Walsh when I saw his face, but obviously his frame is shorter and wider, but just a little bit. Anyway, Stone in again, 4th ball of the over to Matthews, the veteran. Oh, scooped in the air and caught! Ollie Pope has snuffled him at 4th slip or 3rd slip. Stone is delighted. This is a good comeback for him. This is his first over, and he's on the wicket board. That's good. He's 1 for 3. Sri Lanka have lost their 3rd wicket for 86, and Matthews has gone for just 3.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Well, I haven't lost 3 on the cricket. Then I think I had under 92.5 for the fall of the 3rd wicket.
Good comeback. It's good. Stone seems to be the man who's on his game post lunch. He's got he comes good ball.
Someone has to be, don't they?
Yeah, no one else is.
No one else does seem to be. Yeah, exactly that.
It's been a funny couple of days of Test cricket. The bowling's been awful, and the batting hasn't been much better.
No, everyone keeps throwing it away left, right, and centre. No, it's like everyone just wants to get on with it.
Yes.
Well, as Tony said, it's sort of got an end-of-term feel about it. It really
absolutely does. Yeah, it's sort of mid-September. Everyone should be playing football or rugby by now. Oh, we're still playing cricket, and there's not much riding on it. And anyway, it's the thing is, it still attracts a full house in England. We can't talk down Test cricket because look at all those people who've come to watch it.
Oh, I'm still enjoying it. I like it.
Yes,
I prefer Test cricket that moves on a pace than something,
Yes, totally.
1980s fucking ball fests.
Well, you go back to the 50s and 60s. My God, you can see why one-day cricket needed to be invented.
Well, yeah, exactly. And if Test can be played like this, then they are more exciting. I mean, Stokes,
they are.
Stokes and McCullum have come up with something that does enthuse people to watch Test cricket, because you've got 2 innings of it for a start, and it can swing both ways, and it's entertaining to watch.
And it's the sort of thing where in 30 years' time, people will look back on it as a mini golden age and think, oh, do you remember how great it was? And they'll forget that everyone was moaning about it at the time, saying it's not proper Test cricket.
I don't think you can ever put the genie back in a box now. It's too much white ball cricket. I mean, the players aren't set up to play long innings anymore. I mean, they just play so much short form. I mean, we've said ourselves, the amount of players who don't move their feet to the ball. And in that situation, you are going to either get runs or get out. I mean, there's not a lot in between. In the long term.
No, that's right. I mean, Harry Brooks, a classic example.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was an absolute textbook. batsman of the past, a Ken Barrington-like figure. He's got the potential to be a textbook perfect. His stance is right and all of those things. It's just he plays so much one-day cricket, he doesn't move his feet.
Yeah.
And
yeah. Just a couple of messages. Oh, Mark Lambourne was who you were trying to think of.
That's who I was thinking of, yes. He's all racing around now.
Yeah. Pokey says, I wouldn't pay good money for Roman salt when I can make it from the sea. And Perko just says, if Jofra is available. Ha ha ha.
Well, there is that.
And Kate Eleanor says, we in Sussex need Jofra. Yeah, well, especially if Sussex end up in the First Division next year, which looks likely. Mog says, hang on, that's the Ollie Robinson jingle repurposed. Yes, Mog, yeah. And Kate Eleanor says that also we could use Jofra if we reach the final to get past either Surrey or Somerset. I'm happy for Somerset to win, but not Surrey. Yeah, Surrey's become the Manchester United of cricket. Everybody else wants to see him lose, don't they?
Dinesh Chandimal has come to the wicket. He'll be facing Ollie Stone, who started very well. And defended it, but looked a little discomforted by it for a moment.
Well, I love Gary's summation of Gary Naylor of Josh Hull.
Yeah. What's he say?
He just says he's as dodgy. He's as raw as a dodgy prawn. That's a good one.
Very good indeed. In comes Stone, the experienced Stone. He's not raw. And I think that'll be the last ball of the over. A successful one for England. Sri Lanka, 86 for 3 at the end of it.
Okay, I should have mentioned a couple of that come through on Blue Sky. I'm a bit lax in terms of checking Blue Sky, I'm sorry. Dave Emeris, or Dave Wood, says, punchable face, I think Michael Gove is the prime example. Yeah, it's got a lot of competition. I mean, you've always got Reece Mogg as well. He's very punchable. Leah
Very
says,
punchable.
a picture of Cooper Connolly says, I don't play darts, but if I did, I'd know what I'd throw them at. And she says, what the fuck was Karunaratne thinking? 1 run short of his 7,000. Yeah,
No, okay.
Well,
Ian Duncan Smith, he had a punchable face.
I think that's Gallagher.
Oh, what, in the crowd?
No, what's his name? Gallagher. He used to play for Chelsea.
Oh, him, Connor.
Yeah. That
He hasn't got a punch. He's got a nice face. In comes Hull again, and that doesn't do anything really. Just a perfectly adequate ball, and it's out on the offside. Woke seems to have hurt his finger a bit fielding it. Dot ball.
Apparently, Conor Gallagher's come across as a bit of a racist, I hear, on the TikTok
Really?
videos. Yeah, well, apparently so. Well,
He's
people are
surrounded by
people are interpreting it as such.
We're surrounded by almost exclusively black players at Chelsea. How did he manage to be a racist?
You'll discover the ball when it happens. But
that's like saying, what could a white South African be racist?
Well, yeah.
I suppose that's a good point. And that's cuts for 4 by Nissanka, who moves on to 64. When I'm Nissanka, when I'm 64, and the score moves on to 90 for 3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, there's loads of TikTok videos where he sort of signs, there's a black and a white kid, and he'll sign an autograph for the white kid and ignores the black kid, and the same with high fives with a bunch of people. He just seems to high five the white people and not the black people. I don't know. That was what my daughter told me yesterday. Oh my word!
Well, he's definitely a racist then.
Well, that's
There's
the young.
a pretty low bar.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
what counts.
That's the kids. That's the kids' interpretation.
Yeah, fair enough. Joshua Hull in again. Oh, and he tries a sort of a bouncer. It's wild and woolly. Giving us it's so wild and woolly. It's giving us wild.
Yeah, that was a little bit of born out of frustration, one feels.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I got to say, he's got an enormously long run-up, and he doesn't look anything like the finished article to me.
No, he's not. And how old is he? 19?
Oh, my word! Sorry.
Something's about to happen. I sense it. I don't know. sometimes you just get a sixth sense that something's about to happen. It could be this ball. Let's find out. Hull in again. Smacked, and that is one of the best catches you will see. Like a diving salmon, Chris Wokes has plucked it out of the murky oval air, and that is Joshua Hull off the mark in Test cricket. And that's the end of Nissanka, gone for a very good 64. When I'm 64, when I'm out, and Sri Lanka down 91 for 4. What a great catch.
64 out of 91. He is the whole innings. I mean, that was kind of plucked out of the air just before it hit the ground. That was a fantastic catch by Chris Wokes, diving to his right at cover. And with that, we do say goodbye to Pat Nissanka. Who's the man with the highest percentage? Well, yeah, that's not going to happen now, though, as he's out.
The way they had a Banamanian when he was in, but he's out now.
Yeah.
I would say that he's unlucky because that only gets caught 1 out of 20 times.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
And it was low to the ground. He had to dive full length. It was super stuff from there. I mean, I'll forgive him for being a Villa supporter, even Chris Wokes.
Really? Okay. But again, you know, I mean, like with England, I mean, Pat Nissanka's got 64 out of 91. So the rest of the team are doing bugger all. And now he's out. That spells a little bit of trouble, does it not?
It certainly does.
Although the man who's
trading by 234.
Well, who's in next then?
Who has arrived at the crease? We can't quite see it.
But it should be Danajai Silva, the skipper.
Yes, it is.
He is a million miles from home. Says I won't let the base attack cut through me. They need some more runs. Who could score some tons? De Silva, maybe.
He's a very good player, of course, Dhananjay. He's got, like most of the Sri Lankans, he's got a test average of 40. He's got 12 test centuries under his belt. He's coming in at 6, which is probably a little low, if anything. Leaves the first ball well alone.
Well, this is the kind of engine room of what has been scoring runs, isn't it? It's basically Danajai Silva and Kamindi Mendes have scored most of their runs this entire series. A couple of Chandimal and Angelo Matthews have put in a couple of stints. But that's it. That's the engine room of their batting.
I think the good thing that Wokes did with that ball, he managed to get it in 2 hands. Most people would have dived one-handed, which would have made it considerably more difficult to keep hold of as you hit the deck. Anyway, Hull's in again, and that is stroked through the covers. Wokes is after it. It won't go all the way. They'll come back for an easy couple.
It's like the bat turned slightly in his hand when he hit it, didn't it? It's like he had a loose grip on the bat, which took a bit of the pace off it. Probably made it easier to catch.
Yeah, maybe. Yes. Probably what did it.
And he's got a stupid haircut when they're really short on the start with a really wide mohican. Kind of okay with it. He's got a big head as well, I suppose.
You do what you want when you're 6'7". He does look remarkably like Cameron Green, really, doesn't he?
He does. It's very much like Cameron Green.
Yeah, it's got the same vibe. I mean, if Cameron Green's come good.
Yeah, much better batsman than Josh Hull, I think.
Oh, yes, definitely. In he comes again, forward defensive. And is that the end of the over? Yes, it is. 93 for 4 at the end of it.
So on Blue Sky, Muttley has shared some superb food porn for us today. He's managed to pull success from disaster. Is this today's? Oh, fuck, it just closed on me. Wouldn't you know? Basically, what happened is he had a fuck up with his food porn yesterday and repurposed it into a delicious-looking macaroni and cheese, I think it was.
That's a big old plate of food you got there, Muttley. You going to eat all that yourself?
Well, he's probably sharing it with the whole village.
Well, good man.
He cooks enough for the village. It's how I fucked up the pasta shells I needed yesterday. I managed to salvage them before I cooked them, but I had to use them today before they spoke. So very
Stone into Chandimal. He just flicks it off his pads to the man at mid-wicket. And Josh Holl is doing some, I don't know, selfies or something down at the boundary. I mean, it's just your first wicket, mate, but it's good. It's nice moment.
Oh, that's got to be close, surely.
Well, maybe
sorry.
We'll find out any moment now. Josh, in Ollie Stone, thinking about where he's going to put this ball. Is he going to trouble the batsman with it? He is. Oh, that's got to be out, surely. Yes, it's been given. The finger of fate goes up. That looks like it was cannoning halfway up middle and leg. I'd be very surprised if they review that one.
Well, they have reviewed it. I'm sorry, I just get overexcited.
No. Please do.
All right, Bear. That's all
perfectly
right.
understandable.
We'd expect nothing else.
To the naked eye, that looked plumb. But unless he's got an inside edge, which occasionally they do, then we will find out.
There's no inside edge on that one.
Leg stump.
Yeah, and it's missed the front pad.
Yeah, I'd say middle and leg stump there, that one, yes.
Was that the skipper?
Ultra edge, nothing happening. I will, what will I do if this isn't out? I don't know.
I think you're going to be all right. It's definitely out.
You'll eat one of your books.
Yeah, I'll eat my
page by page, the biggest one on the shelf, but it's okay.
As long as you pay me, that is exactly what I'll do. Yes, quite a lot of nervousness, but surely misplaced. Surely that's out. Of course it is. It hit leg stump in the end, but it was cannoning into it. That's absolutely salmon trout. Up goes the finger of fate. The finger of fate has struck, and Sri Lanka are beginning to unravel somewhat. Nice 3 for 5. Well done, Ollie Stone. He's made all the difference. He's been
we've
personally
got a super chat.
5 wickets.
Go on.
Super chat from our friend Sagir Parker, who's sent us $10 saying towards today's collection, all deferring the cost of the new computer or the second-hand new computer you're having to get. Thank you so much, Sagir. Michael Bedford says Reece Mogg was not so much punchable as clubbable.
Yes, he is such a cock. He is such a cock. It was so joyous when he got booted out of his parliamentary seat. And he even had the gall the other day. He was tweeting. I think it was him that Hendo was telling me. He was tweeting out about. No, it was John fucking Redwood was tweeting out the other day, who was in the back end of the Thatcher government, was tweeting out that if councils back in the fucking 80s or 90s had spent the money they got off Right to Buy building new houses, we wouldn't have a shortage of council houses. In a fucking government who basically told the councils, nah, you can't spend the money you collect off selling the houses. They were forbidden from building new council houses with the money they collected, which of course was really fucking stupid, as exactly what they should have done.
Well, you're joining
I
us on
understand he's going to be in a reality TV show too.
Hopefully someone fucking cut his neck open in it. Oh, I didn't say that.
You're joining us on politics today, where we're going over to the cricket at the Oval. Ollie Stone, oh my goodness me, he's coming round the wicket to the left-hander, and he comes down on it, and is one of those where he almost plays back on.
Well, he is the man who has scored lots and lots and lots of runs, and he is.
If your boy ain't all he should be now, this girl will put him right. And also left, she'll show him how. Just give her one night.
I must say, I'm enjoying everyone.
Go on.
I'm enjoying everyone playing with a big smile on their face in this series. That is what I am enjoying. This is almost like a pre-Ranatunga Sri Lanka, where they felt they had to change, to go toe-to-toe with the Aussies. But I rather like a very good-natured series. That's defended, dot ball.
Yeah. Well. Ooh.
Seeing Ollie Stone. Could be something interesting happening this ball, but probably not I'm sensing not a wicket, or probably just... we'll have to find out. In comes Ollie Stone round the wicket to Karunaratne. Ooh, he gets him high up in the nether regions.
Yes.
A little bit of Bit of bounce. Good bowling this. Good spell from Ollie Stone. I was right in my prediction.
Luckily, because Mog says you should eat a copy of the Silmarillion.
Actually, I must sit down and have a lunch with Mog soon. That reminds me, I've been meaning to put a date in the diary. We meet in the same cafe. In comes...
become set in your ways, have you?
Very much so. Stone round the wicket, defended by Karunaratne. That's the end of the over, 93 for 5 at the end of it.
Martin says, oh, that was it in the dish I cooked it in. The bowl is a generous serving, half, though it could probably serve 4. Well, so it'll keep you going for 4 days then.
Exactly.
I assume.
Very good.
Yes. And as Michelle Pfeiffer says, salmon trout in relation to that LBW. Isaiah Proctor says it's not fair to play in this English conditions. It only works for the English team, red flag. Well, 'twas ever thus. And everybody plays home and away. So
well, that's it.
You have
some would say the same about India.
Knocked off his legs by, do we call him De Silva or do we? I don't know. It's De Silva on the scorecard there. He moves along to 3. Down to long leg. Josh Hull still bowling. It's Kamindu who's come in. Kamindu Mendes.
Yeah, played his jingle. And
I think I've been erroneously not saying Kamindu, but that's who he is.
Interesting, left-hander to a left-hander for a change. I wonder how he fares up against this.
Mitchell Johnson to Andrew Strauss would have been some of the classic left-to-left combinations. Let me think about that. In he comes again. Josh Hull. Little bit of shape, but not enough so that Kamindu couldn't just deflect it wide of man at point for a single. The score moves on to 95. Kamindu is off the mark.
Yeah, lefties to lefties. There weren't that many lefties around, were there? In the sort of 70s and 80s and 90s.
John Lever, he was a lefty, wasn't he?
I can't remember.
Many of them. J.K. Lever. Yes, John Lever would have bowled to probably Alan Border, say. Mitchell Johnson would have had him.
Wasim to Lara, says Sagir.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, yeah, that would have been a good one.
Yes. Hull to De Silva again. Defends it. I'm not talking about left-handed leg spinners or anything like that. Left-handed pace bowlers we're looking for. Haven't been that many, you're right. Many more left-handed batsmen, even right-handed bowlers sometimes bowl left-handed.
Now, here's one out of left field. Gary Naylor's just put on our WhatsApp group. Is it just me, or does Ollie Stone look like Ellen DeGeneres? It's not something that ever occurred to me.
No, I think that's just you, Gary.
That's a short answer to that is no.
Yeah, exactly.
Hull bowls to De Silva. We were with you on the dodgy prawn, though, Gary. Right behind you on that one. And nothing happens, just left well alone. Couple of balls, then I think we'll have a little switch.
Time for another switcheroo.
I believe so. And this has very much been England's little passage of play. They've picked up 4 wickets in the last 7 or 8 overs. It's all going their way at the moment. Hull in again. Maybe just putting a little bit more speed into the action there, but that's a leg stump half volley clipped down to Bashir. They hurry back for the second. Good throw from Bashir, but no problem getting home.
Oh, so that's a gear in. It's going to be Tony doing your ball bubble, with Ditch doing your socials, and Sagir will be doing your...
Sagir, our who's thank you very much for the money, Sagir. We much appreciate it. Last ball of this spell of our triumvirate. It's going to be Hull. Left-handed Hull to the right-handed Silver. And as the leg stump half volley, he'll feel he rather missed out on that one. But he didn't. No run accrued. 97 for 5. The end of the over. Trailing by 228. 228, yes. England have their noses in front. I'll hand you over to the next team.
Okie dokie. It's going to be Ditch.
Thanks for it.
Good afternoon.
No problem.
I think my mic's working. So
Catch you after tea.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, good evening.
Is it just me, or there's no feed for the game?
I don't know. Stone bowls that first ball of the next over. And there is no run. It's just knocked down into the ground. No run. De Silva on 5. Kamindu on 1. Sri Lanka 97 for 5. Still trail by 228. Stone with the very impressive figures of 2 for 3 off 2.1 overs. And I'm just filling in while Tony sits down. Stone in again. Oh, plays, maybe leaves, not sure. Just goes past the outside edge, taken by the keeper. And England have suddenly gone from looking like a bunch of old rubbish to being well on top again. Yeah, that just may have just moved away very slightly.
Ollie Stone has bowled quite beautifully, and he's some reverse swing. He's got the ball to move in the air far more than anyone else has. 2 for 3. Whether he looks like Ellen DeGeneres or not, I don't know. Only if she's got some serious 5 o'clock shadow, which she may have, of course. That one's beautifully driven by Kamindu Mendis. Having talked him up, he's overpitched that one. It's been driven away through extra, and it's going to be 4 runs.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
And yep, superb shot.
And that brings Sri Lanka's 100 up too.
Indeed it does. Thank you, Sagir.
Sagir, the answer to your question is I don't think there is a feed because we're missing the computer that will be doing the feed.
Our problem is exactly that, as that one is defended nicely by Kamindu Mendis. Yeah, we had I don't know if you've been up to speed, Sagir, but we had a complete computer death. It died.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, we tried to give it, resuscitation. We even took it to the Apple store, who said it's fucked. And when they tell you that, it's probably had its day.
Did you give it the old-fashioned whack on the back?
We gave it everything we could think of. Heimlich manoeuvre for computers. Turned it off, turned it on again, and as many times as we could. As this one's cut beautifully by Kamindu Mendis, who is a man in some form, and that is away to the cover boundary for 4 more. And maybe just Ollie Stone, he's only in his 3rd over, to be honest. He shouldn't be that tired. A long story short, it's Charger's shot. No, not the Charger. It's ability to take charge. So we have another one on order. It just means that for this test,
so all the super chat contributions can then go towards the new.
Well, that's going to help. Yep, and it certainly does. But it means for this test there is no feed, and you have to go with whatever you can see on whatever you're following.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'll have KO in the background, so at least I can get some visuals too.
Stone driven again by Kamindu Mendis, overpitched. It is going to make it to the boundary. It was off driven, away it went, and Ollie Stone, from looking like the best player ever to bowl at the Oval, all of a sudden has
he's going at 5 and over now.
He's going at 5 and over. Yes. It's 109 for 5. Ditch, who's with us?
That's a good question because I haven't got any equipment.
Perhaps the bear can come in and help you out.
This is it here, is it? This one here.
I would probably suggest the most important thing is to get yourself onto YouTube.
Right.
If not, if you're stuck, I
will get myself on YouTube very quickly. I forgot I was doing the.
Meanwhile, while you're looking at that, Sagir, what have you made of young Josh Hull? He's got his wicket.
I'll be honest, this is his debut game, and I have literally got home about 15 minutes ago. We had a little social Saturday, catching up with a few family friends around town, taking my parents to go see them. So I haven't actually watched him bowl just yet, but I had a quick look at his first-class record, and I must say it's not exactly. A great
In he comes.
record if you look.
He's flicked off his legs by Dhananjaya De Silva down to deep backward square. Bashir fields, and there is no run. I think when he took 5 wickets at Worcester in the Sri Lankan warm-up game, which probably was part of the consideration for getting him into this game, apart from the height, the different angle of delivery, and the fact that he creates the footmarks for Bashir. Let me see. Yeah, De Silva was one of the wickets he took 3 for 30 in the first innings at Worcester. Got rid of Matthews, Chandimal and De Silva. I mean, they were fresh off the flight and looked very much like it in that game in the first innings. It's 110 for 5.
His first innings career is relatively short. He's only played about 10 games, but with an average of 62.7 and an economy of 4.9.
He has 3 slips. He does get that to swing a little bit, and it's steered to point. No run by De Silva. He had it. You know, he had a. He had it in the barn on his farm with his parents. They built a cricket net in the barn during COVID, so he could practice.
Good on them. I do like good stories like that.
Well, I mean, to me, he seems to fall away a little in his delivery stride, and for a big tall fellow, he's not getting the height. Therefore,
he's not even getting the pace.
But he still has the 3 slips and a gully. He's coming over the wicket to the left-hander, who again defends Kamindu Mendis into the offside. No run. 110 still for 5.
Well, I can't get this. Is that chat working?
Should be. Let me see. I can. Seems to be. Yeah, live chat. There we go. You're up and running. There it is.
So to me, it seems as if he's more of a crick whiz pick. So based on just release points and angle of delivery and things like that. For somebody of his height, I don't think he's generating the sort of pace that he should be expected.
He's looking to get it to swing. Really, that one's full bunger, and it's tickled off his legs by Kamindu Mendis. He will easily come back for 2. Once again, Bashir is the man who does the fielding. He's in the deep mid-wicket area. And Sri Lanka move on to 112 for 5. They seem to be going really nicely. I think they got to 83 for 1, and that one had just been a run out. And then all of a sudden, in a bit of a flurry, wickets started to tumble all over the place. I'm just having a look at the fall of wickets for you now. Let's have a look. Yeah, it was 1 for 34. That was the run out. Then 2 for 70, 3 for 86, 4 for 91. And 5 for 93. Hull in down leg. Kamindu periscopes a leave as it watches it down leg side, and there is no run. But he's got his test wicket. When he probably laid in bed last night and pictured what his first test wicket would be like, he might have seen an edge taken behind, a castling of stumps. What he probably wouldn't have foreseen was a horribly overpitched ball that was, or a ball that was just driven and so beautifully caught. A diving catch by Chris Wokes, but it wasn't a great ball. It got a wicket though, and he has his test wicket.
These are the things that happen, don't they?
That's edged, but edged all the way along the ground to one of 2 gullies. We have kind of 3 slips and 2 gullies, so they're really trying to work the left-hander Kamindu's offside area. It's the end of the over. It's 112 for 5, and I think Ditch has found his way into YouTube.
I have found my way into YouTube, and Michael Bedford says, could you ask Sagir to move his camera a bit downwards, as he looks a bit Chad-like at the present?
You do actually, yeah. A bit. Who was the fellow who used to put his heads over the wall?
Yes.
Kilroy. Kilroy was
here, yeah. And Sandra Richardson says, patience will bring persistence.
There we go.
That's better. Now we can see you, Sagir, in all of your glory in Perth. How far from Messrs do you actually live? Have you ever worked that out?
I don't think I'll be more than, I'd say less than 10 Ks.
Oh,
that would
okay.
be my guess, because he's somewhere up in Darlington, if I'm not wrong.
Ah. Right, Ollie Stone.
I'm not too far.
It is. Who's going to continue has been getting some reverse swing, was a bit loose the last over. That's fast and full and defended on his toes by Sri Lankan captain Dhananjaya de Silva, back towards Ollie Stone, and there is no run. Once again, as we look around the oval, those floodlights are shining very, very brightly now. We had an extraordinary, you won't have seen it then, Sagir, but there's an extraordinary period of play earlier where Chris Wokes, who was halfway through an over, they then brought the light meter on and he finished the over bowling his version of off spin. As Stone is in and De Silva defends. It's probably a little bit kind to call it off spin. They were sort of tossed up half trackers with an attempt to flick the ball, but it really was what you'd be doing if you were chucking, doing throwdowns at your children, I think, to be honest.
Yeah. Jez says Roleystone, which I assume is a suburb.
Roleystone.
Oh, Roleystone.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Right, let's find out how that far is.
Well, I wonder, the different views we're getting now, we're actually looking over the top of that Galahari stand sort of social area. That one's driven down towards long on. Is there a fielder there? No, there isn't. It's going to go all the way for forward. Josh Hull is jogging after it in the time-honoured fashion of a fast bowler mid-spell. He's got no chance of getting it, and it's 4 runs. Overpitched, I'm afraid, by Ollie. And duly dealt with. He is looking to, by tossing it up, I think he's looking for that in-swing, isn't he, Ditch, all the time?
Yeah, he's definitely looking for that. And I have a bit of a slight worry here. Now, we're not that far from the oval where we are at Gorilla Towers, and it's getting rather dark outside.
It is getting a little bit very, very dark. Oh, and that spits
time.
up at De Silva, and it drops just short of Dan Lawrence, who's the man under the lid at forward short leg. No run, no damaged. Sorry, Sigir.
No, I was just saying that they did lose time last night as well, didn't they, to bad light and rain, I think.
Yeah, we've had extended sessions today. Well, that was the other extraordinary thing that happened. So England finally cleaned up... Sri Lanka cleaned up the England innings, which fell over in a bit of a hurry. Was it 104, did we say, for 7 this morning? Yeah, 104 for 7.
Something like that, yeah.
In comes Stone, onto his toes, goes to Silva, drops the bat out into the covers, and they take a single. But it meant that at about 1:05, so we would have been playing till 1:15 anyway. Literally just before 1:05, the last wicket fell. Everyone dashed off. There was the turnaround and time to come back for 1 over. So we had 1 over before lunch, during which one run was scored. And then obviously we carried on again after lunch. So a few things have happened today which have given it, we've sort of described it as a bit end-of-termy in some ways.
What's the rest of the forecast looking like for this match?
Stone around the wicket to the left-handed Kamindu Mendis, who whips him nicely away through mid-wicket. It's being chased willingly by the ever-dependable and the ever-enthusiastic Chris Wokes. And they will come back for 3. Actually, they may have only come back for 2, didn't they? Did they take 2 in the end, Ditch? I think they did.
I think so, yeah.
Kamindu on to 18. 120 for 5. It's the end of that. Stone over, Ditch.
Yes, so I don't think any more information from anybody else, but I can tell you what I read of the weather from memory yesterday, and I think it's a bit damp tomorrow and grey for the rest of the test, but I might not be entirely right. So... possibly a bit of rain tomorrow.
Chances are the game might finish before day 5.
Yes, indeed. Hopefully.
I can call up Twitter and just keep an eye on that for you if you've got. I think this might be. You've got YouTube there if you want it.
Yeah,
get rid of that nonsense. You should be able to follow it.
It looks like the light meters are out again.
Well, we're not surprised. And Gus Atkinson has the ball in hand. So they've said to Josh, "You've got your test wicket. We don't want to overwork you. You're only 20." I was saying to Ditch in the green room, I was going, look, it's easy to be critical. I was saying, yes, he does fall away in his delivery stride, and for a tall guy, he should be getting more. Blah blah blah. You've got to remember, I suddenly stopped myself and I said, well, hang on, he's 6 years younger than my eldest and 3 years younger than my youngest. So, and I'd cut them plenty of slack and still do. This one's defended by Kamindu Mendis. Back to another local hero for the Surrey fans, Gus Atkinson. 4 of them, of course, playing in this game. Lawrence, Atkinson, Ollie Pope, of course, who's well and truly lived up to that billing, and Lawrence, who perhaps hasn't. Yet, there's still time for Dan. He's got one more innings to play. Well, we'll see if he's got one more innings. Yes, he will have one more innings to play for sure.
Well, Ollie Pope made his customary 100.
Well, yeah, man who averaged 80 at the Oval before today would have gone up a bit, of course. That one's beautifully flicked by Comendu Mendes out through mid-wicket. Chased down by Josh Hull. He's not going to get a rest, is he? He may be not bowling, but he's immediately called into fielding action. Gets those long legs thundering away after it, and they take 3. So De Silva will be back onto strike, and Kamindu in very little time. It's a bit of a Joe Root-esque innings, really. All of a sudden you look up and he's past 20 and seems to be cruising.
Yeah, pretty much the only way Lawrence isn't going to get a bat is if England take these 5 wickets for for 1 run, and then enforce the follow-on. Otherwise, he's going to get an innings, isn't he?
Yeah, this is the last recognised Sri Lankan pair as well. I don't think they've got much batting beyond this now.
123 for 5. Gus Atkinson with that scurrying, toe-stepping little run of his is fast and full and in front of off stump and defended by De Silva into the onside. Dave Wood had said, Forthian Mogg, just like me and Mrs. Jones. Which is rather sweet. For wrong, Sri Lanka need 3 more runs without losing a wicket for a special score, which hopefully the Bish can call with some enthusiasm. 123 for 5. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We need a jingle for that.
We do have a jingle for that.
Do
Atkinson, yeah, we do. If I can remember it. Let's see if I can find it, actually. That's a very good question. Can I find it in time? Is it this one?
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, not that one. Okay, almost. Well, we cut it off before it gets to the 4-5 bit. I remember the bear and I sat here and sang it once. We kind of went into XTC mode between us. Atkinson, in he comes. 3 slips go down. That's full again and defended right in front of his pads by De Silva, pushed to mid-wicket, and there is again no run.
So, were those from Twitter?
Those last messages was from Twitter.
How do you get the Twitter feed? You got a tweet deck on your phone or something?
No, I've just got Twitter on my phone. We don't get so much on Twitter.
Okay,
I'll leave you to focus. I'll do that.
There's nothing at the moment on YouTube. It's gone very quiet.
Atkinson's going to continue. He's over the wicket, up onto his toes goes De Silva, dabs it down towards that ring of fielders that are surrounding the slip and gully area. At one point we had 4 slips and 2 gullies, and I think we still do have that.
The cricket's obviously so enthralling that everybody's so concentrating on it that they haven't got time to comment on YouTube.
Yeah, that is so true.
Well, also one of our most frequent YouTube commentators is actually sat there now commentating, so which might explain that as well. It's the end of the over anyway. It's 123 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to keep Farong happy. 202 is what Sri Lanka trail by Ollie. Stone's going to continue, and we would have gone for some socials, but we don't really need to.
There aren't any.
I can see a few coming.
Oh, well, you might have some. There's none coming up on my
Leah,
screen.
Sagir Parker said Leah, thank you. Josh Hull's wandering off. Stone in, defended by Kamindu Mendes into the offside, and there's no run.
I think that was a bit of a private chat. Well, I assume that was a bit of a private chat. They were discussing some picture behind Sagir.
Yeah, it's just a poster that I've got. That one over there, the one with the samurai.
Ah, ooh, very interesting. So, did we say hello to Sandra? Sandra Richardson, hello. Thank you.
Yeah,
welcome.
we did.
Thank you for being with us,
Yes,
and a warm welcome.
Patience will bring persistence. I did say that. Yeah, patience will bring persistence.
It will. Well, patience is. We haven't had to be too patient in most of this match because all of a sudden things have happened in a bit of a flurry.
Spurts,
Not necessarily in a good way. I wouldn't say it's been the best cricket, but it's been enthralling cricket, as that one is defended into the onside by Kamindo. They take a sharp single.
Yeah, we've had over 200 runs and 12 wickets so far today, so it's rushing along.
What are your thoughts on Stone bowling round the wicket to Mendes?
I don't think it's that uncommon. As soon as you get a left-hander in, you tend to, as a right armour, to look to come round and still try and probe at the off stump.
Yeah,
I mean, the other
I think they probably. Sorry, the other thing I think was they looked at stats against left armers for Camilo Mendes, and they found that he wasn't very successful against them. But with Ollie Stone, the line and the angle with which
over the
he's
wicket to the
bowling and
right-handed De Silva, who whips him away through mid-wicket as smartly as you like for 4 runs. Ooh, why does that say? Here we go. Well, we'll go for that one.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
That was basically a free hit, wasn't it?
Yeah. He seemed to be in a little spell earlier where he couldn't do too much wrong, Ollie Stone, and then like a golfer who's just lost that feel of
got the yips.
I wouldn't quite describe it as the yips, but the smoothness has gone from his swing. That's full though, and that's a better ball, and is defended in front of middle stump by De Silva out towards short mid wicket.
Yeah, that ball that
Popefield's no run.
That ball that got spanked to the boundary, the previous one to that one. His head got in a bit of funny position as he was trying to get it in a bit shorter, and I think maybe he wasn't quite looking where he was bowling. Interesting that he had a very different shape for the 2 balls, one after the other. His head kind of got sideways, and I think sometimes when bowlers just try and bang it in a bit short, they lose their action.
He's bowling. In he comes, and up onto his toes goes De Silva. Dabs towards backward point. Again, no run.
So that was a much better action, that ball.
It was. And he has got movement off the pitch and in the air, has Ollie Stone. Gary was getting very excited about some reverse swing.
I just wonder whether he might be benefiting, whether he'd benefit by just pitching it consistently a little bit more fuller.
I think most bowlers would.
Yeah, especially
from doing that.
When you're getting that bit of reverse. In he comes, over the wicket. That one was a terrific ball. Just jagged away from De Silva, who smiles, nods back at Ollie Stone, acknowledging in a most sporting way, which Sri Lanka do seem to have been. I noticed how quick they were to run up and pat Ollie Pope on the back and congratulate him. But it's the end of the over, and
it was a good ball and it moved away and everything, but again the same problem, wasn't it? Just that little bit short. If that had done that from a little bit further up, he might have drawn him into the shot and had him in real trouble.
Yeah, and it wasn't even close enough to the off stump. It was just wide enough for DDS to just let it leave by.
Yeah.
There was no threat in there. He didn't. You didn't make the batter play at it. So maybe if he had kept that at a much more tighter line, he might have got an edge.
Yep, we're getting it absolutely right here. Of course, us commentators.
As we always do.
Yeah, absolutely.
197 is what Sri Lanka trail by, which, once it's under 200, you feel you're in the game. Atkinson is going to continue from the pavilion end.
Tony and I took a wicket.
The offside.
Tony and I took a wicket early, didn't we, with a bit of bowler slagging?
We did, rather. It can always happen. It can always happen. Gus Atkinson. Well, Gus Atkinson, of course, we had that extraordinary news about him during the Lord's Test. And whilst he was taking those wickets, the chap who killed
100.
Well, the man who killed his mother in a car accident. That is wide of off stump, extra lift and bounce from Atkinson. Put his back into that 85 miles an hour. Was being sentenced. Somehow he'd managed to, whatever he was feeling was channeled into his bowling and batting.
Yeah.
How proud would she have been? And she was a huge promoter of his career and encouraged him when things didn't go well, and as he said, pushed when I didn't. She'd want to know whether he was being selected, and she'd have words with the coaches if he wasn't. So that one's beaten the outside edge again. What a ball that was. Kamindu, he didn't really have an answer for it, and again quite happy to have a smile and a nod back towards the bowler. And he's been full of runs, of course, as Kamindu Mendes. But
and that was pretty much where you wanted him to bowl, wasn't it, Sigia?
Sort of, yes. That's a better channel.
Yeah.
And I think with Atkinson, he has much more better control
Yeah.
over where he bowls, and he's bowling it not only fuller, but he's sort of bowling it in that patch where Kamindo has no option but to either poke at it or play very cautiously. But whereas with Ollie Stone, he was much more comfortable just hanging on by the back foot and just nurdling it around leg.
Still
or
3 slips and
laying
2
it on the
gullies.
offside.
One of those does the fielding, as that is just guided there by Kamindu Mendes. In 3 tests, he had an average of 107 coming into this series, remember? 164 he scored against Bangladesh in Solet. So
he's had a good run in this series too. He's got a 74,
Yeah.
he's got 100 in the first test.
He does indeed.
And
130.
He looks relatively comfortable here as well. I mean,
Well, he
not
didn't look
that I want to
comfortable
chase
there
him.
because that ball leapt up at him a little bit, and he played it in a very watchful and, well, rather startled manner almost. It seemed to jump on him just a little bit more than he expected. He's gone down to prod the offending area of pitch where he saw that bounce. It was quite short from Atkinson. He had to wear it on the glove, did Kamindu Mendes.
But I must say I've been very impressed with Gus Atkinson, both bowling and the general attitude that he brings to the game as well.
Didn't start so well today, yet to take a wicket, but he seems to have found his range now. That's past the outside edge again. Full and far, much fuller, and seemed to leap off just at full length. And again, it was a swing and a miss by Kamindu Mendes, so he's had a bit of a charmed life there. But he survives, and it's the end of that Gus Atkinson over, with the score on 128 for 5.
No, nothing in the chat here. It was a good over, very good over. And I guess, probably going to be pretty key to the result of this match, this partnership right here. If England can get through one more wicket here, then you'd fancy them to be batting again tonight, I think.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we got plenty of time left. I think we've got an extended period before tea as well, don't we? If I seem to think that tea possibly was going to be 4:10.
Yeah, well, we're already into the extended period, aren't we?
Oh.
Yeah, and if you remember that replay of the ball that Atkinson bowled, which just spat up at Mendes and hit him on the glove. There was a big patch of dust that came off the pitch as well. So it's, even though it's only day 2, there's some wear and tear in this pitch already, and we are seeing that occasional delivery just jump up as well. So I don't think Sri Lanka's tail-enders are capable of keeping those sort of deliveries out.
Well, Ollie Stone's going to get a rest. We're going to bring back Birmingham's finest, Chris Wokes, who does get the ball to move away from De Silva, who has a right little dabble and doesn't get any bat on it, but it moved away from him. Let's jingle up Chris Wokes, who has bobbed me back into the attack. Here he is.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour.
And in he comes. Again,
Did
wide
Chris
of
was
off
just
stump.
touch his back?
And you felt he was he got a twinge.
Yeah, after that first ball, because you just saw as he was walking back, his right arm went up right to his back as it was just that little twinge.
Hope not.
Yeah.
We've already lost Mark Wood until 2025.
Wow, really?
Yeah, he went for a routine checkup on his one problem, and they discovered one that was sort of a latent issue and had been for a while with his elbow. That one again just moves away a little bit, but rather late, and De Silva can leave it, and it goes through to Jamie Smith, the other Surrey man, one of the four horsemen of Surrey. Smith, Lawrence, Atkinson, and of course England's centurion and captain, at least for this test now, Ollie Pope.
The Surrey apocalypse.
4-5. The Surrey apocalypse. Well, Chris Wokes is doing his shoelaces at the moment, so it's not his back. He seems to be happy enough. Doesn't seem overly concerned. Now, if that had been me getting up from doing my shoelaces, I probably would go, and make a noise while I did it these days. But no, he doesn't seem to be in
reach
trouble.
your shoelaces. I can't even reach mine now.
Oh no, I can still do that. Yeah.
No, I have to put mine on the step to do them. Not
128 for 5. Wokes in, and that does swing a little bit. And it's a bit outside edgy as he rather squares up to Silver. It goes out to one of those gullies. So I think we've now got 5 slips and 2 gullies. So they are really looking to work that off stump channel of De Silva. England right on top with that little flurry of wickets. What's this partnership work, Ditch? Let's have a quick look.
Must be 30-ish, because neither of them had virtually any runs.
In comes Wokes, defended again
35.
by De Silva. 35, yeah. So
35.
Seems like a while since that last wicket fell, which was the LBW for Ollie Stone.
It's just the ebb and flow of the game, isn't it?
We're watching again as Wokes is really getting enough swing in the air.
Yeah, this is at the moment.
Bite off the pitch.
Yeah, it's definitely conventional swing at the moment.
4 slips go down. Once again, he rather squares up De Silva, and it goes to the second of the 2 gullies. It's the end of the over. It's 128 for 5. The lead 197, and England looking to try and get this job done in as quick as they can do it, I think.
It's gone. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, sorry.
Sandra Richardson, just as I was about to say, there's nothing to say. Says injuries accountability is a major factor in Test cricket, but we can't ignore all of them. Great commentary.
Oh, thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, Sandra.
That's really kind of you. They are. I mean, be interested to know what you think. Are England just unlucky? You know, when you pile up. You know, I mean, I think of, or is it an occupational hazard with quicker bowlers? You look at Ollie Stone's injury record. You look at the end of Toby Rowland-Jones's career. You look at Mark Wood, who's always an injury away from a layoff. You look at, of course, of Jofra Archer, who bowled in the blast the other night. That again massively squares up Kamindu this time and goes once more out to gully. Those 2 gullies are being deployed for both Atkinson and for Chris Wokes, and they've been busy too.
I think injuries are a major part of most professional sports, aren't they? Except maybe for bowls and darts.
but then let's take Pat Cummins. Remember the start of Pat Cummins' career? You know, poor old paceman Pat. He pulls out with a dodgy back, as that one is short, and Kamindu rocks back to let that one passed on the offside through to Smith. 85 miles an hour from Gus Atkinson.
There are kind of more
platinum of hair.
There are kind of more injuries, aren't there, that you can get in cricket than some of the other sports. You get some weird injuries you wouldn't get in any other sport in cricket.
I've just
especially bowlers.
You're wearing actually 2 pairs of glasses. You've literally got 2 pairs of glasses.
Yeah, I now have the 2. I've now worked out how I can read both the iPad and see the screen properly by wearing 2 pairs of glasses.
It's an extraordinary look. Right, Atkinson, in he comes. Past the off stump, leapt, but leapt from a full length, and Kamindu was well out the way of it. But taken shoulder height by Jamie Smith, and again there was no run. We've gone back to sunnier days and watching other wickets from the series for Gus.
I think I could patent the idea. I think what you need is a little clip that allows you to join the 2 pairs of glasses together, so that you can wear both pairs at the same time, but they don't kind of. What happens here is that one pair will hide behind the other in a minute. It'll be
Atkinson, round the wicket, he comes to the left-hander. That's driven straight towards extra cover. And there's no rain. It's Chris Wokes again. And there, I will grant you, there was a slight twinge. And Ollie Pope's having a little look over towards his gun bowler. And maybe just a hint of concern. We'll have a look as Chris Wokes fields this, I hope. He takes it on the dive. He's already taken one outstanding catch. Remember today to get Josh Hull his debut Test match wicket.
That was an amazing catch.
In comes Atkinson, flicked a little bit uppishly, past square leg. It should be cut off by the loping Bashir. Indeed it is, and they will come back for 2. Yes, there is now a conversation, and I think that looks to me something in the lower tummy, groin, but it's not quite far south enough to be groin. The bit he seems to be adjusting is
bit higher up.
Above tackle height as opposed to just below.
Yeah, a bit of stomach muscle or something.
So, yeah, that's a concern for England. It's a concern for England given that it isn't that long before they're going to head off to Pakistan. And one assumes Wokes would make that trip. That one is left by Kamindu. Through it goes to Smith, and there is no run. Now, my distinct feeling here, something has twinged with Chris Wokes. I can't think England will continue to risk him. And what do I possibly know, because he's taken his jumper off as the ball in hand and is going to carry on. So which pair of glasses are you viewing that with?
Right, top pair is watch the TV. Bottom pair is see the YouTube feed. It works quite well.
I thought one was sort of your rose-tinted England glasses, and the other pair were your sort of more even-handed glasses.
No,
or am I seeing too much into this psychologically speaking, Sir Gear?
Perhaps. It's all about perspective.
Well, it is if you've got two pairs of glasses. I'm sure it is, yes. Yeah. 130 for 5 at any rate. Chris Wokes is going to carry on.
I could get a £200 pair of bifocals. Or I could spend
that is the
£4
more traditional
on 2
way.
pairs.
Right. Atkinson Wokes in, defended by De Silva into the offside. No run.
It's just 2 sets of very cheap reading glasses that I'm using at the moment.
Just to go back to the earlier topic about injuries, and the Australian High Performance Coaching Centre over here has done a fair bit of research into injuries in young bowlers, and they found out that a lot of young bowlers are more susceptible to stress fractures than the older bowlers.
Wokes
and
in.
they've narrowed it down.
Defended in front of off stump, out towards one of the gullies, where, as we've said, they've been very busy. No run, sorry, carry on, Sige.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that they've narrowed it down to the bowling workloads that the juniors usually go through, because they've often got multiple games in a weekend, especially if they're talented enough to play for both under-19s and then for a senior side as well, like a grade 3 or a grade 4.
Which academy are you talking about there?
In general, most of the junior level games
over
right,
here.
So
sort of academy level.
But the research has been done by the Australian High Performance Coaching Centre.
That's down the arse. Smith takes it on the tumble away to his left. Again, no run, 130 for 5. Yeah, I mean, biometrics, fast bowling is and always was, there is so much that can go wrong. If you look at the pure weight of that you put through your front leg and your delivery stride, that in itself would do for a lot of people. That swings massively past the outside edge. De Silva again has a little look down the track. He's asking Kamindu Mendis how much that moved. Well, I can tell him if he wants to ask me, quite a bit.
I think if you're under 18 over here in any form of cricket, you can't bowl more than 4 overs on the spin.
Yeah, well, that's true. In club cricket, if you're by age groups, you are the amount you can bowl is carefully monitored and regulated.
I think it's about 6 overs per spell and a maximum of something like 14 or 16 overs in a day.
Comes Wokes. He does have quite a heavy delivery stride. That swings in, but I think was going down leg. Umpire Gaffney, the man from Otago, decides to let that go, because I don't think there was ever a shout. We're going to have another look and let you know. It was high and possibly pitching outside and certainly missing leg. So nothing to see, but was the right angle of attack from Chris Wokes.
There's James Anderson in the stands, waiting.
Well, he's officially part of the coaching setup for this series. That swings away and is taken on the dive in front of first slip this time by Jamie Smith. So despite what looked like a troublesome little niggle in sort of lower tummy area for Chris Wokes, he seems happy enough. He's bowled a pretty good over there. It's 130 for 5. And to be honest, all we've seen in the last 20 odd deliveries is 2 runs. So it's been pretty economical stuff by Atkinson and Wokes. And I'm pretty sure this might now be T ditch. Are they heading off?
Maybe one more.
I reckon we might have one more.
One more over. Should be one more
right.
over. We have a very complimentary little message here from Imtiaz Hassim. Reminds me of the John Arlott commentary era.
Oh, crikey!
Thank you very
Well,
much.
that's high praise indeed.
Thank you. I won't try and do the great man. As Atkinson is in, tickled away round the corner, down to fine leg. They'll take a single, and it's the first runs we've had for a while. Bashir is the man doing it. It was leg buys in the end. Josh Wilson. What am I saying? Umpire Wilson, anyway. No,
Joel Wilson.
Joel Wilson. I'll get there in the end. Joel, umpire Joel, blind Joel. Ed, who's still wearing those dark glasses, was absolutely sure, and no reason to say he wasn't right.
Yes, of course.
But it was a leg by.
I was brought up on the Arlott era. I can remember as a 6 or 7 year old starting to, in the early 60s, starting to listen to Test Match.
Oh, me too. Was a
special
big John Arlott fan. Who definitely got more entertaining the more claret he'd possibly
late
put
afternoon.
away by round about 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Magnificent though he was, up onto his toes. It goes to Silver, but then decides to remove the back completely, and it goes through to Jamie Smith. Atkinson, he's getting that extra lift, Sagir, all the time, isn't he? He's just getting that extra bounce, that extra pace that he generates.
Yeah, I was
131 for 5.
I was quite a sickly child in the early part of the summer in the 60s, just so I could not have to go to school and stay home and listen to the cricket. My mother was quite easily conned into the fact that I had a temperature or something, you know.
That is defended, but we'll get a single because it's just pushed into the offside for a single.
See, the thing with cricket is once you get infected by the cricket bug, it's like a lifelong disease.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
a lifelong affliction, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right. Who was our friend that was talking about John Arlott?
Imtiaz
Hashim.
Okay. Well, after this delivery, I'll warn you in advance, unless something extraordinary happens, there isn't going to be a run out. But I'm going to play you just a little bit, one of our jingles, as if there had been a run out. With the voice of the great man himself. Up onto his toes goes Kamindu Mendis. Guides this away through points, being chased by 2 England fielders. They'll come back comfortably enough for 2. And the score will move on to 134 for 5. Kamindu Mendis on 26. And here is the great man commemorating something of a famous incident as well.
There must be a run out here. Oh, how tragic. How tragic, how tragic, how tragic.
That Burr, Hampshire accent, wasn't it? It was
yeah.
Man of Hampshire, Hampshire
yeah.
Burr. Wine correspondent for many years for The Guardian, of course.
Later moved to the Channel Islands, of course.
He did. He lived in Alderney. Oh, my word! And that is Kamindu Mendis. Not sure he knew too much about that. It's played through the slips at catchable height. Harry Brook and Joe Root are sort of a Yorkshire think tank going, what happened there? I'll tell you exactly what happened there when we get to have a second look at it. Yeah, I don't think he meant that at all. It went past Ben Duckett, actually.
Yeah, Duckett wasn't tall enough.
Slip. And was it catchable? Well, it went between Duckett and Pope.
Catchable.
It wasn't catchable, but it was in the air as it went past him.
Well, it was fortunate. Fortunate or not, it's gone down through third man for 4 runs. In comes Atkinson, driven. That's nothing unintentional about that. That's smashed away through point for another 4 runs. I might have to double up here. Why not? Let's just do it. Except it didn't swing, but there we go. 142 for 5. 49 this partnership's been worth, and it's been hugely vital for Sri Lanka. 183 the lead. They're still in this game. Ditch, over to you.
Yeah, they are in this game, and be just interesting to see what happens after tea. I think England just get fired up by a nice cup of Lapsang Souchong. We are having tea, in fact. Lapsang Souchong, and then come out after tea, quick burst, rip the rest of the Sri Lankans out, and have an hour's batting this evening, maybe. Or maybe won't get a single wicket, and Sri Lanka will have caught up England's score by the close of play. Those are the sort of possibilities you can expect with cricket.
Well, you're absolutely right. Well, we've seen Josh Hull's debut test innings, beautifully caught, courtesy of Chris Wokes, who has that little injury niggle. where were they at lunch? Well, at lunch, of course, it was just one without loss. We had an extended session to tea, and Sri Lanka have moved on to 142 for 5. So their scoring rate has been healthy indeed. They've been going along very nicely at about well over 5 and over, just over 5 and over. One it was at lunchtime, after England finally were bowled out in the morning session. Patham Nissanka, he was a pick of the batsman without doubt. They'd be struggling without him and Kamindu Mendis. 64 before he was the victim finally of Josh Hull to that fantastic catch at sort of extra cover and between extra cover and mid-off as Wokes dived. Karuna Ratney didn't last long, but it was a fantastic run out that got him. He was in fact the first to fall. Kusal Mendis was caught at slip by a rising ball outside of off stump by Chris Wokes. Angela Matthews was caught at gully by Ollie Stone. Chandimal was LBW, absolutely slap bang in front. We thought there might have been an inside edge. Chandimal hoped there was an inside edge. There wasn't. But Dhananjaya De Silva hasn't looked fully steady, I would say, the captain, but he's still there on 16 off his 36. Kusal Mendis is playing very much up to his billing with 34 off his 37. 1 for 41 for Wokes, none for 46, probably for a slightly unlucky Gus Atkinson, although he was a bit loose at first. 1 for 26 off just 5 for Josh Hull, but they don't draw pictures in the scorebook, and he does have that 1. And 2 for 28 for Ollie Stone, who I think has probably, with Chris Wokes, been the pick of the England attack. And we will head off for tea. Sagir, I think we're seeing you after tea, aren't we? Remind me?
Yes, we are. Yeah,
we are late into the Perth night probably, but we're grateful for that.
Yeah.
And I think we'll leave you with a bit of a podcast to listen to as Hendo, the bear, and I continue to rabbit away, and we will see you in not too much time, I suspect.
20 minutes. All right, see you guys.
Yard to oversee.
Oh, indeed, indeed.
In Ricky's case.
Absolutely. You've got to be there to cross the grapes, haven't you? So, I don't know. It's a strange one. It's like England jump one way and then jump back the other way, isn't it? You know, if it was only a couple of different. But I think, these days, people don't captain, and suddenly they're thrust in as Test captain or whatever. This is really what's happened to Ollie Pope. Where's he been captaining until now? Joe Root captained Yorkshire very few times, maybe a couple of times I think it was, before he was made England captain. Although, of course, his England place was much more established. I just think it's hard for captains, and I don't think that the one day or the white ball captaincy would be quite pressurised. In regards to Harry Brook, he would still play the way that he does. I think the Test captaincy, even though people may say that white ball cricket is more popular these days, I still think it has that sort of level of awe, doesn't it? And ultimately, you're judged. Certainly, in this country, you're judged on your Test performances. So I think I would be inclined that. Especially if he's going to continue to keep wicket, Jos Buttler. I don't think he should captain, but that's an argument for another day, isn't it?
I think it is. Right, we should definitely say farewell. We are, of course, going to be on air for every day of that 5th Test from the Oval. Looking forward to that.
2 days of it.
Oh, how many days it is. There might be some weather about. It might get to 5 days. You might be surprised.
No, I think it's supposed to be sunny towards the end of the week. So.
Fingers crossed. Right. We should say farewell. Thank you, Hendo, as ever. Magnificent.
Hello, thanks for listening to this great podcast that is part of the Sport Social Podcast Network. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to tell you about one of our partners for this episode, Tide, and their business savings account. Tide is a business financial platform designed to give time back to business owners and sole traders by managing all of their finances in one app. And right now you can earn 3.81% AER variable on business savings on up to 50k deposit. Open a Tide business savings account in your Tide app or by visiting tide.co/savings. Variable rates correct as of 15th of July 2024. Interest paid up to £50,000 of deposits. For full terms and conditions, visit tide.co/savings. Please note that Tide reserves its right to open a Tide account for you only after you have passed their client verification and onboarding checks as per the Tide T's and C's. Tide shall not be required to provide any reason or be held responsible that any applicant has not been approved for a Tide account. And now, I'll let you get back to the podcast.
I've just sold my car.
All right.
Got a quote in 30 seconds from We Buy Any Car. Drove to my local branch in 13 minutes. And cash is getting sent to my bank.
Oh, nice.
Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car.
Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car. To find out how much your car's worth in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com. Admin fee may apply. For more information, visit WeBuyAnyCar.com/info.
How do stop losses work on Kraken? Let's say I have a birthday party on Wednesday night, but an important meeting Thursday morning. So, sensible me pre-books a taxi for 10 p.m. with alerts. Voila! I won't be getting carried away and staying out till 2. That's stop loss orders on Kraken, an easy way to plan ahead. Go to kraken.com and see what crypto can be. Don't invest unless you're prepared to lose all the money you invest. This is a high-risk investment, and you should not expect to be protected if something goes wrong.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back again to the Bishop and Bear special one today. Is always a bit special. We've got Hendo on the bar stool of bravado. So we've got loads to chat about, which will undoubtedly include any or all of the following. Chat on the Sri Lanka series, a discussion about the crowd is only about 8,000, I think, the day 4, the pricing. News about Gus Atkinson, he's man of the match, but other news that's been appearing in the press. We got the ODI series coming up after this next Oval Test. We've had a Kookaburra run frenzy once more in the championship, and we've had a record broken that has stood since 2 weeks after the death of Abraham Lincoln, which tickled me, and we'll probably talk about that as we go. But first of all, Hendo, what can we get you to drink?
Right, if we stop the podcast, we can at least update people what is happening.
Coffee liqueur.
Ooh, coffee liqueur.
It'd be very short.
Well, do you want to be a tad more precise on which particular type of coffee liqueur? I mean,
well, I think they can bowl. It's just a question of what they can bowl.
Yeah, the conversation was just being had as the players had come out. Joel Wilson, Chris Gaffney and Ollie Pope, and I'm pretty sure it is very dark. It's certainly dark where we are. And I think the conversation was, you can't bowl your quick bowlers. We've already seen the farcical mid-over switch from poor Chris Wokes from quickish medium to off spin, and I think England are going to be told that it's spin or off you go, and I think they're taking the option to go with spin Bear.
I don't like this. I mean, I guess they'll give Bashir a go. There's been some left arm bowlers in the game, so they'll be rough outside both stumps. But I'm not sure if I was England I'd want to be bowling spin. I want to be bowling my quick guys straight after tee. Newish ball still, it's only 20 odd years old. I want to have a go with my pace guys fresh after tee. Maybe they got a little full stomach, but such is life.
Yeah, I think it's rubbish.
Mind you, if he quickly finds Josh Hull's footmarks, which, I mean, we're having a look. Oh, let me see. That's the
one is rough
he's
outside
bowling
both.
he's looking there. I mean, There's something to aim at, but you'd have to be bowling quite full to aim at it.
Probably
wouldn't you?
too full.
And Josh Hull hasn't bowled enough overs to really create that sort of.
Well, he's got big feet and he's a heavy man, so maybe he gets
size
And
15.
He
Bear,
was running
size
down
15.
the middle of the pitch too.
Yeah.
It's not really down the middle of the pitch. You want him. You want him.
No.
You want him running just outside of the right-hander's off stump, as what would be for him the left-arm bowlers follow through. Size 15 feet, man. How big are your feet, Messers?
Size 11.
So you're a big fella.
You notice? I don't know about you. Mine get bigger as I get older. I think it's the weight sort of flattens them.
I'm size 10 or 9.5, 10.
I'm a 9.
So it's basically my feet and then half again is the size. I mean, they are canoes. He's got canoes for feet. It's enormous.
I'm not entirely sure there's a direct correlation between foot size and actual length of the foot, but even so, they're fucking big.
They're big.
He is Bigfoot.
He is Bigfoot.
It is the secret of Bigfoot. He's the Sasquatch of the England team.
Well, we have a leg slip and a short leg and a slip, and the first ball is too full.
Oh, Christ.
And goes through the bowler on his follow through, and there is no run. Let's give some jingles as we're back. The guy bowling is.
Likes to attack.
Played down to the man on the 45. Dhananjaya wanted a single, but it's not there. I mean, I guess he'd quite like to bowl at Kamindu if he could. I guess that would be his choice. He's a left armour. As a right armour, bowling to a left-hander around the wicket into a little bit of rough. But the first 3 balls, the ball has done fuck all. I mean, it's just gone straight on with the arm. At which point, I mean, this is it. If I was the England bowler, I'd give this. If I was Pope, I'd give this 2 overs and go, well, fuck it. It's not doing
Chuck
anything
the ball
for me.
to Gus Atkinson.
Say bowl, and if they say
walks.
off you go, I'll be off. I'm sorry, I just don't have truck staying out there for you know, you're playing professional sport. That's defended to short leg and there's no run. You're not out there to make up the numbers, and you're not out there to give the opposition a chance to get into the game. You're there to win a game, and if you can't use your full ammunition when you want to use it, you should be off the field as far as I'm concerned. I know it's shit.
I agree.
I know it's
agree
shit
with that
for the
100%.
crowds. That one is played down the track. Comes Dhananjaya Silva, smashes it over the top, and it'll be 4 runs.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
It doesn't do your team any favours, does it? It's a bit stupid. This game is played round the corner to the man on the 45, and there'll be no run. And
It's really the only loose ball he's bowled this over, but it was when it
wasn't even
it
loose.
wasn't that loose, was it?
No, it's just it was tossed up a little bit. There's nothing in the pitch, and the batsman's face
Hello?
come down the track.
Well, now we're going to get some frog in a blender action by the looks of it.
Oh my God! Let's have a go at the other end. Is this man? Well, he's done fuck all else in the game, has he?
What time is it?
And he's going to be out the side again soon, so they're giving him a go. There's a doorbell. Who's at the door? Steve Jones.
Yeah, Steve. Ditch, could you kindly do the honours? Thank you, mate. Lovely, lovely. That's another man who's 6 foot plenty.
Has he got plates of feet, plates of meat?
Do you know what? I can't remember, but they're not going to be tiny if he's about 6'5" or 6'6".
No,
I think,
it's bad luck if you're 6'6" with size
with
5,
tiny
aren't
feet.
you?
Yeah.
You're not going to have decent balance.
You couldn't take someone like James Hillhouse and pop on Annie's feet. It would look like some sort of weird centaur-like creature. You'd topple over, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You would.
No balance. Alright, Kamindo is going to face up. Dan Lawrence is going to come around the wicket. We're going to have Kamindo's jingle. It goes like this.
If your boy ain't all he should be now, this girl will put him right.
And of course, it's his own ground, and he's very army. And it's short, it's wide, it's cut. Presumably there's cover out there. There is, and it'll just be the 1 run.
She's a gypsy and the dexterous queen. Play her before we start. She's the gypsy and she's guaranteed the Mendes to aid his art.
There's just so much going on with that action. You
I
don't know where to
know.
start, do you?
It's arms, legs, and all sorts going everywhere.
If you could imagine chucking a bomb into an arms and legs factory, that's sort of what you get.
One way.
They're all flying in every direction.
Yes,
but not really related to each other.
Oh, 50 overs in a day of that, would you?
No. Just turns it around the corner. Man on the 45. It's Bashir. There's a short leg again. There's a leg slip. There's a slip. Root's thinking, why am I not having a go? But, you've got a hand on down a game at some point, I suppose.
Well, it's sort of like it's a net for England, this.
Well, it is. It's just not great. It's not a great look. And Dan Lawrence is over the wicket. It's down the leg side and there is no run. Filth, I think we'll call that one.
Well, but this is it. I mean, if Sri Lanka score quickly, you would say, right, that's enough. We'll walk off, or we want to bowl our paces, or we don't want to suffer damage, do we?
No, and that's the point, isn't it? And you shouldn't feel. Oh, well, that was a bit aerial. Non-Hayden would have caught that, but there is a non-Hayden. There's a sort of deep set long on. And you don't want to give too much of an advantage over to the opposition. You don't want to give them 3 runs because you're not using the right boulders at the right time. Anyway, Dan Lawrence.
This is the lowest energy test I can ever remember watching.
Yeah, it's not great, is it? Everyone seems to be quite happy to throw shit away. Down the leg side, there's no run.
Made 74, didn't he, at Old Trafford, Dhananjaya de Silva? So he's made a 50 at Lords.
Yeah, no, he's batted all right. He's a fairly decent bat.
Captain's knocks with backs to the wall, I think,
Yeah.
in both occasions.
That's a better ball, but it's outside off stump. There's no one at cover, and he just pushes it out, and there's no run. Sorry, there's 1 run.
In the end, it actually wasn't at all a bad over. I mean, never mind all the, body parts all operating independently of one another. Only went for 1 and it was pretty accurate.
Who's that chilling out?
I think that's Andrew Flintoff. I might be wrong, but I think that was the new Lions bowling coach, Bear. The new Lions bowling coach.
Yeah, wow.
Which is, I think, a fascinating, and I think everybody hopes, a very successful
He's
appointment.
had quite a time out of, I think he's tried to find himself outside of cricket, a bit like Mark Butcher, really. Defended a square on the offside. They're going to get back for 2. I think Mark Butcher, I guess some of these guys, they want to look at life outside of cricket. Freddie went off, what did he do? Boxing first.
Top Gear.
Then he did Top Gear. He's done that
He's doing
sports show.
Field of Dreams now. Yeah, he did. What do they call it? Not Some Like It Hot. They think it's all over.
They think it's all over.
Not that one. No.
Yeah, that was that one, wasn't it? It's on Sky.
Has he done
Strictly?
yet?
No, he hasn't done Strictly.
Darren Goff
no
did.
runs. Darren Goff did, yeah.
Mark Ramprakash did.
But they all
Michael Vaughan did.
They all eventually find themselves back in either doing cricket commentary or in some sort of coaching role.
Or failing on Mastermind.
Yeah, well, who did that? That's turned around a corner and there is no run. Monty.
Oh,
yeah,
boy,
well,
he did. He's tried in quite a few things, including politics.
Well, he was a candidate for about 24 hours, wasn't he?
He wasn't.
Yeah. Well, I was watching a Stuart Lee interview yesterday, and he was extremely proud to have won Celebrity Mastermind.
That's
getting some bounce,
down the leg side. He's getting some bounce, but not a lot of turn. The line's too straight.
Yeah, but if the pitch is not turning, then at least the bounce provides a threat.
Yeah, but you've got to kind of drag him forward for that to be of any use to get a glove that's going to go at short leg. And if you can't drag him forward, and that one's just flat, fast, and it just defends it on the back foot back down the track, and there's no run.
He played it quite late and right in front of middle stump, and it was rising as he did. So I think being a bit harsh on Bashir. I wouldn't.
Not really, because at that sort of pace, he's a test batsman. I mean, it's of course he can play it off the back foot in front of middle stump. He's good enough. That's about the only ball that's dragged him forward, and it wasn't even that far forward, and he covered that up easily. I'm not trying to be harsh on Bashir. I just don't think he's the right man at the right time. You certainly don't want to be on spinners in these conditions. You don't want to be on pace.
You can't hold that against him, though.
Exactly.
I'm not holding it against him.
Dara Aziz's with us. It says Berizona. Berizona. Just this year, the batter as with night vision glasses, he suggests. There was some discussion about Leah doing an interview with Addit about presidents trying to play cricket. That's very niche, I think. There, but she also suggests that Perko needs to form a band in the style of Hawkwind. He's really good at that stuff.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Well, Lawrence is going to come around the window, around the wicket, around the window,
around the window,
defended out into the covers, and there's no run. You see, Bashir wants
Is
to
he
be
cleaning
bowling.
windows?
Bashir wants to be bowling at Kamindu, basically, and he hasn't had a ball to him yet, I don't think. Which ain't great.
Hawkwind was Silver Machine amongst other things. Was Hawkwind, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I took a ride
on a Silver Machine
to the end of time.
Yeah, that was Lemmy was in.
He was in Hawkwind. You're absolutely right. Yes, he was.
And then he went on to form Motorhead. Lawrence around the wicket. That one turns out of the rough. He's quite excited about it.
Well, excited is relative, but yeah, he certainly. That is the first real turn we've seen. And bounce, turn and bounce.
What the fuck's going on here? Get rid of that. Around the wicket, down the track.
Oh,
is he out? He caught? No, he hit into the ground. Driven straight at Pope. There's a big puff. It went out pretty hard. But he
Your incredulity was lovely to hear.
Is he out? Surely not.
Well,
150's up for Sri Lanka.
It is
175's all they trail by.
This one he cuts behind. Oh, terrible bit of fielding by Bashir. Mind you, he probably wanted that because he's given a single.
Yeah, I don't think that was on. I mean, that might speak more to the visibility, which is not great, rather than the ineptitude of the fielder. But it was. It nutmegs him, doesn't he? It just
fuck. Do you get back to?
There, you're commentating on.
I'm trying to get back to our live.
They call
feed.
me Tech Tony, and you're doing a commentary on basically thumping the iPad with your thumb.
Well, I know. Defended by Silva. There is no run. Trying to get back to our video.
We're back live again.
Yeah. Well, we were always live. I just couldn't see us.
What I couldn't figure out earlier was how to get the video picture of the Zoom attendee. I don't know how.
I've set them up on this side.
Oh, you've just put it somewhere different. Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't want to fiddle around with the other ones. So when I get it back, they should all fit into place. That is down the leg side, and there's no run. As it's left alone by Dhananjaya Silva. Finally, Bashir will go at Kamindu. I bet he bowls a rank ball that gets hit for a single first ball.
151 for 5. Dara Azizi says, where's Tufnell these days? To which Jano says Tufnell was TMS main BBC commentator. Muttley says, welcome back, Primates. I've been, quote, forced, unquote, to eat a tin of hot dogs. Long story. Yeah, I'm sure that was really hard work, Mutt. The round window, says Muttley. Is this Guerrilla Cricket Radio? Does play school?
Yeah. Well, finally, Bashir round the wicket to Kamindu, and he just does knock it out into the offside and does get a single off the first delivery. Fucking hell. Which will annoy him greatly. Sometimes he doesn't give it any air, Bashir. I think he bowls a little flat at times. But a little bit more guile. Difficult with professional batsmen. Any drop in pace, they're on it like a flash. Tosses that one up. That's a decent delivery though. Draws De Silva forward. Just keep bowling there. And there is no run. I do think he tries a little bit hard, Bashir, trying to make things happen. I think sometimes being a spinner, you just kind of got to sit on a spot. Let them try and come to you and be patient. And that's 2 straight. It works it round the corner to the man on 45. No run. De Silva's on 23 off 57. Kamindu 37 off 43. Trailing by 173 to 152 for 5. England, if they can get through this wicket, they'll feel they're in with a chance. But again, I think they'll want to go off if this goes on too long. Oh, that's just nasty. Don't know what he was trying there, Bashir, but he's banged it into the deck down the leg side. Dan Jada Silva, I love him. He plays with a good smile on his face.
Yeah, I mean, the spirit this game's been played in, or this series has been played in, has been terrific.
Tossed up. Oh, now he's mishit that, and that is out. And you fucking idiot, Hull! Hull has just binned it. The easiest of easy catches he has just dropped.
Oh dear.
And that's Dan and Jada Silva. Oh, Jesus Christ. That is just... He had it as well. Oh, no, he didn't, actually. It just spilled out through his hands. He can't believe it either. Just thought it was too easy. Just dropped into the offside and there's no run. That would piss me off.
But he seemed to have it in his hands for a comparatively long period of time. Right? We all thought, that's it, he's taken it. Ollie Pope's gone and given him a bit of a cuddle and said, don't worry about it, son. In the inside, he's thinking, you idiot.
Yeah,
we've all done it.
You've got to allow for the light. He goes Aussie style, doesn't he, with fingers up to one that he probably shouldn't have done.
No, I think that was right. He just let it burst through his hands onto his chest.
That I'm
He
afraid.
was too excited.
He was too excited. Wicket and a catch, crucial one too.
As my mother would have said, could happen a bishop.
I beg your pardon. What did your mum used to say?
Could happen a bishop. Could happen to a bishop.
Could happen to
Anybody.
a bishop. Oh right, okay. I like your mum. What?
Very Irish
your late
expression,
mum.
I think.
Could happen to a bishop. Could happen to a bishop. I've dropped a few in the time.
Well, we all have.
Unlike
Except
Gary.
for Gary, he's never dropped a catch. Dan Lawrence, frog in a blender, around the wicket. That's a decent delivery. Just knocked out square on the offside, and there's no run.
Martley wants to know if we're doing play school. Is the bear Big Ted or Little Ted?
I'm Big Ted, man.
Big Ted.
Big Ted, without a doubt.
Messer, sometimes we talk over you, I've noticed. What is weird in the studio, I'll wait until after this ball. Not that people need to know too much. Behind the
around the wicket.
Kimono
Straighter,
stuff.
just turn into leg side. There isn't a man on the 45. There is a guy out in the deep, and it'll just be the one run.
But normally we can see you in front of us. But obviously without the computer,
right.
we're not projecting onto the monitor. So I don't really see you, I just hear you, and you're just a tiny little head on the middle screen, and then you're over on the far right monitor. Therefore, I'm not quite... It's not like I can sort of see you just gesturing and the like.
Yeah, I get that. And it's harder for me too, because I don't see the live feed that you've got, so I'm not sure of the timings either.
Yeah, that one is just knocked up to mid-on, and there'll be a single.
Grubby on the... I did see Grubby's comment in the Facebook group though. I think Rod Hull could have caught that with Emu on his mitts.
He bloody could have.
Good Lord, Rod Hull, yeah.
Died doing his aerial on the roof, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he did.
Fell off the roof or something, didn't he? Or got
did,
struck by lightning, one or the other. Dan Lawrence around the wickets. Cut nicely by Kamindu. Presumably there's someone out there. There is. Just be the one.
So did the emu die as well?
Well, the emu... not...
Sorry,
I don't think it could effectively die. It being a... I mean, essentially it was a suit he'd slip into where the legs were his own, weren't they?
If only emus could fly, you know?
Ah, well, yeah.
Now that was Orville. Another fucking...
up to the sky.
Oh, yeah. Who was the guy who did Orville?
Keith Harris.
God, Jesus, that was British telly in the 70s and 80s. Fuck me. Oh, out! Gone, surely! Leg slip. No?
Joel's not interested.
He's
got his dark glasses on in the dark.
Yeah. I thought it came off the face of the bat.
Nah, I don't think so. Ollie's going to review it. Is he? No, he hasn't.
You might as well. You got 3 reviews. Go and give it a go. I thought it was off the bat. We missed one.
I think that's your third non-wicket today, Bear.
Ooh.
You can be forgiven the Hull one because I mean it just looked. Yeah. It was a bit of a dolly.
Ooh,
No,
maybe. I mean,
thigh, not glove.
I don't think it was close enough to the thigh. I think I should have reviewed that.
Well, it'll be interesting to see a replay to find out.
Lawrence again. It's
Wallop.
gone wallop down the ground. There's no one up there. It's going to be 4 runs. See, I've got a bet on this wicket, and they're just fucking giving runs away.
I wonder you were so upset when it.
It adds energy to the coverage.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You're not going to offer the 6'7" Josh Hull outside, though, are you? Like you did with Kieran Pollard.
No.
which I assume he's never accepted as of
And
yet.
it was a bloody no ball.
Oh my lord! You're a spinner. You can't bowl no balls if you're a
balls.
spinner.
Yeah.
That is nonsense. We've got a jingle for that, but you probably don't want to bother finding
No,
it.
no, we're going to
think
have a look. No, there wasn't any inside this. Well, not reviewed.
Yes.
There was a little.
Well, there was a
bit of
tickle,
pad,
but it was
yeah.
past the glove, and it just caught the thigh on the way through, I think, didn't it?
So we're going to have one more ball in this over. I think I got under 164, 162 and a half. See, I'd have got my money if he'd have caught that bloody catch as well. That one, he's just dropped into the offside, and they get through for a single. End of the over.
Dara Azizi says, any turn for Bashir? Tiny bit of slow turn, I guess.
To be honest, it's been a bit more for Lawrence, who's the one who's got
Well,
a bit
he's
more turn.
Well, this is it. If you can bowl.
That was nice.
Yeah, that
Josh
was
Hull
nice.
got a little cuddle from Shoaib Bashir. Don't worry, son.
It
It's
happens to us
fine.
all. I'm sure Bashir's dropped a catch so far in his career, hasn't he?
Well, he's dropped one, I think, in this match, if I remember rightly.
Well, there you go. No, he certainly dropped one in the last match down at long leg, didn't he?
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of, probably.
Dara wonders
Tossed
what
up.
the score would be if we'd started an hour earlier. And Jano says,
Is that Rod Hull as well?
sorry.
No, it's not. That's Atkinson out
Arthur
there. God.
Atkinson.
It's full toss. He did give it a load of air this year, but too much air. And down the track came to Silver, plopped it through the offside on the full. Gus Atkinson comes across from deep cover, but he tried to get down to it and just quite couldn't get there. And in the end, it beat him and went for 4. Oh, I should play a jingle then, shouldn't I?
1, 2, 3, 4.
And Bashir tosses this one up, turns down the leg side. I think it just turns on the angle with the arm, and it's pretty useless. It's too straight. And the thing is, he's getting nothing if he shoves it up that much outside off stump.
You have to think England will want a lead of over 100.
Yes.
And Sri Lanka are nibbling away at this lead consistently.
Well, this doesn't help. I think they wanted to be bowling seamers, you know. It's defended out to the offside and there's no run. And dropping, you know, that would have been a bonus wicket, to be fair, if they'd have got Dhananjaya to Silver there caught by Hull. I mean, they believe they can get wickets, but still, I mean, he's actually got to take them. That's just nicely guided behind square, chased down by Ruti. He's not the quickest, is he? He's nearly caught there by Brooke.
It's a Yorkshire race.
There was a race between the Yorkshiremen, and Brooke was catching him up quick, and there is no run. Sorry, there was 2 runs even.
To add to the comedy,
Nice little late cut.
Root dropped his cap. Brooke picked it up for him, threw it to Root, who then proceeded to drop it again.
So they've got everyone out. And he's there to bowl straight. There's not much in the offside. They're trying to tempt him to go through that cover region. It's open with only a guy out in the deep, and he just drops it into it. And there is no run, and Bashir has to field off his own bowling. They've got a sort of mid-wicket short leg slip, guy out behind on 45, someone down at mid-on halfway, which is Josh Hull, and then there's a guy out deep mid-wicket. So they've got a 6-3 field, I think.
I still wonder, you know, whether Ollie Pope just looks up waiting for a signal from Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum, and what the signal might be if bring on a quick and let's get off.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they'll be discussing that around the wicket. Bashir gets the bowl to Kamindu. I think that was the end of the over. Gets 1 ball at him, and there is no run.
Jano71 says, can we go 2 test matches without Joel Wilson making a howler? It's unlikely. Muttley says, on this day 14 years ago, before I discovered the sofa, I had to listen to TMS, and they described England as shit at T20s, although I'm sure they didn't use the word shit. They were number 2 at the time, and had just won the T20 World Cup. FB memories. Yeah. I do think Test Match Sofa has improved over the years, to be honest.
Test Match Sofa? It's dead. You mean Test Match Special?
Test Match Special, sorry. But there are some people who are a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I guess it's every station, isn't it? I mean, or another, like, you know, you pick up an audience that likes what you do. Defending the leg side and there's no run. The BBC have the advantage, of course, being a corporation that's been around, 80, 90, 100 years. and was a state broadcaster. So not a lot we can do about that one, really. That one's again going down leg side. No run.
Joel's on 50% success rate. Let me see. Am I right? I'll tell you in a minute.
That's not great.
Yeah, in this game so far, yeah, he's had to overturn one and umpire's call on t'other.
That's driven nicely by Dananjada Silva. There isn't two in there though. It's not got much power in it. Sri Lanka move on to 169 for 5.
Gaffers, on the other hand, what's Gaffers doing? Gaffers has got 2 right and 1 wrong. No umpire's calls.
Well, it's a little unfair to say 2 right and 1 wrong. I mean, presumably there's been a number of calls he's made which weren't challenged.
Yes.
Ah, well, fair enough. Yeah, but there's no stats for those.
Well, that's true, but they are right decisions as well. That one is on the back foot, pushed by Kamindu out to deep point. It's fielded and there's a single. Do they think the light's going to improve? I don't think the light's going to improve, you know. I think the problem here is, are we about to have a change?
I think we may be. There's a very dark looking Steve Jones. Not dark. I mean, have you been roasting in Spain for about the last month, haven't you? Wow. Does look like it.
Defended by Dananjada Silva, and there's no run. So after this, so me and you have swapped. So you're doing me.
Yes. Yes. Do I stay in this seat, or are you out of things and I'm out to take the control?
Yeah.
So I've got. So Steve could actually go and do the controls then if he feels up to it.
Yeah, he's only got to pay jingles. 3 of you in the studio, isn't it? That's tossed up wide. Lovely shot by Dananjada Silva. Hits against the spin. Not that there is a lot. Wide of cover. Out the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs.
There's not one
and that is that
me.
change.
I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
See you in a bit, Messi.
Okay, catch you later.
I'm going to stay here. Bones can go into the bare seat. Ditch can go there, and everyone's a winner. 3 men in the studio. So am I doing I think you must be, because I'm doing ball by ball. Yep, you're on social ditch. So you'll need the iPad. Oh crikey, everything's going everywhere. Right. Bashir again defended by Kamindu Mendis, going nicely. 44 off 48 for him.
It's a good knock, isn't it?
Well, it is, although it just seems like a sort of a surreal parallel universe sort of game at the moment, given that England are having to play the spinners when they don't want to. We've had a dropped catch. This one,
bad one.
It was a bad one, but the light, I say, won't have helped for old.
Unless I drove
Josh
here,
Holt.
I have to say my car decided it was dark enough to turn the lights on, so I was surprised we were actually playing when we got.
Well, no, it is pretty dark outside. Well, poor old Josh, we're watching that drop again.
That's the 5th, 6th
Fingers
time,
up,
I think.
Aussie style, into his chest.
Dropped English style.
And he gets a drop. Fingers up, Aussie style, dropped English style. Very true. Right, Bashir is going to continue. It's 175 for 5. 150 is how much Sri Lanka trail by. Get that under 100, they'll feel well and truly in this game. And these two are going very nicely too. De Silva on 41, Kamindu Mendis on 41. I was literally just thinking of that. I'm about to have a look.
82 runs between them anyway.
In comes Bashir. There is a slip, a leg slip, a forward short leg. And the forward short leg has indeed got short legs because it is Ben Duckett. Although, as we've said many times, Steve, he's 6'8". Sorry, he's 5'8". So he's not like short. I mean, he's short for you.
Well, from 6'5", I think he's very short.
Right.
So
in comes Bashir again. That's driven. Oh, that's a glorious drive by De Silva, way between cover and extra cover. It's going to be chased by the ever-willing Wokes, and I think he may have been able to haul that back just about.
Saved a run, I think.
And they've taken 3, and they have saved a run. Well done, Chris Wokes, for a man who was carrying a little bit of a niggle.
in his groin.
No sense of lack of determination from him, that's for sure. We were looking at that partnership. What has that partnership gone to now?
Yep, I think it's all right.
The partnership
Just watching a replay of Wokes' save.
85 this partnership. It's 178 for 5 the score. 147 now is the gap. We were just saying surely a lead of over 100 would be what England want, but these two are
nibbling away at it. Very
well, they are nibbling away at it, not helped possibly by England's decision that they're quite happy to play the two spinners. Well, one spinner and a bit of all-action spin from Lawrence, so that one is cut by Kamindu straight to point, no run.
Mark Butcher described it as the Ministry of Silly Walks.
Well, it's that frog in a blender, silly walks, bomb in a limb factory we had earlier. It was like everything.
Do we know
everywhere?
Do we know where we got to with the messages? I know I heard Bear being Big Ted or Little Ted, but I don't know.
I think that may be the last one.
Yeah.
We'll assume that's the last one.
Okay, so then the next question is, any turn for Bashir? And the answer to that is yes, there has been a bit of turn, but he bowled it in the wrong place to use the turn. That was from Dara Azizi. Pirate Badshah says, ahoy.
Ahoy, Pirate Badshah. Good to hear from you.
Dara Azizi says, I wonder what the score would have been if we had started an hour earlier.
We have had that one, but that doesn't matter.
Right,
yeah,
okay.
I just remembered it now.
Can we go to test matches without Joe Wilson making a howler? Had that one?
I think so. I think so. It's so funny. Now I hear them. I go,
what about
deja vu.
Muttley on this day 14 years ago?
I don't know about that one.
No, don't know.
Right, on this day, Muttley says, on this day 14 years ago, before I discovered the sofa, I'll just wait for this first ball of this next over.
Right, in comes Dan Lawrence. Leg slip, forward short leg. And it goes past the leg stump of Danajaya De Silva, and there's no run. He's still chuckling and smiling, is De Silva.
He said, I had to listen to TMS, and they described England as shit at T20s.
Ah, we did have that. I'm sorry.
Had that one as well.
I'm sorry. In comes Lawrence. Down the track. Up goes Danajaya De Silva. There is no one down there.
It's not going to make it.
At long. It's stopped. I think it hasn't touched the bat. No, it hasn't. Chris Wokes came after it once more, and it was down towards long on. For all the world, it looked like it was just going to roll into the sponge, and it plugged. In golfing parlance, it just plugged.
Absolutely.
Bobbled and stopped before, half an inch? Not even half an inch.
Probably not even that. Look at that.
It bit of backspin.
Yeah.
If that was a chip, if that was a 9-iron, you'd have taken that, wouldn't you, onto the green, just pitched and rolled back almost. Lawrence trying to push this one through, push towards the Duckster.
They're both getting quite a bit of spin, aren't they? But they're not pitching it in the right place. It's far too straight.
Well, we were conjecturing that one of the main reasons for Hull's inclusion with his size 15 feet is a left armour that can rough things up. Roughing up to help the off spinners.
They were comparing the pitch before he bowled.
Yeah, I saw that. Right, Lawrence round the wicket. Ooh. He's going to come this time to De Silva, who plays that beautifully. You heard former Sussex second 11 batsman Steve Jones purr with delight at the ease with which De Silva stepped back and stroked this away to backward point for 4 runs. Yep, that's me. You're still in holiday mode, aren't you? You're sporting that.
I only landed yesterday, about 7 o'clock.
He's still by his Spanish pool, mentally at least.
Have we had isn't Root the most successful spinner of this current team?
No, we haven't, and that's a really good question, and yes would be the answer.
Yeah, I think he'd be quite miffed to not be bowling, because he's not
I'm going to do this
far
as
short
well.
of 100 wickets.
Oh, very good. It was 50 runs, 50 up for De Silva.
Well done.
Just plays that onto the back foot, and again has a chuckle and a laugh and a smile.
50 runs.
I think he's enjoying this. I think he's enjoying the novelty of facing Dan Lawrence.
And the run-up.
I can't even... I'll try. Okay, so the ball's being tossed from hand to hand. Arms go up, arms go back, arms go left, arm goes right, arm goes over, ball delivered. And that doesn't even describe a tenth, I think, of the various machinery and his actions that are going on.
And his leap into his bowling action is bigger than any fast bowler I know, I think.
Well, indeed. Anyway, none for 24 for him off his 5. It's 184 for 5 at the end of that over.
I don't know. I don't know how you pronounce
141 the deficit.
This name, but you might
Good
be
luck.
help me out with it. Beschweretes?
Just say Leah.
Sorry?
Just say Leah.
Leah. Right, okay then. Fine. Talking to Dara Azizi says, sorry, I had to take a shower real quick. But yeah, I found the pictures of both Obama and Bush Jr. Bush hit a tennis ball in the nets, and Obama had coaching from Lara. Oh, there you go. Interesting stuff. And then Dara Azizi says, my money would be on Obama, especially as Bush would need one hand to hold his gun.
Right, Bashir to continue. And that's nicely worked by Kamindu Mendes out towards square leg. Fielded by Gus Atkinson. They take a single. It does look gloomy, Steve, now.
The lights.
Seriously
Ditch and I
gloomy.
was saying in the green room, the lights are so bright off the scoreboard. It's amazing.
I mean, it might be negative, but honestly, and I do 100% appreciate the commitment to
keep the game going.
Well, keep the game going, and you know, particularly the paying spectators, not to mention us and everyone watching on TV. But
Yeah, nothing to do with you, Tony, wanting to nip off to watch the football, of course.
well, it might be that as well.
What time are we kicking off tonight?
Well, I think it's at 5:30.
No, 5 o'clock, I think it was.
Oh, was it?
England's 5 o'clock.
Yeah, England 5 o'clock.
That's the only one I'm worried about. Defended again, no run.
You'll have to watch it on replay as live, like I do with a lot of my rugby.
Yeah, that never works.
Ditch is
these
actually
days.
following the England ladies. So
yeah.
What was it, 31-19?
38-19
Right,
it was.
in skips Bashir over the wicket, defended
I mean,
to duck it again, who's been busy at forward short leg.
With those short legs.
Certainly busy with the bat.
Good knock, wasn't it?
It was a fantastic knock. But he went to the well once too often on the on the scoop, and was finally caught by Chandamal. That was a push through by Bashir, and well defended by De Silva, right in front of his off stump. Was there any turn? Possibly just a tad,
a smidget,
barely that. And he comes again, defended stoutly enough by the Sri Lankan captain. Again, there's no run. 140 is the deficit now for Sri Lanka. From where they were to where they are now, I think they will happily consider that these two are doing a terrific job for them. That one again is played off the back foot.
Partnership must be into the 90s now.
Very close to that. Yeah, I'm going to have a look for us and let
I think
you
it'll
know.
be. I think it'll be over 90 because they were
92.
92.
Yeah. There were 3. One of them had 3 runs when they came together, and then there's been a couple of extras. So it was certainly a no ball.
Well, it was 93 for 5. Remember when Chandamal was out?
Yeah.
So this has been a real rescue job, aided possibly. Well, we're looking at a comparison between Bashir and Lawrence. Lawrence bowling slightly fuller, perhaps, and giving the ball more air. Bashir pushing it through more. Now, I think we're all walking off. Well, Joe Root appears to be. No, Dan Lawrence is going to carry on. For a moment there, it looked like Joe Root was the one giving the instructions.
The pavilion's over there, you
appears
were
to be all wrong. Bashir's proudly put on his England cap, which I have to say suits him well.
So he's getting 3.7 degrees, Lawrence, and Bashir 2.9 degrees.
Yeah, no, Lawrence. Well, if it's based on pure physical effort to generate that turn, then Lawrence should basically be.
Yeah, he should be coming back towards the bowler, really.
He should be pitching it somewhere near the river, and it ending up sort of in the Dr. Tennyson School or Archbishop Tennyson School. I beg his pardon. But unfortunately, as is true of life, not always the pure effort you put in is rewarded by the return.
Oh, sadly so.
That's the way it is. Right, in comes Lawrence. Down the track. That's gone up in the air. I wouldn't want to be underneath this, and it's going to bounce short anyway, and was still misfielded by Atkinson. It can't be easy to see out there. I'd like to see how far that did drop short of Atkinson. Lawrence sees the funny side of it. The left-hander went up in the air. It went. It cleared the infield and
long way short.
Was basically an up and downer, wasn't it?
It wasn't a very
There's
good
another.
shot.
It was
really.
it was a sand wedge, really. It wasn't even a pitching wedge.
It was almost hit ball twice.
Right, in comes Lawrence again. A whirring of just about everything, and that's nicely driven, but driven straight towards mid-off. And again, there's no run. 53 miles an hour. What else? I mean, there must be other analogies for Lawrence. You know, frog in a blender and all these other things we've talked about. It's sort of a threshing machine, I suppose, is possibly
another one.
Good. Yeah, that one's defended towards Duckett. No run.
Yeah,
by Silva.
I would say it was, but you won't understand the reference, Chapman-esque. We used to have a leg spinner who played for me at OAs who had the same sort of whirly nonsense, you know.
That one did get a bit of turn, but it's played off the outside edge, and he might get 4 pennyworth for it. Yeah, he's going to. Down towards third man. Joe Root jogs after it, but it's already thumped the sponge. 4 runs.
Dara says, why is Rote so underused as a bowler? I've seen this happen countless times.
Well, actually, that's a very good point. I wonder why the preferred combo doesn't include Joe Root, and why it has to be Lawrence and Bashir. I understand Bashir because he is your frontline spinner. Yeah. But Lawrence preferred to Root. Maybe they think perhaps the extra bounce that he gets, defended by De Silva. Maybe they just think that
I think they have
all the action will just confuse the batsman.
I think they have a cunning plan.
Is it as cunning as a fox that went to Oxford University?
He does get a lot of wickets for Surrey, actually, Lawrence.
He does. No, you're absolutely right. He does. Right. In he skips again. Skips and whirs. Defended straight to Ben Duckett. It's the end of another action-packed over, not in the sense that a huge amount happened other than that 4, but action-packed just by watching Dan Lawrence. 135 the lead, 190 for 5 the score.
Lockie says, Ducko is the Danny DeVito of cricket, but his feet are relatively fucking enormous.
Well, yes. I don't know. Are they? I mean, I've never really noticed.
That's what he's telling us.
Would that be sort of Danny DeVito as the penguin then?
Yeah.
If he's got enormous feet and tiny legs.
You can never see his feet in Taxi, could you? So.
No, you couldn't. That's right. It was always in the little control booth thing.
Yeah. No, I don't get this reference, but maybe he does. I didn't know he did. What did you say Bosch was called?
Leah.
Leah says, especially true because he bowls both off and leg spin. Does he bowl leg spin, I suppose?
Lawrence, yes, he does.
Does he really?
He does, yes, I think he does. Right, it's still going to be Bashir. He's bowling from the Vauxhall end, and he's bowling to the left-handed Kamindu Mendes, who steps back, whips him off his thigh, past square leg, and they should be able to take a pretty relaxed 2 as Atkinson trots after it in comparatively unhurried manner.
Wasn't a very good ball, really, was it?
In answer to your question, Tony, Dara says whirling dervish.
Whirling dervish, yes, of course, a whirling dervish. Wasn't there a cartoon character with a whirling dervish, or am I thinking of the
Wacky Races or something?
Yeah, I think there was a whirling dervish in something. Yeah. Oh no, it was some animal who span. But I'm not.
Yeah. But
Tasmanian devil.
The devil, the Tasmanian devil. Right. Bashir defended stoutly by Kamindu back to the bowler. There is no run. This partnership, they must have, the 100 partnership must now be up the way these two have been going about their work.
I think so. Or it was.
They haven't flagged it.
99. It's 99, yeah. Again defended off the back foot by Kamindu Mendes. And Bashir trots to his right to field, and there is no run on this occasion.
Another one here. He bowls like a pissed worm.
Like a what?
A pissed worm.
Worm.
That comes from Lockie.
Right. That's a little bit of turn. Cut by Kamindu Mendes. There is a man at the deep cover boundary, and they will just take a single. 193 for 5, 132
100.
And 100 partnership is very much up, and it's celebrated on that scoreboard.
Has been survived and sometimes even plundered. The partnership has persisted and now has reached 100.
I didn't even know we had 100 partnership jingle. Well done, Bones. That's crikey. Well, it was it was left alone by Dan and Jaya De Silva, left to go down leg, but it still needed a bit of a lively take to his right by Harry Brook, I think, who's at leg slip.
Yeah, nice dummy by De Silva there, I thought.
Yeah, he's almost thought about it. Bashir is coming in around the wicket to the right-hander. Turns back, classic off break, a tiny bit, and all De Silva had to do was defend. It's the end of the over, and we can get some more, hopefully, analogies for or similes or whatever we're looking for.
Well, there's none on the Twitter sphere. I don't know if we can come up with any.
Anything that's
I could think of a couple, but they would not be politically correct. So
you want to be a bit careful
there.
there.
I'm not going to come up with them.
I mean, yeah. How do you develop an action like that?
Yeah. I suppose maybe a rabid dog or something.
Do you think John Cleese was one of his favourite ever?
Well, possibly. Well, I think, wasn't it Mark Bishop who described it as the Ministry of Silly Walks? Right, 193 for 5 after 41 overs is where Sri Lanka are. The partnership between De Silva on 54 and Kamindu Medis on 45.
Here he is.
And now we do see the most successful England spinner in the side. It is, of course, this man.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
33 now is Joe Root. 69 wickets he's got, and that average is coming down. His bowling average now comfortably less than his batting average.
Yeah, they could.
Which is the right way round. Slip and a leg slip. He's coming. Where is he going to come? He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Kusal Mendis.
Ben Duckett coming in closer. Oh no, going wider.
Best figures amazingly of 5 for 8.
He's got a 5 for, didn't he?
Yeah, 5 for 8. Just set up there.
Well, that was in India, wasn't it? As that one's defended away out towards cover. They're going to have to hurry. They do get a single.
It was a floated ball, wasn't it?
He did float it very nicely. It was Ollie Pope who's out there at cover. He had to turn. Had he not had to turn on throw, then you'd have thought then the throw for the stumps might have been on. Not Kusal Mendis, Kamindu Mendis. I'm getting my Mendai in a mangle. Which is easily done with Sri Lankan teams.
Is that the plural
there's
of
normally
Mendis then?
Well, it is
Mendai.
now.
Oh, right, okay.
A brace of Mendai.
Mendai.
Right. It's neither of the Mendai facing, though, because it's De Silva who just tickles this round the corner.
There's a couple of De Silvas in the team,
not today, no. I mean, there have been, I think, in the past. 194 for 5.
They would presumably be Silvai.
Yes. Well, that's very true. Right. Root again, round the wicket he comes. Up in the air, top edge. Lawrence is the man at leg slip. He's not going to get there. He's going to get 4 for it. Probably doesn't deserve it, but when your luck's in, your luck's in. And Joel has a quick look round to check. It says 4 runs. Oh yeah, he swings and he misses. No, it wasn't. It was the it was the end of the back of the bat. Back of the bat.
Bottom of the back of the bat.
Bottom of the back of the bat. There he goes. He actually he's on his follow through and he chips it over Jamie Smith and Lawrence.
That's not one in the training manuals.
I think the fact that the Sri Lankans are having such a good time is reason enough for England to think this is not what we're here for. We're not here to entertain them. As again, that's just worked away to the 45 and there's no run. I mean, I get it. I absolutely get that you want to keep going. I get you're on top in the game and you've got your opponent 5 down. But there's a partnership of 100 here. And they just appear to be having too much fun with bowling that's not really threatening them. That's beautifully played by De Silva. Angles it and guides it away through point. They come back for 2. They might come back for 3. No, they decide 2's enough, and probably wisely. 200 is up.
You could point out, though, that they shouldn't still be only 5 down, should they?
Well,
it was a very simple drop.
If Josh Hull, who the highs and lows of sporting life, first Test wicket and then an absolute clanger of a drop, sadly, will rather spoil his afternoon. That one's again just worked shade backward a square for no run. It's the end of that route over. It's gone for 7, rather fortuitously. At least 4 of them were. The 200 is up 200 for 5. Ditch.
Lear again. Granted, he's not one of the greatest bowling stylists. I think he's talking about Lawrence, like Paul Adams. But shit
Paul Adams
gets wickets.
Paul Adams and the is it the Nepalese lad Lamadada? What's his name? Steve.
Don't know.
Lamashane? No, not Lamashane. It might be Lamashane. Anyway, he's a similar whirling dervish of an accent. It's only 125.
The
deficit now.
I don't know how Adams could ever get the ball anywhere near the stumps. He wasn't even looking at the stumps.
It's a very, very gloomy oval indeed. And those floodlights are extraordinarily bright, I must say. That's flicked up. And for once, there was no forward short leg.
Yeah.
Duckett had gone backward of square. Had he been at forward short leg, if there was any bat on that, it would have just been straight into his hands. We'll let you know right now. Yep.
Oh no, definitely bat.
Definitely off the bat. And Duckett had been moved back. And that would have been the dolliest of dollies. But he wasn't able to take it. That's flicked beautifully wristily out to deep mid wicket. Is there a man there? No, there is not. And it's 4 more. Well, to be honest, again, I mean, this is just free runs. Free runs being given away, the deficit being whittled. A sense that I'm all for fair play and sportsmanship, but you just feel that this is nuts.
Are you thinking of Sandeep Lamichhane?
Yes, I am. That's exactly who I'm thinking of.
That's Leah asking you that question.
Oh, I was right. It was Lamichhane. I said I was I was pretty much there. As that one is defended into the offside. Sprightly bit of fielding, and there is no run. A couple of skips down the track from. Oh, we're watching the shot to leg, in fact, by Kamindu Mendes.
Was that his 50?
It was his 52, yeah, so we can jingle him up for that.
Drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows.
Defended by Kamindu Mendes.
Inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
It's a nice jingle. I like that one.
Yeah. Oh, whole treasure trove of good stuff in there. Bashir round the wicket, rather floats it in to Kamindu, defends back to him. Again, there's no run. 204 for 5. 1 ball left of this Bashir over. We keep zooming in on Ollie Pope. I think Ollie, it's, you know, if it was me, I'd be thinking of a cool beer by now. Again pushed out into the offside as he decided not to run. Fielded on the dive by Harry Brook.
So Lockie says guy like Adams and the wild Spider Taylor made the game more fun. Weird is okay. Somebody here who's just called M says Uncle Bulgaria. Not quite sure what that is in.
I'm not entirely sure how that.
No,
I don't know what he bowled.
Yeah. And then says, how often do we see these catches gone a-begging as there is no fielder in place? Whatever happened to good old-fashioned field placings over a period of time and bowling to the plan? Yeah, good point. Might have had a man in at short leg and a man at deep mid-wicket for a spinner, but never mind.
I'd go along with that. Right, Joe Root.
So Popey's talking to Wokesy there. I wonder if they're talking about bringing him on.
Well, yeah, in which case
and how
it's a bit of a redundant conversation. Is all you got to do is, Chris, can you take your jumper?
Well, no,
your jumper off and just pretend as you're going to bowl, and that one is worked away again down the 45, and again no run.
And not your slow balls.
Yeah, well, perhaps he's thinking of bringing him back on to bowl that off spinner. Wasn't very successful earlier though.
Well, that was genuine filth, and we don't really want to see that.
Stokesy was furious, wasn't he? wasn't amused by that.
Well, I think he was furious, not so
what
much
they were
with
doing
yeah, I think it was more the necessity was there to need to do it. Thrown up by Root. Rather square defence by De Silva, but secure enough.
Yeah, Lockie says there should be fielders everywhere.
Mm.
And,
Well, unfortunately, it don't work that way.
Leah then says, so many holes, so few fielders to plug them with.
Off the pad, up into the air it goes. Duckett takes the catch and pretends he's caught it off the bat, but we all know he hasn't. And then stands there and does a bit of a double teapot for no particular reason other than the fact he probably also is thinking of a cold beer. That one whips past the leg side and is left by De Silva into the gloves of Smith. No run.
Yeah, to me, bowling a spinner of any sort without a square leg is something of an anathema. But who am I to say?
Root pushes that through. Just evades the dive of, is that Lawrence or Brooke?
I think it's Brooke there.
It's Harry Brooke. He dived. He's the man at leg slip, and he dived away to his left. Can't have been far. We'll have a look at just how far he was. Oh, it was off the pad anyway. And the dive was, I think, a bit for show rather than... it's Lawrence.
Oh,
it was Lawrence. I was right the first time.
Well, they've moved him because it was Brooke earlier.
It may be Brooke. I think it might be Brooke at slip and Lawrence at leg
Root
slip.
bowling.
Thrown up by Root. That's up in the air. Doesn't matter because there's no fielder out there. And I don't think it's gone the whole way, but it certainly made its way into the sponge for 4 runs. Down to deep with wicket. Can you let...
1, 2, 3, 4.
How do I do it?
Oh Lord. Okay. You have to...
Which one?
Don't worry about it. We'll let the next man in do it because there's a skill to it. Anyway, ditch.
Not a skill that I've got, I have to say.
What's the changeover?
So yeah, good stat from Crick Info.
Ball by ball.
Mendes now has 6 consecutive tests since his debut with at least 15 innings. That is a good stat.
I actually think we are due a change, so we'll do it now. 208 for 5. Steve's going to take over on ball by ball. Messers should be appearing, and maybe that was him signing in.
Yeah, I can see him.
Sagir also should be joining, and I just need to help you let him in and sort out the picture.
I bring with me 3 words from Hendo.
Go on.
He simply says, "Get him off."
I hope he's talking about the players and nothing else, but...
Yeah, I hope so, he is. I think this is some of the most mediocre Test cricket I can recall.
Anyway, Bashir, it is, isn't it? Bashir is in first ball to the left-handed Kamindu. It's just prodded into the offside, no run. Pope's walking around talking to pretty well every player in the England team at the moment. So Bashir is in again. In his 9th over, again defended by Kamindu. No run. Hi Messers, how are you doing?
I'm well, thank you, Steve. I was wondering, are you going to make the best of Sussex's progression to the finals of the T20 Blast? To get
they're having a good season. They're top of Division 2 in the Championship as well. So going quite well. Bashir in again. This is very full, right on Kamindu's legs. He tucks it away. It's a long run for the England fielder. Gets there. They've jogged through for 2. Might have been 3 if they pushed it, but they've left it at that. The score moves on to 210 for 5. Sagir, are you there?
Yeah.
Hi there, how you doing?
Good evening, Steve. Good evening, Messrs.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm a bit bored with this cricket, to be totally honest. It's really dull, and it's up to us to make something interesting happen. That's not necessarily cricket related.
Anyway, the next ball's been bowled. The batsman has shouldered, arms gone through to Smith, the keeper. There's a lot of camera work going on at the England changing room at the moment. Again, this ball is just firmly defended by Kamindu. Dot ball. Here comes Chris Wokes back onto the field. He's obviously gone to get instructions. Or pretend to have some groin treatment.
I'm just wondering if we could have suggestions as.
This one is off the outside edge of Kamindu's bat. There is a fielder in the square position, but he's run round on the 45 to cut it off. They've just added one to the score. At the end of that over, it's 2-11 for 5, and they trail by 114.
I think we should get suggestions as to the most unlikely successful bowlers that have been, i.e. people you don't expect to bowl who've actually turned out to be reasonably good at it or successful at it.
But Joe Root definitely would be on that list, wouldn't he?
I think Joe Root's sort of graduated beyond that, though, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's become a genuine all-rounder. I was thinking more of the
Dan Lawrence
sort of person who King Dulko type person who's just come on, taken odd wickets here. Now, Michael Clark would fall in that category too, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Sehwag as well, because Sehwag was quite a tidy off-spinner by the time he retired.
Yeah.
He was a bit reluctant to begin with, but then became a very regular fixture. And I think there was this phase where India had quite a few, and you had Sehwag and Yuvraj and Raina, who were much more successful than they should have been.
The umpires have had a conversation, and they are going to check the light. They've actually got the light meter out, and with that,
I think what's happened is England have said, look, we're either going to bowl Wokes or we're going to go off.
Yeah, and it looks, well, he's moved the bail, so this must be a signal for the players to come off there, dawdling their way towards the pavilion.
Maybe Ollie Pope listened to Pokey Bumfinger, because that's what he wanted, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense. It's just meaningless at the moment.
Yeah. And even the coach
Wokes just came down from the dressing room, and I suspect that McCallum said to him, look, if you can't bowl, what the fuck are we doing giving him runs?
Yeah, true. Not just giving them runs, but also wasting time. It's fairly low intensity cricket. It's low on energy. It's not entertaining. It's not. The spectators are getting nothing out of it, and neither are the players.
I mean, we at Gorilla would be making it sound really exciting, but it's been hard work, folks.
Sorry,
yes. When we were compared to John Arlett's commentary earlier, so some positives for us to take from that.
Yeah.
Right, so the game situation is Sri Lanka 2-11 for 5, trailed by 100. Oh, it's just gone off. Thank you, guys. It's gone to ITV.
Trailed by 114.
So we're we're watching the England game now. I can commentate on that for you if you want me to. England 2-0 up, by the way, in the 32nd minute. Yeah. So right.
So does somebody actually care?
No.
Ah, sorry.
Oh no, Ditch does. Ditch does. So let's we mustn't upset him.
Fair enough. I
presume.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've got to say, I just posted on WhatsApp. I think this is the most mediocre day's cricket I've seen. Not just what's happened in the last hour or so. I thought England played very, very poorly this morning at the crease.
Right.
Sri Lanka bowled acceptably, but not brilliantly. Sri Lanka batted okay for the last hour and a half or so, but didn't bat particularly well. I didn't think England bowled particularly well. It's like nobody really cares very much. And I'm relieved, to be honest, that they've pulled the plug, because it just wasn't going anywhere. I hope they get a good night's sleep and come back with some energy tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
A very, very good summary, that, Messrs.
Thank you. Yeah. It was just dull. And, just on the question of, whether we need to do everything we can to keep people playing because they're paying customers, I think what this proves is that that's not a solution, to just give people half a game because it's good enough for spin bowlers to bowl. If the conditions aren't right for the bowlers you want to bowl, you should go straight off. Yeah. That's my view, always.
I'll second that.
Well, also the other thing is, if you have a really good spinner, then it's worthwhile, because there's a little bit of a challenge over there. The batters have to play fairly sensibly. They have to be watchful, and that bowler is going to be on the attack, and that keeps the spectators on their seats as well. But when you have, I'm sure Bashir is fairly early in his career. He has shown promise, but he's nowhere near close to a really good finished product yet. And as we discussed earlier, Joe Root does get wickets. He does bowl penetratively, but he's not the sort of spinner that will bring crowds to the ground, in anticipation of him bowling spin.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Sri Lanka were on the ropes at 93 for 5. They're now in a reasonable position at 211 for 5. And,
I mean, that deficit when when I joined pre-T, that deficit was just around 200, and we were talking at about 183, and the Bear was saying that when the deficit is under 200, you're in the game. And in my mind, I thought, well, there's still 183 adrift. That's still a far way away. But now it's only about 113, 114.
Yeah.
And you kind of suddenly think, well, if these two guys stick around and probably stitch another 40, 50 runs partnership, and the tail wags for another 30-odd runs, Sri Lanka are within 30 runs of England's score.
Or even have a first innings lead, actually. Quite easily at the moment.
Yeah. Anyhow. Just see if there's any last-minute messages. Well, as Pokey Bumfinger said, this test is bullshit. But if they keep playing like this, I vote we just leave them to it tomorrow. Travis Head is a better bowler than he has any right to be. That's a good point, actually. He has been ridiculously successful in his bowling career.
Probably Mitch Marsh as well. You might as well add him to that list.
Parrot Badshaw suggests guerrilla competitive paint drying commentary. Yes, well,
we've done our best. I have to say the green's drying faster than the blue, in my view, but.
I'm not sure about that. Leah says, cheer up, missus. This is a clear case of the boring bits making the exciting bits even more memorable in Test cricket. That's good.
I like Leah. That's a great comment.
Yeah. I mean, I think the other thing about this is that I was listening to Jeff Lemon and Collo talking on the Final Word the other day about Test cricket prices. At the same time, of course, as people paid ridiculous amounts of money to go and see Oasis
concerts. Yeah.
And the point that Jeff Lemon made, which I thought was really good, was that if you're going to go and see Oasis, you know what you're going to get. You know what you're paying for. If it's your sort of thing, it's great. And you know exactly what you're going to get. If you're paying to go and see a day's Test cricket, you might pay £190 to see a really boring day's Test cricket. You may be lucky and get to see Tendulkar score 250 in the day or whatever it is. But there's no guarantee of that. So to compare the two is not right, because some days of Test cricket are great, some aren't. But generally speaking, with a concert, you know pretty much what you're going to get. And the pricing, I don't know what people paid today, but I'd imagine they're probably looking at 150 quid, are they, Steve?
I would have thought so at the Oval. Yeah.
150 is a bit steep.
It's bloody steep. It's ridiculous. But they say, well, the demand and supply situation, we can charge whatever the demand will bear.
Yeah, but even then, 150 is quite a lot. I mean, they have to look at, obviously, where the economic times are at the moment and think of your average punter who goes to watch cricket.
I don't think those sorts of considerations come into their head, actually.
No.
They would have set the prices quite a long time ago as well. So
it cements it as a game for the privileged, fundamentally.
Yeah.
And that's really, really serious. I mean, how many people in relatively poorly paid jobs are going to be able to go and watch even a day's Test cricket? It's really, really unhealthy for cricket in the long term, in my view. Anyhow, that's something that the Bear and the Bishop and Hendo have had a good yarn about as well on the podcast. And if you haven't listened to that, go to your favourite podcast platform, look up Guerrilla Cricket, and you'll find the latest edition of the Bear and Bishop.
Well,
that's me for tonight.
Yeah, Hendo got his 3-word wish anyway, so
yes,
they are off. It only took 5 minutes after Hendo announced it, so well done, Hendo. And right,
does he get a special prize for that?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Bear about that.
He's feeling very pleased with himself, I suspect.
Yeah, I'm sure. England nearly scored another goal, but anyway. Right, are we going to sign off?
Yes, let's do that.
Yeah, because I don't think they're likely to come back.
I don't think
it
they
doesn't
are.
look as
no.
if the light's going to get
and
any
if
better.
Bear wants to come and put something on, I'll let Bear come and put something on. Okay, guys, if we're back, we'll be back.
Yeah, I'm just looking on cricket info. Sri Lanka added 62 for no wicket in 17 overs in that half session. All bonus runs. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, true. I think the other comment from John's equally interesting. Like, what and these matches being played with a pink ball. I mean, they're not day-night test matches, but at least in poor light conditions like this, the pink ball has a better visibility than the red one.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation, isn't it? Because the behaviour of the pink ball is still pretty erratic, particularly in certain times of day.
Yeah. It's a very good point as well, because the game's been played under floodlights nearly the whole match, I think, today, isn't it? It's been so dark. So,
there's no reason why the ICC can't commission a major sporting goods manufacturer, whether it is Slazenger or Adidas or Puma or whoever. And these are people who work with leather and they know proper tanning techniques and coloring techniques and something like that. There's no reason why they can't invest a fair bit in research and come up with a ball that works well in the longer format of the game, whether it is under lights or during natural light as well, and sort of retains its seam. It doesn't get dirty like the white ball pretty quickly, and can just generally last a full 85, maybe 90 overs, which is when we replace the ball anyway. But we haven't seen that sort of investment in R&D in cricket.
Well, I'm not sure that's entirely true. I know Dukes, for example, spend an awful lot of money trying to develop a white ball. But they couldn't create a white ball that didn't swing too much for a short form cricket.
Yeah, the other thing with the white ball is
kookaburras used everywhere.
Yeah, but the problem with the white ball is that it's painted white, and therefore it's very easy for it to get dirty pretty quickly once the lacquer wears off. Whereas with the red and the pink, it's the leather that is actually dyed rather than painted.
Yes, that's true. But I mean, I know that certainly Kookaburra spent a lot of money getting to a stage where the pink ball would actually work. But I still think it's got a way to go in terms of hard pitches. It's noticeable that, for instance, in Adelaide and I think in Brisbane, they left a good deal of grass on the pitch so that the pink ball didn't get too scuffed up.
Yeah, no, true. And Kookaburra did do well in sort of bolstering the seam on those white balls that they started producing for the T20 and the one-day matches, and those ones started performing a lot more consistently before they went out of shape. So it's still early days, but I wish we could have a much more concerted effort where the actual management got involved in doing these sort of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay,
Bear sent me the signal. He's going to do something. So, we will come back if they come back on.
Sure.
Okay, guys.
Sure.
Ciao for now.
Have a nice evening, everyone.
You.
Catch you later.
Ciao.
Thanks, Sagir. Take care.
Irish, Jamaican,
Irish will do. Irish will do.
Irish. Chuck in a Jameson's and we're off and away.
Nice.
Other Irish whiskies are available.
That's my favourite, though.
That's very nice. You do good ones here in the Bishop and Bear.
We do indeed. We aim to please in the Bishop and Bear.
And you got it together really quickly.
Well,
it's a good barman, despite the landlord. The bar service is excellent.
The landlord's a fucking genius. I don't know what you're on about.
Right. Okay. Right then. Well, what do we make of? We're two tests into the Sri Lanka series. Yes, England have won them both pretty convincingly. I would say it's actually been Sri Lanka have always been in the game until they weren't. What have you chaps made of it?
Well, I think they've had opportunities, but I think that's true of a lot of test matches in general. I mean, think of the times that we've said when we've been doing the Ashes, especially from Australia, and we said, well, England are in this day 3 or whatever, and then it suddenly all falls apart. I mean, obviously their biggest opportunity was when they had England 216 for 6 in the first innings. But I guess, you know, they didn't know that Gus Atkinson was likely to come out and play like that. I mean, everyone knew that he could hold a bat, but no one knew that he could play shots quite as inventive and attractive as those over a sustained period. And okay, yeah, Joe Root at the other end, but it was a really great knock, and I just think that Sri Lanka were probably as surprised as the rest of us. You know,
certainly surprised us. What do you make of the thought that, in a way, whilst the run rate's been healthy, England have been arguably a tad less baseball-y in this series than they have been for a while, and they've gone back to not conservative and slow, but playing the circumstances of the match more than constantly trying to drive the match and thus giving away wickets.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I think they started out trying to baseball it while Duckett's there and the other opener. But Dan Lawrence isn't Crawley for a start. He's probably a little bit reticent to go all out from the top. And you know, he's done all right. He's scored a couple of 30s here and there, looked okay, and then given it away. Pope's had a pretty poor series, so they haven't been able to really get off to a start. And then immediately you're kind of thinking, and without, it's funny to think that because Stokes is in the dressing room when they're batting, but he's not out there on the pitch. And I guess that just takes the little edge off it. He's the guy driving it all the time. And I guess he has to kind of leave Pope to it because he's captain on the day. And whilst they can give him a bit of chat in the back, does he take it all on board and does he go like that? And does everyone else therefore follow Pope in the same way that they follow instructions from Stokesy? I probably not. I mean, the whole premise of this is built on Stokes driving it, Stokes being the leader, Stokes being the man who gives kind of instructions and lets them get away with it. And maybe Stokes offers them a kind of shield in a way because it's his strategy and that's how he wants them to play. And without him actually on the field, there is a slight little bit, and they change the side. You know, the other thing is you don't have Stokes obviously at 5 and Brook at 6 and then Jamie Smith at 7. If you have that top 7, it gives you a hell of a lot more depth. You've got a complete, not novice, but you've got Dan Lawrence who averages 30. Is not an opening. And then you've got currently Jamie Smith up at 6. So you've lost a batter and you haven't got an all-rounder. And then you've got a bunch of bowlers who are all reasonably okay with a bat, and you've got 4 of them in a row. So your tail feels quite deep, but it also feels it could be fragile. So I think the balance of the team is a bit out of whack to be totally basballing, I think.
Yeah, I think it is, and I think you miss the presence of Stokes, don't you? Just in the field, Pope hasn't got that yet. I mean, I'm not saying he can't have it. I mean, I don't think anyone can have the kind of presence that Stokes has. He's unique in that respect, and so it is difficult. I think the Dan Lawrence point that the Bear makes is absolutely right as well, because Dan Lawrence knows he's coming in for 3 tests, and that he will probably go back to carrying the drinks again, however well he did. I mean, he would have to do exceptionally well in this series, and even then it probably wouldn't be enough to force Zach Crawley out in the short term anyway. And as you say, he's batting in an unfamiliar position. I mean, it's all right to go out there and say to him, go out and play your natural attacking game, and he is a natural attacking player, but he's not an opener. And Crawley's been given countless opportunities to fail, and I don't think Dan Lawrence has got that luxury, which makes it very much more difficult for him. I think he's batted reasonably well from what I've seen of him, but you're asking him to do an unfamiliar role, and it's very difficult.
He's done okay, but not enough to make a stamp that would make you think
he really needs to be there even when Ben Stokes and Crawley are back. That's the thing.
I mean, I think the problem with that is that there's no one that they're obviously going to leave out. I mean, the man under most pressure for his place in the batting lineup surely has to be Ollie Pope himself, and that's he's not going to be dropped right now anyway, is he? Because he's skipper. I mean, Dan Lawrence knows that short of Zach Crawley having an extended loss of form and him doing very well in very limited opportunities, he's just in there to fill the space for now, isn't he? And against teams that you would expect him to get a few runs against, if he's going to get runs against anyone.
I think might have been Simon Hughes who's sort of doing his analysis of Pope and Root, actually, and the way he summarised it, and it sounds like something you've heard a million times before, but it's quite pithy. Is that Root was treating every ball as an opportunity, Pope was treating every ball as a threat, and there does seem to be that kind of sort of difference in mentality.
Fucking bollocks! What a load of shit to come out with.
I think that's quite clever.
Not really. Look, Pope looked to drive and he looked to attack, and what fucking nonsense! I never heard such shit like that.
I don't agree with you there, Bear. I mean, I think that I would never have promoted Ollie Pope to 3 in the first place. I think that was misguided in the sense that they wanted to show long-term confidence in him by saying you've got this position, but he doesn't bat in at 3 for anyone. He's really a number 5. With England, the way that England play, he's more than likely to find himself within the first couple of overs. And we saw the difference. I made this point about when he got 100 and then a 50 at Lords against, I think it was at Lords against the West Indies.
Yeah.
That the 100 was a really scrappy 100, and he was fiddling around. He was looking like a little bit like a rabbit in the headlights, although he did play some good shots. But the second innings, having got those runs under his belt, he was altogether more relaxed, and he was playing some glorious shots and kind of reminding us of why or a lot of judges compared him to Ian Bell when he first came into the team. But I think he's just being given too much responsibility. He's done too much too young. I feel like he's in a very difficult situation. I even said before this series started, when we knew that Ben Stokes wasn't going to play, that I would have moved Pope down the order, because if he's been out in the field for any length of time, he then has to come in, possibly second ball of the innings if something terrible happens, or at least early in the innings. He hasn't had time to sort of get out of captaincy mode, to think he's into batting mode. And I just think that's, this is one of the reasons, I think, wasn't it, that Root didn't want to bat 3. He wanted to bat 4 because he, especially when he was captain, because, he knew that the stress that captaincy was making on him. And even if you win the toss and you bat, for example, as someone said, you've still got to go out, put the blazer on, make a decision at the toss. You've got to think about, you've got to think about the team rather than just yourself, and getting your own game in order. So I think, that's the way I look at it from the point of Ollie Pope. I think that Ollie Pope, he will have the captaincy taken away from him, because Stokes presumably will come back. I don't think Pope is the long-term answer as skipper.
I think most people, certainly Michael Vaughan, dare we even mention his name, but he's heavily backing Harry Brook as having a mentality there. But then there is a sort of the Yorkshire Union at play, amongst other things.
Well, I don't know what, if Bear's talking about Simon Hughes talking nonsense, I would say that in general terms, Michael Vaughan is talking nonsense. He was unnecessarily personal about Pope, I thought. What was that all about? I really don't understand it.
Clicks and column inches.
Well, yeah, but he gets enough column inches, whatever he says. All the Indian websites repeat, ad infinitum, whatever he says. So it's not like he needs to make an effort in that respect. I just felt left a real sour taste. And I don't know about you, but Brook possibly. I mean, I've seen he did a little bit of captaincy in the 100, didn't he? But things are completely different in Test match cricket, and I wouldn't really want to burden him with that at the moment.
Well, there's no one in that side you really want to burden with the captaincy. The only senior pro left in the side is Rooty and Stokes. So Stokes goes is Rooty, and Rooty's Rooty's a little bit older than Stokes, not much. And maybe Stokes will have more wear and tear on his body and retire before Rooty does. But I mean, the best you can hope is that both of them play for another 4, 5, maybe 6 years. And then, well, I mean, by then, if Brook's still playing, he's 25 now, he'd be 31, he'd be a senior pro, and he'd be fine. In fact, Pope, if he's still in the side in 6 years' time or 5 years' time, you think they'd have enough experience to take it on then?
I mean, I think apart from the results, he needed to catch a break somewhere, and even his reviewing, I think it was 8 or 9 nil. I know there was another commentary service was killing themselves laughing every time he reviewed, and they clocked up, and it was like, Watford at Manchester City. There's another one went in, and it was, I think, 8 or 9 nil at one point. They're kind of against him. So even the reviewing didn't seem to work.
Yeah, but some of those umpires called. They kept the reviews. So I mean, that's I wouldn't say that's a bad review. That's worth taking a risk on, isn't it? I mean, there was one review that was particularly useless, where they reviewed a caught behind because all the slips went up. Jamie Smith didn't go up, the bowler didn't go up, and the slips were convinced, and he missed it by about a good 4 or 5 inches. It was like, what the hell? But them's the rolls. You got to run out from backward point. It's quite a smart run out. And look, he knows it's temporary. We know it's temporary. He's doing a job to fill a hole against a team that we expect to win. And going back to the premise of the original question, yeah, it's been all right at times, but Sri Lanka haven't taken the opportunities when they should have done. England have taken them when they have done, and as I've said so many times on the show, when you're playing a slightly weaker side who are not that good here, it looks close, but it actually isn't, and that's the way it goes. The teams that struggle in Test cricket, the teams who can't string 2 bowling performances or batting performances together in the same test, and it's the same with the West Indies. In that second test, they got 400.
Other than on their own patch.
Well, not even necessarily on their own patch. I mean, last time we went to Sri Lanka, we were beaten 3-0. And that was with Root as captain.
That is true.
And with inexperienced spinners, and we had Leach, and we had, who did we have? I mean, we had Will. No, it wasn't. Was it Will Jacks was bowling a little bit there?
No, it wasn't Will Jacks. No, that wasn't Will Jacks. Was it Bess? Wasn't Bess? Was it?
Yeah, we had Don Best. That's right. We had Don Best.
Best and Leach.
We got a 5-er with all shit for wickets. I mean, they were terrible balls, and he got 5 wickets with them. It was the worst 5-er you've ever seen. But and so these teams are teams that can't string. I mean, that's the thing that Test cricket does, isn't it? I mean, over 2 innings, class tells. The West Indies they were 50 runs ahead in that second test. We got 420 or something. They got 480, and you thought, we got a game on here. And then they were literally bowled out in an afternoon.
Well, certainly one thing was true at Lord's, and that was that there were 2 magnificent standout performances. I think it's interesting it's the 3 of us here chatting, because there was one amongst our number who stood out. As the rest of us were going, you've got to give the man of the match award to Joe Root. 2 centuries, a record-breaking century at that. Surely he's the man of the match. And then there was one of us who was absolutely clear, no, it'll be Atkinson, it will be Atkinson, it's definitely, and we think, you're talking nonsense, bollocks, never. And who was right? Hendo, do you want to pick up the story from there?
Absolutely. I mean, I just think, yes, you can look at... I know that Joe Root hasn't scored 2 centuries in one test before, and so it's the first from him. But, he's scored what now? 34, 35 tests, hundreds is kind of what he does. You kind of expect it. Gus Atkinson was a tale of the unexpected. And you can look to Root's first innings where, we got that big century or 128 or something like that.
I think it was.
143, okay. He kind of gave it away, didn't he, in the end?
Yeah.
The reverse ramp came back out, didn't it?
Reverse ramp. And then, although you can say that Root sort of guided Atkinson through, I don't really think that was true. I mean, he just came out and played with incredible freedom. Whether he can play with that kind of freedom again, or sort of more regularly, remains to be seen. But I just thought that the combination of 100 at a runner ball when England were in a really, slightly sticky situation, and then the 5 wickets in the second innings. I just thought that had.
I'm afraid, Pete.
It was a good all-round performance, whereas
the
Ruti
light
was doing what
once
he does,
again
which is bat well.
Has fucked us over, and it is stumps. So I'm not in tomorrow. Tone's in, Steve is in, I think Ditch is in again, Jason's in. A whole raft of characters will be coming in to entertain you tomorrow if you're still listening to us. A few of you still watching on the old tubes. We will be back and on air about 10 to 11 tomorrow. Better see if anyone won a GPL. Did anyone enter the GPL today? Are you out there? Let's have a look. Refresh that page. How many runs scored today? Anybody? Well, 277 runs scored today. How much did they get? They're on 211, and England got about 100. So someone could have won. Anyone work out how many runs scored in the GPL today? Please. Anybody? No. I'm gonna have to work this out myself then, aren't I? England, Sri Lanka. No one's on air with me, by the way. It's just not working the same way as anything else here. I'll work it out off air. Someone might have won a GPL, might have not, but until tomorrow, we're off air. See you then, bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla